Hello everyone and welcome to VALORANT Challengers North America. We're on Split 2, Week 3, Day 2 to see how the action is going to unfold. I'm Dryad, your host, and today on the desk and on the cast I'm going to be joined by Lemon Kiwi and Vansili. And guys, it's been some time for me since I've been back in Challengers. Oh, Vans is gone.
Great start. I mean, it's always like that, man. Challengers starts, boom, camera blows up, and then we're back.
We're just, the camera's so excited that it's just gone. It's
more
just
excited, yeah. Actually, I'm
just
more
how it
excited
is.
than camera. Screw you, camera.
No, I think the camera won. I mean, clearly. But anyways, we've had a day yesterday where we got to see a couple of those wins. It was Turtle Troop taking that win against YFP, and it was also on the other side, Blinn taking the win against SAD. So as we get the chance to look at this, in terms of prediction, honestly, Lemon, I didn't get the chance to do it, but I'm gonna say, yeah, this is exactly what I had predicted.
Yeah, it's cool to see the evolution of a team like Blinn, but also the fact that, you know, the teams from the bottom, YFP, who either got relegated or was close to relegated, to take a map off of Turtle Troop, who went to the finals of the mid-season cup, like, you're starting to see the bottom of the pack start to rise up and catch up to the top team, so competition is getting spicier.
What I love, at least from the YFP and TTR, is that Jakey on Clove on Lotus was popping off as well, taking a map away from TTR and making it fairly close coming through. But yeah, we could definitely see rather that week after week YFP is getting better and better every single time and getting close to like that mid pack of like, it's not the bottom tier anymore, as you just mentioned before here, Jen. And on the other end though, from SAD Esports and the Blinn Esports, SAD felt like it was Northwood University all over again, right? As they brought in another Ferbsa coming through to play with Dip, to play with Darkest, and they actually had a pretty decent series against Blinn. They were able to at least bring one map away, make the third map very close. It got very brawly too, back and forth on Thrifties on Bind, but at least here we have Blinn that's able to pull through and also make it a mark ever since it came in here to Challengers. And
in a way, that was pretty much a collegiate match for those reasons that you mentioned, having those members come in, having the other actual collegiate team on the other side. But speaking about collegiate as well, we're going to have a little bit of the collegiate teams playing today, and it's going to be Winthrop as one of the teams today. We're looking at this day number 2. We have day number 3 as well, and for today is going to be Fluffy Aimers for that first match going against TSM, and as I mentioned, for collegiate is Winthrop University going against Moist Shopify. So definitely not an easy match, Lemon, but for Fluffy Aimers and TSM, it feels like it could be a lot closer.
Yeah, and it's exciting to see how the weeks go on and how people are growing and learning from their experiences. And there are some teams that are just focused on the future, whether it's playoffs or ascension and things down the road. And there's people that are really focused on the here and now. And a lot of these teams have made these roster changes, some like Fluffy Aimers or others, and some that have kept their core like TSM. And they're sticking it out or fixing their problems. And this is what Challengers is all about. It's discovery and improvement.
Some great games that are going to happen today for sure. I think I'm going to keep my eyes up for the Winthrop versus MXS today. Technically, on paper, you're always going to go for MXS, but there's been some weeks where it hasn't been looking the best for Moist X Shopify, and Winthrop also has their up and downs. But I think when it comes down to the ups for Winthrop, you can definitely see some cool things coming out of this team. While for MXS, you know it's always going to be good when they're good, right? So if we actually have a matchup today where Winthrop could actually pop off, like week number 1, for example, I think this is going to be a very fun game, super fun game to watch. And by the way, I think earlier on my name said Wyatt, right? So I got to cosplay a bit. I was trying to get my glasses on.
Not the glasses again, brother.
I couldn't get it, but it'll still be like, what's up? Today on Challengers, I'm looking forward to these 2 games.
Wait, that's actually pretty good.
You're actually doing pretty good. Wait, I was not expecting that.
I was going to say, like, if I tried that off camera, I think it would sound like Wyatt, right?
It sounded there was a couple, like 2 words where it actually sounded like him. You need to keep working on it, but it's looking pretty good. It's looking pretty good. Okay,
now for casting. Sorry, go ahead.
We get the chance now to talk about what is going to be the first match up today, and that is going to be Fluffy Amers going against TSM. And let's talk about TSM first, because this is a team that, as you guys been saying, is one of those that have been improving over time, week after week. We've seen them doing better, but it seems like they're always in that mid-table, honestly, very similar to Fluffy Amers, and they're trying to make it to the top 2, top 3 of the group, and it just hasn't been possible. They've come really, really close, but still a couple pieces missing, a couple more weeks to practice, and today is going to be, for me, the week that is going to determine where they really stand. Are they on the upper side of the table and the lower side of the table, Lemon?
Yeah, and TSM come off of a loss against Oxygen last week, but I think it was a really respectable performance, especially, going into OT on Bind. And everyone had kind of these up and down performances, but especially Sim, who top fragged on Lotus, and Poise doing well on map 2. But Sim is definitely the player to watch on this team as the star duelist. We always hype up the duelist, but Sim has such an impact and has these explosive performances. He's always getting the first kills, and he doesn't even need utility to really control areas. That's the type of influence that he has. So, and I like that they're able to reset the mental. We've interviewed Sim in the past and how his team stays composed, even through tough matchups like the one against Oxygen.
Yeah, I think overall, when you're looking at this team as well as Fluffy Amers, to get to what you were saying as well, Dendron, at the beginning, I think it's just going to be the same, right? Where your aspirations are definitely going to be towards leading the top 4 or top 5, or even at least on the top pack, right? And when you're looking at where you want to finish at the end of the season, at the end of this stage. But I think if they don't attain and reach those spots yet within the upcoming weeks, it's not too bad, because they're still kind of like where they're supposed to be. And sometimes you win, sometimes you lose, and if you stay in the middle and you still squeak through the playoffs, you still attained it, And where it's going to matter the most, it's once you've actually made it through, and then you're going to say, okay, our preparation now, we can focus on this one team, we can try to anti-strat them as much as we could, and this is the best opportunity that we have to actually have a deeper run within the stage 2, and then for a chance here to go into the playoffs and to make Ascension.
And they've come up with new strats to revitalize themselves, to have a fresher look, and also compete against other teams, whether it's the Astra and Yoru on Breeze going for some double duelists, or actually the Deadlock on Bind, which we saw against Oxygen, to instilling the Cypher instead of the Killjoy on Lotus. Like, we're seeing new looks and growth out of TSM, which is what's important. And Sim has been the guy to watch on this team, like I said.
He's just the guy. Let's be honest, he's just the guy. Sim is so good, and we've been hyping this guy up for so long because of how consistent he is. When the team is struggling, when the team is not finding an answer, he will be the difference maker. He'll be the one looking for an answer, and he does it in different ways. He does it with the operator very often when the map allows him to, but he will also do it in the Vandal. He will also do it in some of the Eco rounds. So there's always some opportunities for Sim to pop off. And talking about this narrative of the team that they've been trying to make it to the top and they're not there quite yet, Sim is always a piece that can make sure that they still at least stand a chance against Fluffy Amers, as we get the chance to look at them a little bit more, because they're kind of in the same position, Vance.
Yeah, and I don't know if you saw that stat there when we're looking at the score sheet, or at least the stats here are Sim, and it said that he only he hit 6 op shots last week. I don't know if it's only or whatnot, but I don't think it matters too much as well as to what Sims brings to the table when it's not an operator too, right? If you're looking back at like week 1 or even stage number 1 on how good he was on just saturating, creating space, wasn't there a round where he had so many first bloods and at some point like 23 kills on Sunset?
That's him.
He could definitely, exactly, he's him at that point when you don't need to have an operator to create that space or to do those high impact plays. You're going to need that satchel on that raise, and Sim could bring that to the table for the team for TSM. And if you're going to improve with him as the main firepower right now, and the support system goes around that, and you see the util and the fundamentals continuing to improve for TSM, definitely we go back to our conversation and say, okay, TSM's looking good week after week.
And to be honest, it wasn't really easy for them last week. We know there had to be a substitution for health issues. Poise talked a little bit about it, was giving all the credit to Sherb for that win that they've got. When you are a sub, they call you on the spot. They tell you need to go in, you need to sub for a proto. I mean, that's not something that anybody can do. And Shreb does it. They're able to secure the win this way, Lemon.
It's great to see TSM unite as a team, especially through situations like this that are very frustrating. And I've already talked about how, Sim and the whole team talk to themselves when they're down and when there's medical issues like this. And they can just call through it, which is great to say. Great to see out of TSM.
It is pretty good. It is pretty good for the team. It seems like today, hopefully everything is good. It seems like everything is good for them. It should be the main roster playing. But now let's get the chance to talk about the other side. Let's go to talk about Fluffy Aimers, this team that we know. I mean, recently people are still getting used to the name, it seems, but it's a team that we've known for some time. And it is a team that is still having to prove themselves. What I find the most interesting about these two is that I'm telling you guys, they're kind of in the mid-table for a reason. In the split one, they went 2-3. Along with TSM, and then in the mid-season cup they won 1-1. Now they're 1-1 in split 2. So there's so many similarities, Vans, for these two teams, and Fluffy Hammers, they would like to be on top of TSM.
Yeah, the only thing that's a little bit different, if you want to look at some differences between these two teams, is Fluffy Aimers unfortunately lost 2 of their key players going into stage 2, and then brought in Bones and Jonah. And then you have like Vapor and Shinobi kind of joining their team. I can't remember when they really joined, but you're just trying to reintegrate these 2 players back into the system, and then trying to find some immediate results when TSM, for example, stuck around for a little bit longer as this roster at the beginning of Challengers. So you kind of want to give that edge over to TSM if you're looking at this matchup head-to-head. Although Bones and Jonah has still been looking pretty good for Fluffy Aimers overall at the start of the stage 2, going through the mid-season cup.
Yeah.
But I think at this point, when you have Shinobi that's able to help out as well, and he's also had tenure in like Counter-Strike and IGLing for Tens and Friends back then, short stint, I think even coaching Game Changers, coaching even APAC. So yeah, he's been around the block when it comes down to coaching his life past a pro gamer. And I think he's going to be able to bring a lot of value to young fraggers in this roster to build them into a point where they're going to be superstars.
Yeah, and just to highlight the value that someone like Bones and Jonah have brought. This is not together we are terrific. They are just way better now, I feel like, with these 2 players, especially Jonah on the Sentinel. I think this is one of the best ciphers in terms of anchor players. And then Bones will highlight his stats in a second, but he slotted in perfectly on this team. I can't stress how Fluffy Aimers look good, especially last week against SAD, 13-6 on Ascent and 13-9 on Split. These were very convincing wins to me from Fluffy Aimers.
They look pretty good. It's a team that, with the changes, they're still establishing themselves, still getting comfortable with each other. That's why they're 1-1 right now, but it's still a team that has a lot of promises. And speaking of promises, it is exactly the one that you just mentioned, Lemon. Bones, it is the youngest. He is the youngest player that we have in Challengers North America right now. He's 16. Is the only player that we have who is 16 years old, obviously playing the duelist. If you have a player that young, you definitely want to teach him the duelist, teach him the raise, the jet, and all of those. It seems to me like it's a matter of time before we get to see this guy at a higher level, being that unstoppable Redux-like that we've seen in the past. It's really just a match that is going to determine who's really going to come up on top, and Bones is going to play a massive part into advance.
Yeah, we've already seen some flash in the pan and the potential that he already brings, into a player like Bones, because it's probably the same conversation as when you're looking at Oxy or when you're looking at Redux just a couple of years back, right? Being like, oh, they're too young to compete, but they're still streaming. People are following them, and then they have opportunities now to play one for Oxygen, one on the big stage now at the VCTs, and you're definitely seeing if this trajectory continues for a player like Bones, he's definitely going to be in a good spot here where we're going to have a chance to potentially even cast him into bigger organizations as into Challengers, or maybe even ascend somehow as an unsigned team with Fluffy Aimers into the VCTs. But I would not be surprised if we'll see this kid on stage anytime soon.
Oh yeah.
And we saw that Bones struggled a little bit on Ascent against Sad when it came to the Jet, but then had like such a big turnaround performance on Split right after, going 9-13 on Jet to dropping 22 kills on Split. This is definitely like a Raze specialist. He's a professional, and that young blood, I feel like he is so hungry to learn and win. And that's like one of the best players you can have on the team. And he's going up against Sim, who I would describe in that same way. So really excited for this Raze matchup.
Yeah, is it the two crazy dealers going against each other for Bones? It seems like, as we just said, it's the player is still proving himself, learning with the team, learning individually. But it seems like he's in such a good path, and this match is gonna mean so much if he's able to win it. But now let's go into the map select. Let's see where we're gonna be headed for this series, because that can also mean if we're gonna be seeing the Raze, if we're gonna be seeing the Jet, or what exactly is it gonna be. And Vance, we're gonna go into Sunset, Bind, and Split if needed.
Potentially seeing raises all day if it has to go the distance between these two teams, but I want to focus on where we came towards the bans, at least to start things off. Fluffy Aimers, starting with Breeze, I think it's the best thing to do, because again, we're repeating every week, but TSM, it's their map that they love to play the most. Even if they don't have the best performances at times, they don't mind going back to it because it's their bread and butter. I mean, they already won a map by having, or I guess they lost when they had Sherb coming into sub, but I mean, it could have been a game where that was one of those games where it got blown out, but then you'll play it again and it'll still play well. TSM banning Ascent is also a very good one too, because Neptune popped off as a KO in the previous weeks, and overall, when you're going to go with the basics as a free agent team, you want to stick with the protocols. This is a great map for Fluffy Aimers to be able to take that map into their favor. So seeing that we're picking Sunset and Bind and Split are probably the second best for, or maybe even a third here at this point for TSM, as Lotus was also banned by Fame, which I also like. So I'm starting to lean towards Fluffy Aimers' possibility of winning the vetoes.
At least on map 1, I guess I'm just going to take this one map at a time. I'm looking at TSM for map 1, even though this is a Fluffy Aimers pick. Fluffy Aimers actually lost Sunset against Winthrop the last time they played it, 13-10, while as TSM won Sunset against M80, which I think is a top tier team, at least above Winthrop, 13-7. And so that's a pretty decisive victory for TSM on Sunset, and they play, the Breach KO, a lot of flashes. I'm expecting a similar thing. Maybe Neptune is more sky oriented when it comes to Sunset, so that should be the main difference to watch.
And the real difference maker is going to be as well TSM and the growth and the changes, the practices, the scrims that they've had on this map of Sunset, because we haven't seen it in this week number 1 and week number 2. We've seen it just a little bit before that. But as you were saying, Lemon, for the side of Fluffy Aimers, we saw it pretty recently when they went against Winthrop. The thing for me is that Winthrop, it's hard to make a comparison when you look at how a team does against Winthrop, because sometimes Winthrop will look unstoppable, will look really, really good, and sometimes they're not really showing up the way that we expect. So you never know, is it a good Winthrop day, is it a bad Winthrop day, and what does that mean for the other team that was playing against them? So that's kind of the question that I have. The match is almost ready, by the way. We're going to throw it to a quick break, and when we're back, we'll go into the agent select.
Welcome back, everybody, to Challengers. We're here in Agent Select for our first map between TSM and Fluffy Aimers here on Sunset, and the Breach KO from TSM. And this guy, I have this crystal ball, Vans.
Yeah, nothing changes right now in terms of who's playing what, or at least in terms of agent composition, but there is a switch of roles between who's occupying those, because we were usually praising Neptune playing the Sky. So I actually find it quite interesting here, looking at the side of Fluffy Aimers, that they're still going to keep a Sky despite Pancakes now playing Sky and then Neptune on a Breach. So instead of going with like this KO Breach, they still want to continue with the Sky Flash to pop a little bit more, get more with the Seekers potentially as well, and maybe try to get the same value as they could as they would if they're going to play a different agent anyways, or a different initiator. But I'll keep an eye on that, and you have to keep an eye on especially those role swaps between Pancakes and Neptune as the initiator. But at least on the other end here, nothing seems to have change or be different here for TSM. 7 continuing the role of the initiator and has been playing that superbly well, not being anchored up to forcibly play more Cypher here and there. That's going to be in the role of your Proto. So this is going to be a very, very fun match to kick off here this series, as again, I think it's the battle of the initiators are going to have to keep an eye on.
Even though, Vans, we hyped up the duelist. You know, it's Valorant. They do the shooting, so we gotta say hi to
We know what they're gonna have
Bones
to do.
and Sim. They gotta shoot to win. At least, well, I guess planting could get you a win as well. There's a lot to do, and we'll finally kick things off with Fluffy Aimers' choice of map, although TSM had that strong win against M80, so who knows how that will translate. We got pistols, we got Fluffy Aimers on the attack first.
Yeah. Fluffy Mirrors to start the round, though, seems like they wanted to play a little bit of an anti. The Breach was already setting up a fault line for the tiles in case they were going to try to push aggressively for TSM. So studying a little bit of that tape, anticipating that, and realizing now that there's no action happening, they'll start slowly creeping up here towards this A side, where actually there's only 2 players there from TSM.
Scaling up, Sim. Oh! First shot from Bones. Better response. Fluffy Aimers will now scale up towards A. Defenders taken care of. There was only 2. Gonna dog up, clear the site. And they got the one-way smoke from Mame set up at the top. So safe plan for Fluffy Aimers.
Yeah. And now they just have to wait here towards the spawn for all of them to group up. But on a player advantage that they currently have for Fame, and even setting up here for double swings, crossfires, it's not looking too good for TSM for the retake. The best thing here is these double flashes for TSM.
The paranoia from GMD hit Mame, though, at the box, but the cover is great. Fluffy Aimers even have Jonah set up at the left side. And then Fluffy Aimers win the duels. This one way is so annoying for TSM to try and push through. And look at just the setup. It's the firing squad. And TSM are just going to try and bounce their way around the smokes. But Mame had such good map control with these smokes.
Just great utility usage from Mame for sure. Not the one way to start things off towards the spawn, but the counter paranoia as well. Not to give a chance here for that fault line double flash that was set up by Poison from GMD from the spawn and shops to get too much value for them to flood back within the site. But it felt like they should have stayed grouped up though at that point, because Poise is alone. There's 2 players shooting after him. It's so hard to really get some snappy shots into the dumpster, into main at the same time. Most of the times you're getting your ankles broken, so they didn't really just set themselves up here to have the perfect trades. So the protocol's looking much better for Fluffy Aimers to kick off the pistol. Second round, aggression coming out from TSM, contact from Jonah. There's players there, and the camera's going to see it all.
Fluffy Aimers had first blood and just brawled really well off of pistols, so they'll be rewarded with some better guns and even maybe a free take into B. Dealing with the Cypher util, Bones will have their position revealed, which will make them a target of these flashes and the paranoia of this retake from TSM. But with this Guardian, with Fluffy Aimers locked in and focused, control of the left and the right, TSM don't know where to look after that, except at their own graves.
Yep, just had a quick snappy call from Pancakes after Jonah had all that pressure on middle. Spotted 2 on the top. The camera got shot instantly from the person pushing at the bottom of middle, so they understood the pressure coming out from the A side. It was going to be weak on A or B. It didn't really matter. They were going to have 3 or 4 against 1 at that point moving into the site, so they decided to tempo up towards that B site. It was still a nice little double flash that came through for TSM on the attempt for the retake, because we used a paranoia on top of that. They did some damage. But now they have a pretty strong bonus for Fluffy Aimers. Might still default here because they have this Guardian. 2 Guardians for Pancakes and Neptune. So they're just going to try to punish players from TSM, maybe over-peaking once again.
Now's the fight for the orb. You see Pancakes ready to throw out the bird. The flash as soon as they hear the orb get tapped.
Yeah, with the phone line.
And GMD is there by himself. And no plan on getting this orb, I imagine, unless things are looking a lot more safe. Unless the noise is elsewhere. So with Fluffy Aimers not hearing that orb get tapped, they have no info to play off of. They're gonna dog up, pressure GMD back. Who got stunned up by that dog, and Fluffy Aimers slowly scaling their way up to deal with that enemy. He pinged with the dog. Now the boom bot will reveal GMD to the right side. Meanwhile, looks like Fluffy Aimers tried to get some mid presence and then got picked across the map. So Fluffy Aimers, you thought that they just could lead with confidence on this offense, and now it's a 4v4. And things aren't so sure for Fluffy Aimers.
30 seconds left.
Well, Flash is coming through though.
That works out. Especially with Poise not getting the backup because of that smoke from Mame that kind of isolated him from the rest of his team playing on that other side. And then, look, Jonas on the flank is a sentinel. So insane. 13 seconds left, though. We forgot about the most important thing, and that is to plant. And 7,
One enemy remaining.
3K, 6 seconds, 1v1, Mame versus Sim. 2 satchels, a teleport, getting behind the box just in time before Sim got around the corner and heard him close. Mame reacted well.
Big round from Mame once again. You can always count on him in these clutch moments, and surprisingly enough that Sim didn't want to throw any essentials just to gamble it out. Because you know, when you're going to be a star player like Sim and you want to bring the aggression against your opponents, just throw your satchels and have that person try to fight against you, and potentially you're going to win that fight because you're Sim. You are him. We've been hyping you up here before we started this game, but wanted to play more patiently instead, and Mummy was able to capitalize on that. But I definitely saw that at the beginning. As soon as GMD got hit by that dog, it pulled out the rotate on middle and made things a lot weaker here for TSM to work around the map because they were getting starved on information. It allowed Fame to really work that map and have a perfect split. And in the end, win that 1v1. At least capitalize some map control at the very beginning. Now it forces TSM on an eco. Shiko for 5 players, as GMD is just going to try to play through his one way as a solo play. And as it disappears and he sees nobody pushing yet, you see the rotate coming out from the rest here of TSM back towards the A site. Jimmy's about to get caught.
That's tough. I'm surprised he extended that far, but even with the help of Sim, they grabbed the orb so they got something out of it. But for him to go that far really opens up the A site in favor of Fluffy Aimers. And on the other side, boys, be ready to fault line to flash and to play off of Sim. But Fluffy Aimers, wherever they trek, they find kills in their path. And it's a 5v3 where Fluffy Aimers continue to spill blood, and TSM having one back. Any kind of advantage, they always go 1-for-1. There needs to be someone on TSM that has these heroic performances, but with a round of shares, it's not going to happen here and now.
And I don't know if, even if this is only an eco, if you want to go for a timeout right after TSM, because they probably need to start talking back towards their protocols. They've been over-rotating very quickly, getting caught in these moments as well. Hopefully, Poise is able to get 1 or 2 more so they can get closer to the Rolling Thunder, but no, he's just going to get stopped right away here by Mame. But definitely here, they're getting caught with their pants down by these over-rotates and getting caught on this like mid-control. So far, if you're looking at Fluffy Aimers, they haven't shown too much at the beginning of these rounds, right? It's always been a slow start from the spawn and then a slow spread towards a default, but a lot of this mid-control to cut these rotates and backstabbing players on top of that. So you are overextending, trying to find information on your end when you could actually do this with 7 in your composition, right? So if you are going to try to play a little bit more safe, got to start using that KO util a bit more.
Fluffy Aimers felt like they always had the number advantage in duels, like 2-on-1 all the time or more. I mean, even GMD got caught out 1v5, or the other kills Fluffy Aimers got in mid. The literal replay you saw at the B site was a 2-on-1 in favor of Fluffy Aimers. So I like that they're always playing off of each other now, checking every corner. And it won't be at that one-way smoke from GMD. He's playing now at the B site. It'll be maybe a boom bot from Sim if they wanted to get info off of A elbow. You did just see Poise on the left, and the flash reveals Sim, and Bones with the op. It's definitely put fear into the eyes of TSM's defense here at A. It's pulled the rotate of at least one B defender. But man, Sim is going to try and satchel out the aftershock to pressure back Fluffy Aimers. And it's damage on both sides, but no kills.
TSM were just holding on a knife the whole time just to play the contact and then counter with the knife to break the util so nobody could temple very quickly towards the B site. So it forces now everybody towards mid. Here comes a fake towards this B site, though, with the Seekers, a fake TP, and again, another over-rotate, a perfect fake coming out from Pancakes and crew here, Fluffy Aimers, and now they're weak side on A for TSM.
Oh, these deep flanks from Fluffy Aimers. Jonah got away with it last round, but not this time. Not with TSM having weapons to actually fight with. Fluffy Aimers will plant A. Extended out into A link is Bones after this one-way dissipates at the top of the site. TSM will able to satchel through and be more comfortable, but the one-way is back. Mame has been such a nuisance at this choke, but with the no command there left from 7, it's all up to gunplay. And you got Bones on this box with the op, looking untouchable. He's trying to deal with these angles well as TSM will suffocate him, but Bones will Zippo clutch for Fluffy Aimers.
And that's a 3-on-5 converted for Fluffy Aimers, but nothing really that's out of the ordinary as to like, oh my god, how did you lose a 3-on-5? Yes, they lost some players here from Fluffy Aimers when they were trying to rotate from mid back towards the A site, but the 3 players that are inside that site that got that plan already has great information, and because the other 2 already died on middle, the rotate wasn't that quick enough from TSM to really punish the post plan instantly towards the A site. So give a chance here for Bones to get an aggressive position towards Shop, waste out the fault line also to try to take him down in that area so you get less utility within the A site where they had the crossfire set up in the end. So very nicely done here by Fluffy Aimers, and definitely at this point you're calling that timeout for TSM. I wanted to see it on that previous round so that they wouldn't get caught by these over rotates, but there's definitely going to be that conversation now.
I think TSM have supported each other well when it comes to the right side of the map, you know, not leaving GMD there by themselves, poised aftershock to help Sim get out, who satcheled out, but there wasn't really like TSM fighting back. It's them escaping and fighting back for map control, where I'd love to see them contest a bit more. Like if GMD wants to go for those one ways to play off the right side orb, could he get maybe more util? Could he have Sim satchel in aggressively? Because look at where these duelists stand in terms of KDA. You know, who cares about KDA? But it talks about the impact of this game has been about those initiators, about who is taking vision away and who is using the best util, which it's really on the side of Fluffy Aimers.
Definitely at this point, because again, if you're looking at the beginning of these rounds, still no knives being utilized to know where the default is coming from yet. They heard at least a camera on the east side for TSM, and maybe they could contest that and try to break it. But overall, they've been playing really towards the unknown. The camera's being placed on this B site where a Proto could look towards B main or towards late market, late shops, and it's always been positioned there. So they're playing most of these sites fairly passively, so any type of piece of util forces these rotates to come through. I mean, look at that. The first shoulder gets spotted. Look at this instant pivot that you see from Poised and from also 7. But there's still alert potential that could happen on middle. They could still pump back. They could still get some backstabs. There's a huge control of middle that could be taken right now for Fame.
As soon as they spotted Bones, he pulled the rotate out of 2. Proto just has to eat this showstopper. But 2 flashes for TSM around this corner. Bones will not let them breathe. Around this smoke, 7 may be able to spot this. No, Bones gets the heads up play. The 3K make it 4 for Bones in total this round. Heading for the ace. GMD left at mid. And that's been his job, to patrol B, to look at mid. But he needs to be quicker to the punch. Especially with the paranoia still in hand, a 1v4. Maybe you can see how expensive this is going to be with Neptune around. No, the SMG can't pull through, but it is an ace for Bones at the end of the day.
Yeah, just unfortunate there for 7. Play on the top of the flower pots, and he was definitely trying to, he knew the push was going to be coming out from Bones, but was just trying to get a timing so that he could crouch, drop silently at the right spot at the right moment. And as he bobs back up, still looking at the ground, unfortunately, Bones pops out and surprises 3 players off the rip towards the rotates that are coming through from TSM. But it was a half buy. Nothing really that TSM could do at that point, especially when the showstopper from Bones got so much value and so much space for the team on the execution. The knife was saved for that. And even then, when you're saving a knife to counter a showstopper, unfortunately couldn't get the timing on that, you definitely could see that the lack of information doesn't allow for you to be as ready as you want to be on these pop stuff when Fluffy Aimers are finally taking control of the map and finally taking control of a site.
especially with a proto trying to play anti-flash or just a sheriff. I'm sure they're probably happy that the showstopper only got 1 kill versus. It could always be worse, right? And well,
I mean,
it actually can't be worse when you're down 0-6.
Exactly.
So.
That 1 kill still got them 6 rounds anyways, right? But at least for now, they have a plan here for TSM. It's banking off this camera that's set up from a proto so they could fault line and showstopper at that spot. And again, great calling coming out from, I think it's Pancakes, right? It's
Yeah,
IGLing. So great calls for this to come through. Pivot back towards middle. They get the dog for information right there, and it could start working the mid to B site.
I thought, okay, that KO Molly is out. Fluffymers were trying to be more aggressive, but just waited for TSM to peek. And Mumbai with the op of all things. Showstopper response though from 7. What the hell is that? That's Bones flying. But Rolling Thunder, that's flying by to just hose down mid, I guess. Fluffymers finally at a number disadvantage, and the spike left behind, and it's all up to Mumbai with an op. He's so rich, though, so with 13 seconds left, you might as well save it.
Yeah, especially that. The spike's already down when... I don't know who the hell that was. I guess it was Bone that was trying to get out towards shop with the satchels, but his teammate falling behind. The spacing was too far ahead so that the spike could actually come in for a trade, which allowed here TSM to just pick up 2 clean kills towards shop. The idea was there. It looked pretty good. They still scored first blood. The trap play still worked to get the kill there onto the lurk of Jonah, watching the passive play towards the main push. But the overreaction of the satchels and not expecting where the other players of TSM were positioned after the camera and fault line, there was maximum value from the position from a Proto and Poise in the end to allow for them to scavenge and salvage finally a round in their favor. And you mentioned it, the economy's still very good right now for Fluffy Aimers. They'll still hold on to this op. And they'll understand this for sure for TSM, so maybe avoid middle from market. They're going to probably close that door instantly and just try to play the trap this time around towards the B main.
And with the smoke from TSM,
Wait,
they could sell that they're on the box, so Fluffymers have to check that. And GMD could have gotten a safer position, but he said, screw it, let's go. Bring it on. Because GMD, at the bottom of the scoreboard, he wants to have his presence known, and TSM now have him on the box, and he could teleport out. So this is a cool setup for TSM. And surprisingly, Fluffy Aimers have already explored, or they still have their spike there, because they're waiting for a call from their lurkers over at A.
Yeah. Sim's able to get that pick. Nice pop flash, good trade. It's not going well when Jonah gets those kills and throws a hat to get information on top of that too, but I thought GMD was going to get picked off earlier by that aftershock. I think he was still in his open form. Right there. And thankfully that missed for the first blood, but you definitely do see it now. Fame has open sight. They get a plant. Difficult now.
Spike planted.
3v3. From the shadows available too from GMD, would he want to just teleport on the flank? Or I guess he could have made the rotate a lot quicker if he used it. Either way, Fluffy Aimers, time is on their side. Health not so much for Jonah. Rolling Thunder from the offense, and it causes movement from TSM, and the op from Bones picks them off as they scatter. And Fluffy Aimers still have a commanding lead over the Sunset.
They're getting so much value out of this operator as well. Look at that. In his shadow form and still able to avoid the aftershock. I wonder if it was like when Breach first came out, that first little sliver between the walls and the aftershock doesn't hit you. But nonetheless, still able to capitalize a kill, take control of B main. But the op, once again, still getting so much value, if not in the hands of Mummy, of Bones. They're not leveraging Bones too much to create that type of space because they're still converting so many of these first bloods through these defaults and just decent trades.
Okay, what? Okay, Sim. Just the 2-tap like that. Neptune ready around the corner for the trade. Not only that, to stop the rally of TSM. And the attackers spawn. Neptune so stoic to help salvage this round to deny a potential thrifty. It's 2v2 though. And Bones still has the showstopper. Kind of recollect themselves with Mummy and decide what's next.
I think the lean towards the B side is good too for Fluffy Aimers, knowing that that crunch came in from middle and from B main, and that they punish all those players towards B main, that technically the Cypher should still be set up on a different site and not behind them. And they were still holding towards the spawn at the beginning to see if anybody else is going to try to push forward to upgrade into a weapon, because there's plenty of them to get picked up here. An opportunity for Poise to at least get something and salvage that, as the rest of the teams here for Fluffy Aimers. A the two teammates rather taking their time moving back towards this B site. So this gives a huge opportunity here for the defenders to now set up, even get a backstab.
And Poise
30
upgraded
seconds
his gun.
left.
Going through the attacker's spawn. He already cleared B and was re-clearing the spawn. Now going back mid, and you may just get a unlucky surprise depending on how he re-clears B.
Spike planted.
Spike will be planted. Finally, this gets the attention of a Proto, which if a Proto would have moved, he either would have got a weapon upgrade, he would have got the Neuro Theft online, and that could have made a huge impact in this 2v2. Fluffy Aimers will set up their smokes here at Market. Of course, a Proto is sprinting away, so he's revealed the position of where this retake is coming from.
One enemy
Fluffy
remaining.
Aimers will adjust accordingly with the crossfire. Mame taking out Poise. And it's just a Proto who'll pick up a new gun and do his best to find wherever Fluffy Aimers are. But the advantage was there all along for Fluffy Aimers.
Yeah, it just makes sense that a Proto had to stay towards that A side. He still had all of his trips. The camera's watching towards Elbow and also towards the walk-up of Radio Knight to Dumpster. So he still had the A side on lock. If they actually backstabbed him from behind, the camera was still going to get shot off. He would know, and he could just hold his angle. So nothing he could really do. Unfortunately, he had to come down to some hero plays from Poise after he upgrades the weapon to at least make sure that he could identify where the last two players are so they could work in tandem with 2 versus 2, which they did. But unfortunately, they had no idea of where their opponents are going to be placed here in the post-plat scenario for Fluffy Aimers, and he convert that. Almost a thrifty that came in their favor. But the end of the day, it's still a 7-point lead for Fluffy Aimers looking for the mid control at the beginning of this round. There's a fault line to try to get them some more spots here, some more control towards the right side at shops. But Sims on top of the boxes, he might be able to surprise one.
Ooh, timing too with Poise walking up from the B site, and surprisingly, Fluffy Aimers don't want to smoke one of those ways. It will split their focus in half, having to look both ways before you cross the road. So, unfortunate walk up for Fluffy Aimers, a territory they're trying to explore, and Pancakes will go 1 for 1. Neptune will get the cleanup. Fluffy Aimers, it's costing some bodies to get that top mid control. Now you're trying to wrap around B, and guess who's read this like a book? It's a Proto who already had the lineups, and now you know the spike is down.
Got hit by a paranoia though. Oh, but it missed. Mummy's still there to capitalize on the kill at least, and it puts it back to 2v2. So the advantage did go for the attack though on the trades back towards Boba. They might have hurt the TP towards main. You'll have individual duels now.
There's a crack in that smoke though, so GMD can safely push through it. From the shadows on the flank, Mame will have a teleport, and from the shadows himself to just check where this retake is coming from. Spike is tapped, and Jonah knows exactly what to do.
Yeah, I was definitely looking to fake the position back towards Boba, because I'm pretty sure that he was playing towards Market and hurt that TP towards B main. So mind games back and forth between these two omens. And it's once again Mame that has the upper hand, has the arena, and allows Jonah to just come through and just spray as soon as it taps, the spike's being tapped, and they still had the player advantage at this point. Now it's looking pretty good as to why Fluffy Aimers are picking this map on Sunset, despite the loss that he had earlier on against Winthrop, where, you know, we gave a lot of praise to Winthrop in that week because they were just looking like Fluffy Aimers had no opportunities to really get a good attack side.
And
But
with
they
this-
definitely feel more comfortable in TSM.
And with the Sky, I mean, the Pancakes can give them so much info, and you can have deep flashes too compared to Breach. You have to be on the other side of a wall, and it's like step by step. Like, Pancakes can go further with this util. They've cleared B. Now no more Sky util. It'll just be maybe a Paranoia or Neptune that could set up with a fault line. As Bones.
Silent jump too. They'll never expect it.
Fire in the hole!
Well, Showstopper, Bones is tired. Doesn't want to hide, doesn't want to cower, but he sees some ghosts. That Showstopper had it coming. But Bones is just going to play safe now at 33 HP, catching a lot of TSM's retake at the top of sight, flooding in. A Proto, 7. Throwing out the flashes of knives to Seekers to try and stun up and slow down the retake from TSM. Spike about to go off, and the diffuser is killed! And this could be enough time. Fluffy Aimers just have to scrap through this. And they even have the off angle at Market. The spike will be going off, and TSM will fail the retake.
Oh my god, Bones so many times is able to slip through the net in so many occasions. He had the silent jump into what I would like to call trifecta usually, because that spot is so good for crossfire setups from Pillar and from Market, but just by the box at the entrance of Boba. But then realized here that TSM, they also had a showstopper available, so he didn't want to get caught by that. So he uses his own to clear out towards Market, and then hides by the door so that he never gets cleared by Sim. That when Sim was trying to find him towards the Market, able to backstab and get the kill onto the diffuser and secure the round for Fluffy Aimers, as you saw the kills finally starting to come back in favor of TSM on their thrifty round. And now at 10-1 for Fluffy Aimers, last round of the half, and TSM unfortunately still no answer as to how they could fight back against the attack of Fluffy Aimers. And it's another round where they're just gonna default 2-2-1 this time around though. Aggressive position may not be cleared as Sim is holding the pillar. And that might be the only saving grace right now for TSM to potentially get 2 in the round.
Yeah, Sim could get help from a GMD paranoia, but he repositions, but at least 7 with 2 flashes and a knife. If Sim gets pressured, there will be assistance. TSM have GMD also pushing up and actually wins that duel against Mame over at the A site and actually gets a double kill. Yeah, that is a huge push for GMD to really kill this round out of Fluffy Aimers.
Now Pancakes is just trying to get across here, and hopefully, yes, that's huge actually. Getting that first pick maybe would have engaged a 1v1 on that B site, but Neptune's are going to look to meet up with him so he could use a Rolling Thunder potentially. Oh no. Oh no.
Pancakes is just like that. Wait.
It's about to happen.
The choke. What? 2v3. Rolling Thunder from Neptune, getting into position, and you heard him in the corner, and Pancakes will deliver the finishing blow. Looking for the ace. GMD will deny that. 3 just needs to prevent the plan. GMD can still save this round as he intended with the first and second blood. Spike being tapped. Neptune wins the 1v1.
No way that Pancakes was able to move around to get those picks.
Switching
2
sides.
players too scared to play towards Boba, and somehow it's the responsibility of Poise to walk out of Market to try to find out where Pancakes is. Look, he's looking back towards spawn when there's already 2 players there. A tap on the spike would probably force a double swing towards the back end. Too hyper-focused to look towards the back area, and you saw the nice shots coming out from Pancakes that gave that chance there in the victory. And another conversion that shouldn't have happened. That was, what, a 2 versus 5? Where before they lost a 5 versus 2 as well, for 5 versus 3 for TSM. So that's 2 rounds where they had big numbers that they couldn't convert in their favor. And that's going to have to hurt here on the first map. And you're going to have to hopefully win a pistol. But we know how TSM are with pistol rounds. Not always the best.
Different defense. Looking at Fluffy Aimers setting up Pancakes to dog or to flash around A, and in that util can go deep. So Pancakes can be in a safe position. Meanwhile, we can't say the same about Sim, who's first blooded. And that means TSM will have to go in without their raise. They're doing their best. They still have a flash in hand, but it's up close and personal with Neptune around the pillar in 3. That's Fluffy Aimers hoping to get another pistol round under the belt in a 4 versus 1, and it's just a Proto with the spike. Surprised that he still wants to go to B with this, but really, there's no route of escape, it feels like.
Almost had an opportunity. At least he forced the rotates out. If you won that one, it was going to be a 1v1 towards his side, but you definitely do see it here. Everybody crunching in, pinching him towards this B side. Now they realize once the market's open that he's definitely rotating towards Boba. So it's only a matter of time, and that's Neptune with a 4K in the round, allowing Fluffy Aimers to be at map point on their map pick.
There's been quite a few almost ace. Well, we had 1 ace. It came in late. We'll still edit it in the montage, you know. We'll cut out the dead time. There's been a lot of 4Ks as well from the Fluffy Aimers side. I mean, it translates into the KDA, but also translates to the mechanical prowess that Fluffy Aimers bring to the table. It's 12-1. What the heck is this scoreline? I was expecting a way closer match.
Yeah. Probably
Maybe you
not
don't.
on this map after all. Well, no, I still think that this is going to go a 3-mapper, but Fame definitely looks so good and composed here on this map compared to TSM. I mean, look at it. You're forest buying. I mean, at this point, it's just going to be a team deathmatch. Whoever shoots better, and it's so far still Fluffy Aimers. Oh,
and the flash. Like, Fluffy Aimers util is next level. Poise
Defenders
Going out.
win.
Coughing Baby versus Nuclear Bomb. That is Fluffy Aimers 13-1 on Sunset. Wow, I look like a freaking idiot saying that I had TSM on this one. Because how do you beat M80 13-7, but then you lose 13-1?
It's one of those days where when teams are comfortable on playing on certain maps, sometimes, things work on your side, things don't work on your side. It's as simple as that. Because they both have good approaches to the map. They both have great ways to work the map. But unfortunately, at this point, it just felt like for Fluffy Aimers, pancakes at every single read on their attack side to just punish TSM every single time. And you had no chance to come back there on that second half once you take the attack when you've been losing these conversions of a 3 versus 5 and a 5 versus 2, right? So nothing you can really do there at that point for TSM. You just have to reset and go again next map.
Well, they're going to have to bind together because that is our next map. And we're going to find out all the action that goes down after this break.
Either I probably scuttle because there's the massive scuttle crab.
It's called like there's a giant turtle looking thing. How about like diner? It's not too fancy, but I don't know.
I don't know. I guess Scuttle Shack is hitting me right there. Scuttle Shack.
I would just call it Scuttle at that point. I think I may have heard that just because it says Scuttle Shack right there, but I feel like I've heard that before. So.
My team calls that market, but I think I've heard people call it like crab or something. What would I rename it though? I'd probably call it like, I don't even know what is there. Shrooms. I'll call it shrooms.
And this is split ropes. I would call this. There's a lot of lights in there. Just call it lights.
I guess everybody calls it vents, right? Because it's not technically ropes. The ropes are like the actual ropes. So I would just rename it vents. Yeah, it's just vents.
Okay, so we just call this vents. I think it is kind of boring. I don't really know what I would rename it to. We'll just call it AC, I guess.
Honestly, I feel like you could just call this like, instead of ropes, just say like a connector, just a con.
I'd call it like, I don't know what I'd call this, like rug or mats, because there's like rugs everywhere, or like towels, whatever that is. Maybe towel.
How about locker room? Perfect.
I'd say like maybe like rugs or something. I see a couple of rugs on the floor, so I'll go with rugs.
I call it bathrooms. So I guess to like kind of cheese this one, people call it showers. So I would just rename it to showers.
Towels or arch.
I'll just call this lounge.
Nah, nothing comes in. I would just rename this rugs and the other short A. This is rugs in here.
I think we can, no, because they call the outside. I would just call this short B if we had to change it, but we call it Suka on my team.
I don't know. I see a lot of pillows, so call it like pillow.
Well, if I didn't call it blue, I'd probably call it like, I like using breakable and ranked. I think a lot of people, is it called breakable already? Okay, if it's already called breakable, I'll call it like, mythic.
I don't know. This kind of reminds me of like a church, maybe church.
I'm not sure, like breakable door or mini door, something like that.
So if anything, I'd rename it to vent.
Maybe like cave or something. Yeah, I'd say cave.
You can slide down it, so like slide.
I don't know, maybe like secret. I would rename it to.
We could make it, we'll just make it mud. I like mud.
Let's call it moss. I see some moss laying around. It's a weird call, but moss or vine. I see some vines.
The game starts long before the game starts. And warm hands are faster hands. Gain the upper hand and power up your pregame warm-up with Zippo hand warmers.
There has never been a better time to ask, when does TSM play?
No,
Because
no.
we just watch domination on the side of Fluffy Aimers. 13-1. TSM could only secure one round on the map of Sunset, and this is not what we were expecting at all. But welcome back, everybody, to VALORANT Challengers North America. Now, we need to talk about this because we've talked about these two teams being very close. Yes, it was Fluffy Aimers' map, but Vans, I was at 13-1. This is so rare to see.
Yeah, and look at that. 11 post-plant opportunities for Fluffy Aimers. That is one of those games where, unfortunately, you just are starting off on a at the very most wrong foot as possible. Really, really cold going into the game. There's only maybe been some flash in the pan towards the end of the map where we saw maybe GMD getting like a 2K on a 2 versus 1 that's off screen with a bulldog. And then finally you're starting to see like the IGL being like, you know what, let me pull up my big boy trousers and try to do what I can here to help out the team. But overall, like anything that Flamestar was trying to do towards the attack side just worked out. Every duel, every entry, every fake, it just worked.
I noticed too that TSM put themselves in situations where they were being aggressive or taking space while not having like a supportive second man pushing up with them, whether it was GMD trying to stop an orb grab from the offense but not having someone else that can flash up with them or someone that can satchel there. I would love to see like GMD play with someone else, and then they started to put GMD at the opposite side or more at mid, and you saw TSM restructuring their defense, but it got broken into every single time because Fluffy Aimers would overwhelm them in numbers. So it doesn't even matter who had the better shot when there was always someone there to trade for Fluffy Aimers.
And there was two things that Fluffy Aimers were capitalizing from that we got the chance to see here. And it was number one, it was Bones having the opening kill and capitalizing out of that as the rest of the team was doing. And the second one was just converting the number disadvantage over and over again. In that last round of the first half, when it seems like maybe it was going to be a 10-2 for TSM trying to secure that second round, is a 2v4 that ends up Fluffy Aimers ends up securing. So it was a back and forth between these two teams where it seems like in so many rounds it was close. TSM were gonna get this round, they get the first pick, they get the second pick, but then what? They could not convert it. It was, as you said, Vance, just a very, very cold start for TSM.
Yeah, and maybe if I could think off top of my head, there's maybe like 2 or 3 occasions where it came down to like 1 versus 1 or 1 versus 2 where one had to outplay the other. But most of these rounds, though, I gotta say, even there was a game plan for TSM, that trap play that we saw towards the spawn as you highlighted, Bones, all-star player, right? When we needed him to create that space or just turn around over with an operator of all things, with the players pushing in on an eco, and they're still able to convert the round back and no punishment to come out from TSM on top of those. Losing these 5-on-2s and 5-on-3s, it's not a good look, unfortunately.
It's something that really shouldn't happen. But if you're a fan of TSM, you're expecting it to be only that map 1 starting cold and then coming back on this map 2.
Yep.
And let's take a look at the maps once again, because the first one, that map of Sunset, was the pick of Fluffy Aimers. The second map of mine is going to be the pick of TSM. And it's a map, Lemon, that we haven't seen for Fluffy Aimers in quite some time.
Oh, not since they were called Together We Are Terrific. Back in my day when Kampeki and Will were on the team, they were on Bind, and they went the distance against Thinking Men, who were at the bottom of the standings at the time, and it went into OT, and TWT lost 13-15, and it was off of some Gecko Fade stuff, which who knows what we're going to see from them today, because this is not the same lineup, as you guys can tell. And over on TSM side, we saw them against Oxygen last week on Bind. That went to OT, and they had a cool look with the deadlock.
Yeah, if anything, if you're looking on the side of TSM, as you mentioned, Andrea, there's always something that's good for TSM is that they're always good on bouncing back, right? Remember when they lost our map against Blinn, if I'm not mistaken, and they had to go to a third map? They really stepped up here in the series to really come back and win this. But it was very one-sided, though, to start things off for TSM and for Fluffy Aimers to capitalize on that first map. If we want to go to that Bind, though, conversation, yes, I'm looking forward to see what we're going to pull out here for Fluffy Aimers, because of that different composition or the different team that we currently see now. But there's a reason why, they probably want to leave Bind in there, because they potentially know that, you know, TSM might be sticking into this deadlock for the composition, that they looked pretty good the last time they played against OXG and lost in overtime 12-14, and got a lot of value on how aggressive they were around that deadlock on a map like Bind. But maybe now, as you know, deadlocks getting picked more and more here on this map for different teams, she maybe start getting figured out now, where, you know, backstab capabilities or more aggressive pushes on the defensive side on B and early map control on B may be the solutions, or showers crunches or something like that. So I feel that there's potentially a game plan around here for Fluffy Aimers to try to counter TSM's map pick.
I like the deadlock, because I feel like B is just so annoying to get through. You have the cage, or you have sonic sensors around Hookah, and it just makes it for such a slow burn. While as I'm really curious to see what Fluffy Aimers do, because Pancakes usually plays Astra on this map, and we just saw how good their Sky was, and Sky being popular on this map. Are they going to fall back to the Sky as their initiator? Because in the past it was Gecko and Fade, but that was Kampeki at the time. So new initiators, new team, new look maybe for Fluffy Aimers on this map.
Yeah, we're all curious to see what those agents are going to look like, if there's going to be any difference, is going to be the deadlock again or not. So for that, let's jump into the agent select. Let's see if things are different, because TSM, again, this is so uncharacteristic for them. As you mentioned, Bands, last time when we got to see them against Oxygen right now is the best team that we have in challengers, no doubt. They took down M80, the favorite team that was before. And so now, if they came into a closed map, closed series against Oxygen, they can definitely put up a fight against Fluffy Aimers. And these are the compositions that we're looking at. I see Gecko on both sides. I see a Proto on this deadlock once again. And once again as well, it is going to be the race for Bones going against the race of Sim. It's looking pretty interesting. I'm going to leave you guys up to it. Casters, take it away.
Oh, we get to get in trouble now that Mom isn't here.
Whoa. But no, this looking at these this roster composition though, so TSM, nothing changes so far for their side, but I love here that Fluffy Aimers are pulling something similar out of a strat book of potentially footballists, of bringing out here this Omen on Mame on this map. If anything, if he's been watching a little bit of like EMEA into the VCTs, there's been a lot of good and decent one-ways that Ada Captain has been placing overall on this map that is very disruptive on how players and teams can really take control of the map on Bind early this time around. And I think that's the name of the game. If you could continue to get these one-way smokes down, like let's say down towards bottom B, and you could be a little bit more aggressive to grab orbs, you do definitely have great opportunities to have faster rotates and faster flanks for this type of composition. And I'm intrigued for it. I'm looking forward to it for sure, as we're going to see this Omen come through.
Yes, and also different roles once again from I almost want to say together we are terrific, but Fluffy ever since that was the last time we saw them. Neptune and Pancakes switching it up, where Pancakes was the Astra last time. Neptune played Gecko, so Fluffy Gamers have grown a lot since the terrific days, I guess. They're terrificer, as their defense will hold as best as they can. They'll have Pancakes that can counter Flash, or they could just let TSM take the site and wait for reinforcements. But actually, behind them too is Bones, playing from showers. Teleporting in too is Neptune. TSM may just get Wingman to plant. They'll have their Viper Wall, well, not their Viper Wall, but a Viper Wall to help assist sectioning this map. But TSM will just now get first blood. And now that rotates have been pulled, TSM will have to scrap through this.
There's been some good delays at the start, and here's the second attempt. Flash for a triple swing.
So far, so good. TSM, only kill, only plant, no die. That's the name of the game until Pancakes comes out of showers. After Bones was dealt with, Fluffymers need to work together. The flank shut down. TSM, great awareness. And they'll thrive and take pistol.
Yeah, it was actually really good by TSM to bring this patience out on the first wave of deniability that came through from a util. The idea there, you saw it, like fast rotates, using the TPs. They already know that the pistol on TSM is going to flood towards the A site, throw that deadlock wall towards the spawn. That's something that TSM has done non-stop here on this map of buying on pistol. And it should be read, it should be understood. So they had the clearance with the dog and played behind it, but then after that, once TSM got denied the first capability to plant, the first attempt to plant, they just held their spawns, held their spots, and then just let the opponents come towards them, and they're able to get the picks in the end.
Couple of Bulldog buys, a Vandal for Sim, and some Sheriffs and Classics. TSM making noise and smart quick disengage, especially if you spotted the raise to get out of a paint shell range. And I guess Pancakes is just gonna stand there. TSM with first blood, they've weakened A, and they pulled all 4 rotates from Fluffy Gamers to go to A, but the spike's at B.
Yeah, right now it's just one of those standard things here for Fluffy Gamers. They lose a player, they're trying to get early advantage, and then they realize here with the amount of util that they threw towards this B main, and then their teammates, got picked off towards the A site, that potentially here TSM is just going to pivot and push towards that area. But look how patient we're still playing here. There's still going to be an open plant no matter what for TSM, and they should be in great positions right after to play the pulse plants. Again, they only have now this time 2 shares, as one just got picked up from Pancakes' body, and they'll try to do some damage out of that, but TSM should be in a good spot to be able to win this second round. I mean, look how far they're playing back. They still have a Molly available for GMD. They still have pain shells available for Sim. All of them playing towards B long. Should be a 2-0 here. I mean, look at Fame. They're all heading back towards spawn and about to die to Spike.
Right there.
So, if anything, great round. It's flawless for TSM. They can build the economy. And what's important, though, when you're looking at this composition for Fame, what's different to what I was talking about when it's very similar to pulling an Omen like out of Captain over a footballist. What they don't have, though, this time around is the KO. Because the knives, they can't counter any type of util, but they can still flash the same way and effectively as KO. And they don't have real stalls, right? You don't have an Astra to suck with the nades. You don't have a Deadlock to net with the nades. So they have to be a little bit more aggressive with those fundamentals on how to capitalize on these rounds.
And TSM, they're really measured on how they approached B. Even despite them going up against a team with pistols, TSM took their time with it. Approach, they get picks, and they're not immediately satcheling in and becoming crazy aggressive. It's really patient play out of TSM, knowing the tough competition that they're up against, considering how map 1 began. So this is a great start for TSM to ride the wind in these sails and to see how far it can really take them, and now they'll have even more time to think about it.
Yeah, definitely more time at this point too. And TSM, they have this bonus round in. At least before the bearers came up, we could still look at the, or as the bearers about to come up, we could still look at the state of the game for this round, right? 7 is getting really close to his Thrash that he could definitely utilize here for something good for the post plant if they're able to capitalize on this. And you can already see here from that radar, they are focusing on this B side lean. So you're trying to potentially get just hookah control first, push your opponents back, keep them within the site so you have more capabilities of anticipating or setting up here a 3-2 split towards this B site. Whereas for Fluffy Aimers, they are looking for some early showers control, at least at the beginning, with Pancakes and Mummy at that spot. Because again, their objective is also potentially to deny orb pickup here against their opponents. And they're gambling here that the hit may be defaulting towards the showers side to pick up this orb.
I like the defensive setup from Fluffy Aimers. I really thought they were going to win pistol just based on kind of what power positions they had on the map. They were actually behind TSM's offense where they still had Bones and Showers. I think they may even had a second member. I think that was Pancakes who was set up in the corner. And TSM, they just kind of played this from front to back of going through U-Haul, clearing the backside, and then turning around. And I think the Viper wall came up, which kind of sections certain duels in favor of TSM. And so Fluffy Aimers, and then also had the rotations pulled on that second map. And I mean, you do what you can with the pistols. So bonus coming up shortly where TSM, this is already more rounds that they took on Sunset. So, you know, we only go up from here, right?
Hopefully at this point too. But remember the last time that TSM played here on this map, it didn't look too good either. Actually, playing it on stage 1, they lost to YFP, and looking at stage 2 here, they went 1-1. So we do remember like the back and forth between Oxygen and Esports, but they haven't really found that great consistency on this map in terms of results for TSM. But it only makes sense as if you just tune in now, we went through the map vetoes at the beginning of the show at top of the series, and I've called it out that actually the vetoes are looking really good here for Fluffy Aimers because they were able to get rid of both Breeze and also Lotus, where TSM, they also look kind of rocky on Lotus, but still have some of the cleanest protocols, at least on how they're playing on their defensive side. So now that they're playing probably like the third map at this point, there you could only get into the weaker and weaker parts of the map pool of TSM. And with the results that started earlier on here for Fame on the first map with a 13-1 victory, you really need to start to build that confidence early, and thankfully they've done so by winning pistol, converting that second round, and trying to see if they can get value here off this third round.
Time to hunt.
Now TSM have already used two, this flash and the dog to clear out, just getting a little bit, 1 second outside of all that smoke, realizing no one's here. The Brim smoke's greatly placed by GMD, but look how Fluffy Aimers stand to deliver. It's Neptune with 3. Doesn't matter if he's locked in, you're locked in him, in there with him, as Fluffy Aimers will take the bonus.
I mean, it looked like it was supposed to be some sort of set execution with a net nade and getting in right now for TSM through Hookah, but everything was fully denied here. Looks like the position that was placed by Neptune behind the Radiant boxes were one of the spaces that wasn't accounted for when TSM was trying to go for that flood hit, and it allowed for him to get 3 really easy kills on TSM trying to jump out of the Omen smoke being thrown here by Mummy. And you even saw here at the last second he had a Paranoia ready to throw at the same time should they needed more extra utility to support here this Hookah push.
TSM being as quiet as they can with 3 and 2 choices of flashes. Orb tab. Bones! Wow, Sim held the angle. Bones didn't see it. And he got the teleport. Getting hosed down TSM. They've won now every duel they've taken as Mame will escape back to the A site and TSM will pull back.
It was a great start too. So they were trying to bait out that they were going to take Showers control, trying to say, hey, 7's here, we're going to try to get the Thrash out of the ASAP. And looks like Fluffy Aimers are trying to set a trap play, but there were still players pulling behind, playing further back rather for TSM. They're able to capitalize on trades and get actually a huge advantage, a full roster against 3 left, where now they can leverage this Thrash off the kill from 7. They don't have to push into Showers. They can just pivot back towards this B site and use that with Sky Flashes to get map control.
Fluffy Aimers read this well. Jonah will hold the elbow while the other 2 are in Hookah. They're smoked off though, so Neptune will just jump out and Jonah at the same time swings, but TSM hold their own, and it's 3-1.
That's a lot of responsibility done to a Proto as well, for a Protos to make sure that he lands that net. So however they're going to try to run in behind the dog using util, and surprisingly enough, 7's the one that's running in first. so that they could bait out a couple of kills here as the wingman's already going through for a plant. So as they get contact, jumping outside the window, Proto throws a net into the smoke into elbow so that Fluffy Aimers cannot go for those double swings back from elbow and hookah, because you know they've been very confident on that first map and they're not afraid to swing out and show that they want to fight against TSM here. So great punishment. Still staying cool right now despite the 113 loss. Walk contact towards the A site. They'll come into contact to a few players.
Yeah, with Bones and Pancakes who were watching that. There's still a dizzy left from Pancakes, and Bones already got taken out from the smoke that just left a tiny lane to get lock eyes with Bones. TSM with now multiple first bloods, and not only that, able to convert the round 2, which is not something they were able to do on Sunset. Now with the smoke, Sim is going to see if anyone dares to step into it while dip and dive and dodge through all the hails of bullets going through. TSM will escape with the spike, knowing how close they were, and their backline take it out, and on the chase is Fluffy Aimers right behind them, but they just walked into TSM's trap.
I love that TSMs are always leaving a person behind just to make sure that they watch over these fast rotates, and it's working out on how it's getting good results and good value off these picks. Although Jonah just walked through the sonic sensor, so he has an opportunity to go for a backstab, and Proto realizes that, but he's still only looking towards Sands. Jonah looks like at the end doesn't want to commit towards moving up this B site, just trying to find exits here. It might catch 7. A 7 is going to give a lot of trust here to A Proto, thinking that A Proto has the line. So the round's going to go for TSM no matter what. And it looked like it wasn't going to be the case, because I felt like the wall kind of missed towards the spawn. And you saw that, I think it was Neptune with a stinger or Pancakes with a stinger that was able to get that win fight inside U-Haul against GMD. But after that, the fast pivot for TSM towards that B site, making sure that they're covering each other's tracks when they're rotating out, and also seeing here that the shots are not landing as cleanly for Fluffy Aimers now from Jonah. TSM now has a chance to fight back.
On the next episode, you'll find out what happens in that 1v1. But with that last round too, 1 away from Seekers, got the thrash. TSM are locked and loaded for this next round, but Neptune already has Seekers, and we haven't seen a level of aggression from Fluffy Aimers. Like, they're really not extending out of these sites. It's TSM really selling these A fakes, and even sometimes when they've gotten first and second blood on the A site, they'll still go to the other one. So it's been tough to figure out where they're gonna go. Speaking of aggression, TSM send Thrash forward through the hookah as Fluffy Aimers just try to hold at the back of the site. They teleport, try to crunch, thinking TSM were coming through hookah, but they all sent it B long, crossing through the smoke, now established on the site with first blood. Spike will be planted, and TSM reestablished their brim smoke, so Fluffy Aimers have to swing together this time.
Plan's gonna go down, and they're kind of just stuck towards the hookah. I don't think they're gonna go for this. It's another 3 versus 5. They have Seekers on top of that for TSM. Probably not gonna pop it yet because they're still in great spots to cover each other. And there you go. You see the last 3 players walking back here towards the site of A and save their weapons. And man, this was just off the back of 1 player this time around, just to keep their opponents at bay, and that's 7. Getting the first thrash to go towards hookah, and then you already see the instant pivot coming out from Fluffy Aimers, and it's getting stopped by a simple Dizzy, where they can't pressure against 7. They can't get into U-Haul, or sorry, they can't get into hookah because it's smoked out by GMD. So there's no value that they're getting outside of these fast rotates thanks to the TPs. And this is something you mentioned here, Lemon Kiwi, where Famer are giving a lot of space for TSM. It almost looks like Sunset all over again. This time, the tables have turned because it's TSM that has full map control into doing whatever they want to do, because Fluffy Aimers just wants to react on where the pop is going to be happening with the deadlock at the helm, right? With the utility that she's going to use.
Yeah, it's TSM that on offense, it's always gonna look better. We didn't really get to see too much of that considering they started on defense on Sunset and got rolled through that entire first half. So not a lot of chances, especially with Fluffy Amers taking pistols. So I love to see that the game planning, the mid-round calling from TSM to play that chess match of getting first blood at A, either usually take the teleport over to B, and not always going through hookah to not even let themselves get flanked. They can just all take one path and quite literally bulldoze into the site. And with the Brim, they really isolate the site well. And if they have a proto on the deadlock still alive, it makes the post plants even more difficult to get through. So really liking to see the execution out of TSM now that we can see them play.
Exactly. Now that they finally have an opportunity to take control of the map, to be the ones directing how they want to play around this map, and TSM's making it work. I don't know if this wall kind of missed, though, from Jonah. Not only is it not going through a TP, but there's no gap for them to play behind that wall, too. He's trying to hide behind the B side. But it doesn't matter for TSM. At least they're slowly holding their grounds on just more pressure on the middle, trying to find a faster rotate on A to B, depending where the hit could be coming from. I think Fluffy Amers out of this timeout, TSM's thinking, okay, well, they've given us so much space. They're probably going to try to have to make a play here. So they're staying towards the spawn. They heard the TP, yet they still don't want to move. And once you get closer to that minute mark, it might be just a Gamba, right? They have Seekers. They might pop behind that. And we have a great read for Fluffy Amers, though, that they have 4 players there on towards this A site.
Galloping through showers. Boys doesn't get any information besides the fact that Bones is not holding that angle. TSM flood all through, but it's paint shells and an exchange of dizzies that nullifies this no man's territory. TSM don't get the push they wanted, but they look still committed for round 2.
Here.
Second wave with Seekers. There you go.
Seekers came in a bit late, but hey, it still will lead them to where their next target is. Proto swings onto Bones. Boombot to hold down U-Haul. TSM will plan, and with the mosh pit, they'll secure and section their side of A. TSM are in such a weakened state against the 3 very healthy defenders of Fluffy Amers, playing at the back as best as they can. TSM also using the walls. I think there's a crack through that wall, so it's not really going to stop Fluffy Amers from getting behind them, and that's the crack that Pancakes broke through. Now with the Thrash, it's going to go and detain 1 at the back, and you saw 7 on top of this box, and couldn't win that duel nonetheless. 7 is to go through the box and everything. The 4K for him.
While GMD is actually detained, and he's at 7 HP. What better number? I think he just activates into triple damage when he's at the same number of health as his actual name. So 7 gets a beautiful setup and saves around there for TSM with their head at disadvantage. Again, this literally looks like it's Fluffy Amers on Sunset, where in these scenarios where you're at an advantage, you lose it against only 2 players, maybe not even 1 because GMD was still detained. And I was going to criticize here a couple of pieces of util. We're going to hold that thought because they're already pushing down towards short.
Wow, Fluffy Amers just now really going for an aggressive play with just, you're risking for the biscuit with the weaponry they have. Especially when TSM starts stomping, it's the train, it's hard to stop. Everything from Pancakes thrown to allow them to maybe be a distraction for Jonah, which kind of works out. 5 HP and a kill. TSM brought down to 3. Pancakes, oh wow. Wow, and the annihilation, they're so sick of that guy. Jonah, though, he's definitely still on the flank. TSM knew this all along, so 4K for a proto with the annihilation at the end.
The 4Ks continue to reign here throughout this whole series, and this time more in favor of TSM. And I sound like a broken record, but the 4Ks were also on the side of Fluffy Amers when they were actually winning here, not allowing TSM to get more than 1 round. I wonder if we're just going to trade maps at the same scoreline. A little bit too early to tell. But as we see here, they attempt to move forward. They still made it rather expensive, still killing 3 players, forcing out an annihilation out of TSM. So it's a pretty decent dub here for Fluffy Aimers. And off the timeout too that we heard earlier, they're finally able to have enough economy to pull out an operator. It's both raises actually. They're gonna pull out an op. Sim is doing the same thing. They're defaulting out towards the B side, trying to punish a jump spot from the sky if she's gonna try to re-peek out towards his B main. But unfortunately, it's a jiggle instead.
Anybody home? It's hunting season for Sim. Who's gonna be peeking this? Is Fluffy Aimers just hoping to play behind this Viper wall? They're just playing out of sight, trying to catch someone satcheling in, and there is the scramble. First blood for Fluffy Aimers, and while blinded, Sim with the op shot, but it's the orbital strike from GMD that cracks this egg. Wingman doing his part in the operation. Fluffy Aimers, 2 left, 1 with the op. And with the economy and the state that it is, I'm surprised Bones would want to keep this up, but we'll see.
Oh yeah, they definitely want to keep the op at least and maybe try to help Mummy pick up a weapon off a kill because he only has a Bulldog on his end. But you definitely see it now towards the radar that TSM doesn't want to overcommit, overreact. Those that need ults within the next round to chase some kills, they don't need to. They already have the Thrash from 7, the Showstopper from Sim. Next round, potentially here, you want to give the op to maybe a Proto or somebody else so that Sim could get an opener with the Showstopper to create that space. But TSM, full control of the attack set of Bind so far.
The tables have turned from how Sunset started to now what Vine looks like. We're all just goated at our map picks and nothing else. What's going on? But this is TSM also getting to start the half on attack. These are just offensive oriented teams, I guess.
Yeah, and right now for Fluffy Aimers, I feel like they just really haven't had a chance to get their bearings into place on their defensive side. And it's not those, I mean, it started off with, yes, these fast, quick rotates and fast pivots that came through the teleporters that TSM was able to punish. But this time around, we don't see that happen too much. They're actually trying to take a little bit more map control, what TSM didn't do on Sunset. Yet the map control that they're trying to get is still getting punished by TSM, by these slow defaults that they're continuously doing here after every round. But you do see now in this round, there is the operator not giving her a Proto, but to Poised, so that Sim could try to find the timing, so they could pivot in the last moment for a Showstopper hit. And as now, they realize the dog coming out towards the B side, that on Fame, they're not going to see too much. They might start setting up some sort of paranoia and maybe over-rotate some players at the wrong spots. But it's TSM instead that's moving towards that area with the Showstopper, and that over-rotate now becomes a great rotate for the defensive side.
Ooh, Bones almost had the shot he wanted. Gonna adjust, dodge the Gecko flash, and here the Showstopper, though. All the troops are coming. TSM at least still convert with the Showstopper. Sim just ran through the whole site and has not been stopped. Counter Showstopper, but Sim is quicker to the punch. And TSM have U-Haul control, and it's Fluffy Aimers with their backs against the wall. The op is still alive and well. Boys pick that up. He's the last one left against Mummy and the Bulldog, and 5 HP. We'll see if he got that dog in him, because Fluffy Aimers desperately need this round. Through the smoke, he'll tap it, and he's gonna have to stick it. Boys, he's gonna have to run up and do something about it. Oh wait, he stuck it! He just had 5 HP! 1 bullet is all it took!
Clean slate. Let's leave whatever
And that was called
won the round. I can't
the
believe
one that was at the APC that lost that fight, called it out for Poise. He's only 5 HP. You could get that that shot. That's why he switched over to the Sheriff. That's why he wanted to play more passively, because you're forcing the hand of Mummy to run through and go for the defuse. And then when Mummy tapped on that spike and realized that, oh, he only has a Sheriff with an op as weapons, I could stick this. And it got way too late here for Poise to pick up the Vandal and come through. But Poise still had a flash. He could have flashed inside that smoke and rushed through. Something that I mean, I criticized Poise as well of not using his flashes last week when they played on this map. And unfortunately, this could have been a saver one. But, I mean, as I'm creating so much drama, it's still 8-2. You know,
Okay.
they're still owning this attack side so far for TSM.
That'd be a tilter of a round, though. I mean, maybe that's also a hype round for Fluffy Aimers. And that could be a vibe shifter for sure. So TSM have been stuffed out of A, and with the Viper's Pit and A short, TSM definitely got info with the Trailblazer, but that is just not the site they're gonna want to hit with that pit.
Oh, they're gonna be just walking past each other too. And now it's being heard. So Bones just heard the run up here from Sim. They're gonna call to rotate over, and he's just gonna wait to try to get a perfect backstab. But it depends if Boys has a better timing after this.
Right, Molly and the barrier from the deadlock at the front, so TSM can really only come from one way, and it's the left side of the elbow, unless they want to try and shoot through. But this backstab for Bones! Big opportunity for Fluffy Aimers, a 3K! And hearing someone behind, panics under pressure, 12 seconds left. TSM still have to plant, and GMD can't do it. TSM just got outplayed by a guy named Bones.
Last round before the switch.
And that's for them continuing to default without having the, well, not necessarily continuing. It's the first time that they're going back, or sorry, not the first time, but they're going back to the default of playing slower towards both lanes on short and sands and not towards the extremities. And somehow it's just a read here and a hero play that they feel like they have to do something here for Bones. Remember when we presented this matchup, when TSM goes for these flood hits towards the site, they need the deadlock to be in a great spot to throw walls here towards the spawn, towards either A or B. We'll hold that thought. There's a pushback from TSM towards third A.
I'm holding. Fluffy Aimers be holding the Zell very soon. The Seekers. Mame managed to teleport out and walks into the crossfire of Neptune and Mame. But still, TSM just overwhelmed the site. Wingman's got the plant. TSM focus on moving forward. One player moving into heaven, Jonah, the last survivor. It's TSM. They stop any kind of semblance of a comeback from Fluffy Aimers after the ninja defuse, if you want to call it, and Fluffy Aimers having Bones pull off a 3 or 4K to save the round, but it's TSM back in the driver's seat.
Yeah, just a nice little smoke diffuse that came through from Mame, but yeah, they've realized here for Bones that they could start activating these backstab. That's what I was trying to get to, where TSM, they're hyper-focused on leveraging so much utility to block out the opponent's spawn when they're hitting sites. It opens up and weakens a default that they can't afford here because they need so much utility to be grouped together for these executions to happen, and Bones was able to find great value out of that 2 rounds ago. And TSM, the round after, like, we're not going to let that happen. He gets a 3K, we'll just fight back against them. They win, a perfect counter, and they have a 9-3 scoreline now going into the half. So not as dominant as the first map, where it finished 13-1 for Sunset for Fluffy Aimers, but still a pretty decent half for TSM as they now take the defender side.
See if Fluffy Aimers can make up the gap in the score with how good their offense was on Sunset. This is how they bring the series back in their favor. Fluffy Aimers will crawl up A short thanks to the Viper's wall. And Sim holds his corner. Little dance against pancakes. Has the paint shells. They're trying to zone them out of this area, but it's gonna hold on and wait for rotations possibly, but TSM's B-site defenders are not on their way anytime soon. TSM will not be able to escape either. A Proto falls, the Sim is low, barely managing to escape, and on their way is the rest of TSM, but the spike's already been planted.
Sim fell back and kind of just left a Proto on an island because he was looking for a heal, so a Proto couldn't do anything. So you better get the revenge and avenge your fallen teammate on the retake now, TSM.
Wow. Great paranoia from Mame there, but who was going to swing on that? It's a long-distance shout from Fluffy Aimers. Fluffy Aimers gave up U-Haul control. That's where TSM tried to retake from, and it's almost like TSM walked into Fluffy Aimers' trap, I guess.
Yeah, if anything, again, once you saw that instant dink that came through from Sim, he fell back, and a Proto was starting to get sprayed, and there was double flashes coming through on the execution for Fluffy Aimers as well. I saw the Sky Flash with the Dizzy. It gooped even Sim as he was falling back, and they wrapped around front triple. And they were able to capitalize the wrap around to just take a Proto down because they saw a Proto throw the wall into showers. So they knew there was only a weak side A. They're trying to delay, and they flooded the map quite well. after pushing Sim away and get a flawless on the pulse plant positions. Very hard to do here for TSM on a retake when a pistol round you have much less util. Lots of ghosts were in their favor.
Here.
Fluffy Aimers. Just dizzying up B, grabbing orb. But look, Jonah in a position to catch these flanks out of TSM. How does Jonah know this is gonna happen? And you deny the chance of GMD smoking off hookah to delay Fluffy Aimers. And now they've teleported onto A, and awaiting them is Seven, who has a dizzy of his own, but waiting for the chance. No! Fluffy Aimers just suffocate him. And it's all up to Sim and a Proto playing from U-Haul. Sim has already swung, and he's got the attention of two, and a Proto is too late to help him out in that situation. Fluffy Aimers, the team play continues to be something we can appreciate based on how Sunset went and how this offensive half is going so far.
And unfortunately, when a Proto was trying to swing back out, he got hit by the paranoia from Mame. So to talk about this agent being picked by Mame being the omen on this map, we haven't seen this in a very long time, at least in North America on this map. This was a agent that Mame used to play back when he was with Together We're Terrific / Envy, and he was even opping on this agent on this map. But you definitely do see that there's no overcooking like out of Captain. There's no one-ways really being placed here on this side. Just some good, honest flashes that get great value and potentially use the TPs for verticality if they want to use an op on a defense or on the attack, so that Bones could be the one creating the space. Now, a bonus round for Fluffy Aimers. And TSM on a full rifle. Set for a Proto with a Guardian. Holding towards the A site because he needed to use that money to get 2 sonic sensors on those potential satchels towards the A site.
I wonder how much Poise saw with that Trailblazer going around Fountain on B long. Got shot down, but being able to see through that, pretty big. Fluffy Aimers feeling like they've been discovered, have shifted their attention towards A, walking up with the Viper Wall, and now flashing with the Dizzy of Pancakes, using paint shells into U-Haul, and the swing from Sim is always so well timed. It catches Fluffy Aimers off guard when TSM can hold an ankle and Fluffy Aimers have to push into them. And it's TSM with pretty consistent first bloods. Fluffy Aimers will keep the numbers as close as they can. All they gotta do is play the post, plant smart. Spike's been playing at TSM. Everyone is here and ready to party. There's the Dizzy from Seven. Poise has a flash left in hand, and TSM just go one by one, staggering through the smoke. Double swing, well timed from Poise and Seven to finish the job for TSM's retake.
And somehow the Dizzy solo is getting a lot of value here to allow TSM to start coming back into the site, to start coming back into the fight and the fray as well, to make sure that they win their gun round. But a decent bonus round for Fluffy Aimers. Getting a plant after dropping 3 weapons, and almost looked here on having a deadlock in this raise playing together towards the A site. You want to have those net nades getting value, but there was a great job by Fluffy Aimers to add the tempo and force the players to fight back here from TSM inside U-Haul, where you can't set up for these trap plays with that net, with the raise nade. So it allows at least for them to get the plant and get a still a very healthy buy going into their gun round here for Fluffy Aimers, and doesn't look that bad here for TSM because you still have a Proto with a Sheriff, and you could put good value with this, and you still have 3 players in a crossfire setup where Fame seems to be leaning towards you at the beginning.
Sonic sensor spotted by the Trailblazer. Pancakes, the Thresh got netted, and Fluffy Aimers got mollied off their entry into A short, and with Bones getting first blooded, it's gonna be even more difficult. Still got a Dizzy and a flash, and with Neptune still set up in showers, they could always sell that fake, but TSM dogging back to re-clear B. We'll discover there's somebody on the site, and that's pulled TSM rotates.
Ooh, even a sonic sensor hits them, at least it's traded though. So they know at least a pivot for TSM that Fame is permitted to plant towards this B site. It'll be a 3-on-3 on that site.
And Seven is late to the party, so Dizzy not there. No flashes for TSM, but it's gunfights. It's GMD, the anchor at the back. That has been so big, along with Poise's info right off the start of the Reclear from TSM. We're left in a 1v1. Pancakes versus 7. Which part of the box will he emerge from? Pancakes saw the right. How'd he get on top? Now Wingman's defusing, and 7 will take full advantage.
Lee saved that one there for TSM because it looked really good. We talked about a 3-on-3 fight within the B site that was actually in favor of TSM towards the end. They got 2 for 1 at that point, and they got a little bit mistimed in how they communicated the double swing back towards fighting the front of the site, where that was a potential here for Pancakes to clutch that 1v2 because of that double swing that wasn't well timed enough, and they had to wait for the Wingman at least here for 7 so they could at least get the defuse through, force the player out, and win that 2v1. Release both geckos. We're on top of the scoreboard doing their job, and 7 is the last one that got the best value out of it so far by winning that 1v1 and putting Fluffy Aimers in a timeout.
Ooh, we're going. I'm getting map 3 vibes for sure with TSM scrounging up a few rounds here in the second half. It would have taken quite a monumental Fluffy Aimers comeback, especially needing to take the bonus, which they failed to do, and now TSM getting economy back into a more stable state has been nice. So it's caused Fluffy Aimers to figure out what is it going to take to push TSM to that brink.
Yeah, they haven't figured that out yet here on their attack side, as TSM seems to be able to at least, I mean, I criticized the last double swing that they did, but the other ones that they did towards the A side under the chaos looked pretty good by pop flashing through Mummy Smokes and using Mummy Smokes to their advantage to really surprise Fluffy Aimers. And a flash to try to get contact avoided by Fluffy Aimers at the very beginning, just to allow an orb to get picked up though. So you do have ults available, being a Thrash and a Showstopper against Fluffy Aimers buy here that only has 3 Vandals. The other 2 are with Guardians, and they're going to try to use those bolt-action rifles to try to get picks here from Hookah, which unfortunately gets instantly smoked out.
GMD's 1 away from Orbital Strike, and he got like a 2K on the offense last time. He used it. These could be some big ults to retake the site if TSM lose any semblance of real estate. And this dog is in the kennel. It ain't going nowhere. So would have been nice to spot that before using the dog. It's fine though. Fine for TSM, surely. They got 3 stacks, sonic sensors all over the place, and all 3 looking at that elbow. So Fluffy Aimers are going to reconsider.
Second time too here that Jonah is able to slip through and make it quite forward inside one of the sides, this time towards A. And as he gets smoked out towards Heaven, Sim's probably going to start calling this here that, yeah, I got smoked out. I hear the wingmen coming through. I hear the TP, the execution's there. Should I ult now or wait for you guys? And it's going to be, I'll wait for you guys.
Sim in Heaven, smoke's clear. Oh, and Snakebite right at the door. This could stagger TSM, but they're going to communicate well. Boombot out, where maybe Sim will change up his position. No, TSM are just going to commit more members to Heaven, especially with Fluffy Aimers throwing mollies in their path and the Showstopper at a distance. Sim somehow gets that kill. There was a detain, and Fluffy Aimers defend against the retake as best as they can. Poise versus Neptune, who is the better Sky? But the defuse can't happen. So Fluffy Aimers, after the timeout, will pick up a round.
The chaos once again, where it went back and forth. That was actually pretty clean VALORANT from both of the teams overall. Great delays coming through on the post plan. Great lurch to push forward and to pull the rotate from Fluffy Aimers to take advantage of the A site. And the ults hit. All the Thrash, all the Showstoppers got value out of that. And it just came down to those individual fights, those trade protocols that came in favor of both. I mean, look how even it was. It ended up being both Skies together, forcing to save their weapons, but the round going in favor of Fluffy Aimers simply because it got the spike down. But somehow, too, with how it looked so dominant for TSM at the very beginning, Fame has now an opportunity to close that gap because TSM's on an eco. Your rifle denied.
No gun for you, no raise for you. Fluffy Aimers can also get this orb going. 2 away from Showstopper, 2 away from Seekers, and Thrash. Smokes will delay things. as a Proto can put a barrier down if really needed, but knowing that this could be coming be long, TSM gonna group up in hookah. They could always wrap around too. Fluffy Aimers now get the site for free, flashing, satcheling. No one's home, and Fluffy Aimers will get a safe plan out of it.
Definitely want to go for this backstab. But there's already the Viper watching it back. Jonah's going to be able to walk it through. Mummy, rather, is going to be first contact.
Great start for Fluffy Aimers. 4v4. Just one rifle to worry about, and Poise at least gets 2.
Wait, they could do this now.
This is
With
very
Orbital Strike,
doable. Orbital Strike. But does he opt to use it? You gotta get info on where this is. And a Proto will lead us and turns and burns on Bones. Pancakes will dizzy in and gets the flash onto GMD, who leaves the Orbital Strike behind. The defuse being stuck. And TSM will go to 12 and match point.
You are lucky that this is a teammate's orbital strike, so it's not going to do as much damage, so that a Proto could walk in and go for the full defuse. If not, that would have been a huge meme and a half. But yeah, very nicely done on the Thrifty for TSM. And it was well understood here for Fluffy Aimers that they would try to come through and pick up the rifle that was left behind here by Sim with the hero rifle. So they looked over that angle, but Mummy overextended, which allowed here TSM to just start steamrolling through the retake towards that B site after landing those shots and having 2 ults in their favor on top of that. So now they're at map point. In the second map, it's actually Fame that has a broken econ. At least they have ults to work with, so they can maybe salvage this round.
Ascent will be, or not Ascent, but we'll go to a third map. It'll be on Split. And it's Fluffy Aimers with first blood. They'll try to extend this as far as they can with 4 ults. They are smoked off though, and there's a crossfire being set up from TSM, especially with Seekers available from Poised. Maybe when the smoke clears it could be a time, but Bones will be stuck in this corner, and Poised somehow knew, but still loses that. Bones can now encourage the team to still commit to B. 3 kills for Bones. But they've already teleported, and Fluffy Aimers have gone towards A. This is a lot of weight on the Proto's shoulders to hold us back.
You started netting, though. Ooh.
Sensor tricked.
Bit of a dance off the green boxes. At least Sim is there for the ride. Just a Boombot left for defensive util, and Seekers halted there by Sim. They'll take shelter in U-Haul and hope to swing together, but Fluffy Aimers saw this, but the Jonah's trying for a 1v2, sure. Spike will get planted. Now this is a proper crossfire from Fluffy Aimers, knowing they're both in U-Haul, and it's as easy as that.
You want more?
I mean, you said it. Proto has to do whatever he can to delay as much as he could. He did. Saw the Viper. Was starting to wall the Viper towards the short A, so Jonah has to stay tucked in. Throws his net. Sonic Sensor does delays, but unfortunately, both players rotating out, now grouped up together for TSM, just couldn't land the burst shots against Fame, trying to rush out towards Showers. And as the TP came through from Mame, you definitely saw there more map control, more spacing being taken by Fluffy Aimers, and then better setup towards the end to convert that round. So the round's not over, the map's not over yet. Still an opportunity here for Fluffy Aimers to fight back. A low econ for the defenders. Jump spot now, seeing 2 sets and hearing 2 sets of shots rather. And the Proto's gonna fall back right away and pull in a rotate of GMD over. And for Flame though, they're still just gonna try to default around this side of Fountain. They still have the Thrash to take space. They still have a dog, which probably the reason why too that they want to use a dog before. We've seen that on the attack center of TSM for Poised, where you use a dog inside the B side first before using the Thrash, just so you don't have to waste it that early. Well, that flash is not going to get info. This is false information right now, especially with the contact or short A. Yeah, look at that rotate coming out from TSM. More space gain for Fame.
Jonah made a lot of noise. 3 HP though, it's kind of sad because what if you wanted to pit this round, but the Fluffy Aimers, they already have the gun advantage. What more could you ask for? Now throwing Seekers and the Thrash going through B elbow. It did stun, at least the dog stunned somebody, but TSM seemed to be okay for now. Fluffy Aimers carefully getting around these corners and actually sending the house. TSM have a line of people there. Paranoia. And TSM fight tooth and nail. The mosh pit will split them up.
You want more? Here's more.
TSM being as careful as they can. The thrash locks down poise. Bones goes for more. Fluffy hammers take angles around. Mame on the left. Pancakes watching the right. Double swing from GMD and a proto, but isolated because of the smoke. Pancakes in a 1-to-1, but it's Mame that will still live on.
And TSM almost had that round on the Thrifty to win that one, win that second map on their side. And thankfully, 7 had that second thrash that didn't allow here for TSM to really fight back on elbow, because all those first engagements were really won on that side. And it's not only on the thrash, he had a perfect launch too, right here behind it, that allows them Bones to create space right after and salvage the round, save the round for Fluffy Aimers, where GMD unfortunately missed his jump there. Brimstone's got some heavy boots, but nonetheless, that was a Thrifty that TSM had, did some great econ damage, and now they have an opportunity here to close the map. Utility, ults, back in their favor.
Fluffy hammers scaling up. They also have their Sky over at the A, which it's been nice to throw util. You never know where Fluffy hammers are. How good they've been selling these fakes. Spike is heading through hookah and it's smoked off, so Pancakes can keep recollecting these dizzies. This TSM haven't really extended out. If anything, they're playing deeper into the site and positions where they can wait for reinforcements if things get crazy.
Jonah once again made it towards U-Haul, and that's no information here for TSM. GMD's just forced to ADS here towards the boxes, and that timing, that peak just came through. So that's now 3 players flipping across, and should be an easy plant. And this allows your Bones to catch rotates.
Oh, and Poise with first blood! And this is match point for TSM. They'll have GMD in heaven. 7 has Thrash. Seekers for TSM as well. But it's the pit that begins for Jonah. At the back half of the site with the spike planted, forcing TSM to retake through heaven. An area where they can see, but Neptune, all he sees is juicy targets. A detain happens for 7. They go to deal with the problem, but Neptune still stands at the green boxes. And Fluffy hammers scramble through the pit. And it's only a proto left for TSM despite having the first blood. A proto could clutch this up. We'll tap the spike, but I don't think the defuse can happen.
Wow.
And that's a tough one.
At least got the flick on the classic to be able to get that pick, but yeah, it was a round that ended up here in favor of Fluffy Aimers. You saw everybody getting procced up with utility just inside of that Viper's pit to try to counter those double ults that was about to get used here by TSM. And how did Neptune dance around all those boxes with this util and still get value on a kill was probably the biggest thing here to allow Fluffy Aimers to run that clock down off that spike, run the ticker, and allow for that to go off and close the gap only by 3 now, and potentially even by 2. TSM back now with the lower buy, but they have once again ults that they could utilize if they're able to get some sort of picks on their side in the earlier these rounds, or at least on these retakes, just like they did on their last Thrifty.
And then you could play for retakes with the orbital strike, and it's not impossible for TSM to close it out here and now. And I like how GMD is just standing up right at A short, hoping to catch Fluffy Aimers walking up, but they're not going to be there yet. But now that GMD is smoked off from mid, him playing this close is unexpected if you're Fluffy Aimers trying to be comfortable. TSM haven't taken this level of map control before. Fluffy Aimers have someone in showers too. That's where the rest of TSM are watching. So GMD may not get anyone to trade with him. And look at this little nook that he sat himself in, and Neptune snuffs him out. First blood for this attack. You see Jonah pushing up through showers. TSM gonna get mollied off from the back line. Wingman will plant Poise coming up through heaven, and
Yeah,
No, the
fake.
wingman was a fake.
Plant will come out here towards this B site, and everybody's just booking it back for TSM. And they still have Annihilation, but I don't think they're going to use it at this point unless you get some easy picks.
Wow. Fluffy aimers are locking on heads today. I don't know. Neptune with 3. Fluffy aimers kind of coming back. They're within 2.
And unlucky there for GMD at the beginning. If only he had a Phantom or he had a Vandal, that was the kill coming through from Neptune. But that's some of the things that you could learn here, chat, when you're seeing how Neptune was clearing that smoke. He sticks his gun inside the wall so that his barrel doesn't stick out of the smoke, so they could just flick in, and then it's going to be a 50-50. Whoever's going to win the fight across the smoke if there's somebody there. So the reaction came through. GMD did get first reaction, but unfortunately only had a Bulldog to dink his opponent and allow Neptune to just win the fight towards the end, which then again, you force that whole rotate over from TSM over towards the A site, because he not only saw, but also hurt the amount of players here, GMD, of Fluffy aimers committing towards an A site to start. But then, I mean, it's bind. Easy TPs. They get the upper hand. They get the plant towards the B site, and now they're 2 rounds away of putting this into a third, or into overtime, rather, if they can here for Fluffy aimers. And TSM finally realizing this, that the lead is slipping away from their grasp. So they're calling a timeout, and they hope to seal it now as they have their gun round. An important one here.
TSM have a few chances, though, and they're still going to decide to force and only have light shields.
It's the biggest one, yeah, exactly. Because so right now it's the most important round that you're going to have, because the next one, if you lose this, you don't have money. So you're playing around these ults and you're playing around these rifles.
Tapping the orb, but disengaging as soon as he heard the flash from Neptune. It's a 2-1-2 with Fluffy aimers. Are just smoking themselves off and really putting panic into TSM's mind, especially after exposing themselves early at B-Long.
The same thing for Fluffy aimers. They're trying to play not to lose so far, and understanding here off a timeout that TSM might try to go from some sort of play, or trying to snuff out if TSM's going to go for some sort of play after the timeout. They stay towards the spawn. Finally, the dog gets a little bit of information here. There's leniency towards the A side, but little does TSM know that there's more players here. And despite that ding, though, it's still just Jonah, right? So this is still a lurk potentially from Viper that TSM's aware of, so nobody's early rotating here. So Fame reads it. They have 3 players now inside U-Haul.
Your trail.
Oh, 7 is gonna be in trouble. Mosh is out showers. Seeker's coming into A, and Bones makes a pretty big splash as Fluffy aimers still fight for site control, because it doesn't look like 7 and Poise want to give this up for free. They only have a flash, and 7's just taking that for free, thinking someone is watching that corner. Orbital strike from GMD to clear out U-Haul. 7 didn't know Mame was there. We'll try to teleport into U-Haul. GMD might have heard this, but the smoke from the Viper kind of cuts them both down. He had to detain from Pancakes' thrash. A lot of ults came out of this round. This is how important this was, and look how decisive this was for Fluffy aimers.
And that was, again, off the chaos of how Fluffy aimers are able to sneak through towards the A side and leave Bones behind on a lurk. Your duelist is lurking on the other side and still getting value this time around. Last time he got popped by Poise towards the B site, but at least this time he got one and kept a Proto to fight against him, forced him to use a net, which means less utility now for TSM to retake towards that site. And look at this buy now at round number 24 for TSM. Small shields across the board, 2 Vandals, a Bulldog, Guardians, and a trap play, and a gamble rather, just to try to move down towards Sands, and it's easily avoided at the beginning.
Jeez. Sim looking only one way when he crossed the road, and a Proto punished the timing. Almost killed Mame. Fluffy aimers 5 rounds in a row, and just the timing on this util, allowing Fluffy aimers to have these advantages and healing Mame back up to full by playing close to Neptune, and Pancakes up to full too. What a round for Fluffy aimers. It's 5v3, and look how deep TSM have extended. not knowing, did they push up into B long? Are they on the site? Well, Spike stopped playing it here, didn't hear the teleport. Where could Fluffy Aimers be?
And it was a missed timing, too, from Jonah. He was looking out towards Spice, turns away, and as he does that, 2 players of TSM slip by. So both of these teams now have no idea where each other are. This time, TSM is gambling that it's towards the A site. For Fluffy Aimers, they're thinking, well, they still have a dog. So that's going to clear out the site, and that's going to confirm that they can hit towards this B site and plant.
Silver lining for TSM is they don't have to worry about a showstopper, I guess. So cleared out Hookah with it, so you got something done. A lot of numbers on this post plant too. Not a lot of util, just a snake bite for Jonah, but TSM have kicked down the door at 7 with 3 and 4. What a retake for TSM to shut down the possibility of OT. Thrash, it's on its way, but it took the upshot like a champ, and Jonah is the final victim as TSM will claim bind and send us into a final map.
That was up to 7 to save the round for TSM with barely any utility for TSM for the retake. Dizzy Wingman allowing for them to flood back, and he just goes nuclear with that round on all the kills he got here with the Phantom, and allowing TSM just to close out that map in. It took so many rounds, but at least they got it done. A win is a win, am I right?
Well, Dryad was asking what time does TSM play, and it's right now on bind. And Sim, I think we messed up which S character we wanted to hype up, because 7 whole, the amount of multi-kills this guy has had, he is pulling more than enough of his weight. A fun little kind of ring around the rosy round we had at the end. I thought we were going into OT, but I know one thing is we're going to map 3, so stay tuned, everyone. We'll see you after the break.
TSM, they answer right back in that second map with buying their map pick. And welcome back everybody to VALORANT Challengers North America. It was a 13-11 lemon. It seemed like it was going to be very one-sided, similar to what we saw in the map number 1. But that second half, Fluffy Amers almost made a comeback.
Yeah, these are just offense type of teams. I don't know what to tell you. Like TSM, started Sunset on the defense and got kicked in like 11-1, whatever that half was. And I'm like, oh, let them cook on this offense though when it comes to buying. And sure enough, a 9-3 start definitely is going to help the morale, especially winning pistol, which I think is always a boon to building momentum. But they also were just good at executing and really sold these fakes well.
Yeah, somehow, if it comes down to TSM winning this series, TSM better be taking out 7 for a steak dinner because the 3K clutch that he's gotten, or I think it was a 4K clutch that he's gotten on a pulse plant, the 4K that he got in a retake, got it in a 3K running back from A main spawn into the A site for the retake. I mean, he was top dog for sure.
Sickle mode.
Exactly. He was able to carry all of TSM into his backpack. And 7 basically is like an all-star player for the team now.
Honestly, and it's not something new. It's not the first time that we see 7 have such a good performance in a map. A performance that is honestly life-changing for the team to keep them alive in this series, to take us to that map 3, and especially on that Gecko. I've been saying it, and we've been saying it. 7 on the Gecko, just it fits. It fits so well, and it does so good. But as we talked about, Fluffy Amers were making that comeback. It was 5 rounds in a row. It was just that last one, the 4K that TSM gets, that doesn't allow them to take the series to overtime. But they were looking pretty good on the second half. And TSM, hey, I mean, if you can take the win, you take it, Lemon.
For sure. And I think this gives you a lot of confidence going into Split coming up. But Fluffy Amers, that was quite a comeback to even do. Like, to be down 3-9 going into the second half and having to play some pretty perfect offense, especially at the end to almost get OT going. It was great. And there was a lot of impact from these Gecko players, because that is the agent that can reuse its intel and create more and more opportunities, while the Sky, you got the 2 birds, a Trailblazer, depending on how much money you're using, and then you're getting that, using that a lot for information, hopefully keeping 1 flash in the pocket for sure. But Pancakes and 7, it was really up to them to establish their teams on these sites.
And it definitely looked like for Fluffy Amers, this map actually should have gone into overtime, because you saw the amount of rounds that Fluffy Amers were able to get back to back, until we got to a point where TSM pulled a timeout, and off the timeout decided to do a Hail Mary showstopper down to try to win the map, right? So it looked like for the ideas of what they're trying to do on the defensive side, they were figured out, right? Jonah was being able to move up, work up towards the A side. They were able to insert players too, have perfect timings against the setup that TSM was doing, and capitalize on wins. And it had to come down to round number 24 for one singular player to move in and get a 4K to finish the round and finish the map for TSM to be able to win. If not, I feel that this definitely should have gone into overtime, where Fluffy Amers would have continued that momentum to potentially even win and close out map 2.
Yeah, it could have been a 2-0. And like you said, it was only that last round that guaranteed it was not going to go that way. For TSM towards the beginning, that 9-3, it seems like we were going back to seeing that TSM be dominant, confident in their map pick, especially because what we talked about towards the beginning of this map, where we mentioned it was a Fluffy Amers that haven't played this map of mine in quite some time. So there was that space to work with for TSM, but it was a Fluffy Amers that individually and as a team as well were coming back. So at this point, I'm more than anything concerned for TSM as we head into Split. That is going to be our map number 3 to see who's going to close out the series, Lemon. And I feel like we're going to be seeing a little bit more of the same. Before the series today, I was putting TSM as a team to win, but now I feel like Fluffy Amers is taking it.
I feel like whoever's on offense first is going to have like a really solid lead to win the map. I don't know. That's just the trend that we're seeing. Whoever's on offense gets the huge lead and then kind of closes out from there. But hey, at least we have more recent results or tape when it comes to Fluffy Amers on Split. They played against SAD. It was 13-9. Really standard stuff. More of the breach and fade with the Astra. It's their take on Split, while as on the other side for TSM, They won this against Blinn pretty recently, 13-10. That was pretty close, with maybe a more standard Sky single initiator double controllers. So to summarize, Fluffy Aimers like the double initiator on Split, while as TSM like double controller.
My take when I was looking at this series and we're looking at the map vetoes and also seeing the scoreline of that first map for Fluffy Aimers, I was still ready to stand to say this should be a victory here for Fluffy Aimers. But Seven just started to activate, and he was really dropping bombs here on that second map. And one thing that I do remember from TSM when they won with a sub, remember, Sure played on that map for TSM where he just had to do some standard Cypher stuff, never playing a Cypher before, yet they were still able to capitalize on a dub. And that was once again off the back of Sim and Seven. But Seven not only goes hand in hand with a Gecko, I also feel that he plays a really good Sky on this map. It's almost seeing like when I'm looking at Saucy, for example, at Sentinels, I was like, oh, Saucy's gonna play Sky on Split, everything's gonna be fine. He's gonna lock in and get multi-kills. And Seven, I felt like he did that last week as well against Blinn. So this is gonna be a map that could go definitely back and forth. And on momentum, that's been really on both ends, right? On Fluffy Aimers, they won 13-1. On map 2, it's just Seven popping off. So it could be our whole team against Seven. Who's going to win?
It can really be any of these two teams taking that series, especially with that momentum that you're able to grab from that second one. Yeah, the last couple of runs didn't go your way, but you're able to close it out. And this is the motivation that you need on the side of TSM to take that map number 3. Now, let's jump into the agent select, because what you guys are mentioning about these compositions is so interesting to me. Fluffy Aimers, they're playing, and they've been playing with this Fade and Breach as the initiators, which is not something that we're used to seeing. And on the other side, actually, TSM is playing with the Deadlock, so we have something new here. Vance, I feel like I wouldn't know your thoughts on this one, but for you, Lemon and Vance, I'll let you take this last map away.
Let's argue.
Hello.
Which comp do you like the most?
Dude, this is gonna be
Pick your favorite.
because right now TSM's pulling out a. The thing is TSM's pulling out a Deadlock. And also Seven, that I was praising on a Sky, is now going back to the Sentinels on this map. I'm not against it, because usually on a map like Split, Seven plays it. And they're going to give the Sky roll to Poise. That's also one of his main agents. So I don't think that they're overcooking at this point, because you're still playing comfort roles. It's just now, can you activate with a Deadlock? And they're playing double Senti on the attack side first. I'm not against it either, because the Deadlock's going to be used more on the attack. And I think I've seen like Darkest, if I'm not mistaken, or even Sad Esports that used the Deadlock on this map were quite good in how they were able to prevent these pushes and these rotate coming out from spawn. So I'm going to... Man, I was praising TSM the whole time, but I'm still going to go with Fluffy Aimers, man. I have to stick with my prediction, right?
You've been converted to the Church of Fluffy. Welcome.
I stay with Fluffy. I stay with Fluffy in my prediction at the beginning. So I have
sure.
to. I just have
yeah,
to.
I think you were cooking with those predictions. And since the Deadlock was just used on Vine, you might as well just stick to what you know, which is apparently getting stunned up, trying to get through ramp. So Fluffy Aimers have the crossfire at A main, but are smoked off. TSM fight for heaven control with no one from Fluffy Aimers even up here. And as rotates came in from Bones and Jonah, they got smoked off from heaven. So it feels like TSM have the power positions. It is 4v4. TSM still have to actually get on the site to plan, and Pancakes with Bones from behind. I'm so surprised Fluffy Aimers shut all of this down.
Yeah, simply done there for Fluffy Aimers. They probably understood, and if they actually have been paying attention to how the Deadlock is being played here on this map, and remember I was talking about Darkest over at SAD, they are able to leverage the Deadlock walls on the attack to wall off spawn on the A side, or even just wall off the back spawn on B. So it almost felt like the pathing was really telegraphic for TSM side, because they put so many resources just to try to get a proto up there with Sim to take control of heaven. Everybody else just hid in the smoke and played towards screens and got the picks when the rest were trying to execute in, and they had the better crossfire towards the end. And now TSM looking to gamble for a five-player hit towards the B site to at least get a plant on a classic save.
Jeez, every time TSM want to jump in and get active, they're getting stunned, they're getting grab well, they're getting smoked. They sent the dog to just distract them, but TSM are gonna grab orb and dip. As a Proto can always stand by. Maybe TSM want to fight for heaven, but overall, mid seems open.
Yeah, and to go back to the question, which comp that I like more here, I think both of these compositions are actually quite good on a defense, right? Because you're playing double sentinel for TSM, you're going to be able to stall a lot, and you could do exactly the same, or very similar things. Once Fluffy Aimers, you see what the Astra, what she could bring to the table. And now with these classics, nothing you can really do here. Hold on maybe from Poise, but yeah, that's the round here for Fluffy Aimers. So we'll have to see if TSM is able to do the same type of suppression that Fluffy Aimers could pull out now with the Astra and Cypher, with the amount of stall that they could do with that comp.
I mean, I kind of cast a curse it when Dryad's like, who do we think's gonna win? I'm like, oh, whoever gets on offense first, but it's a whole different beast. Fluffy Aimers definitely more on the prevention side of things, to not let TSM just run amok wherever they wanted, because that's kind of what Bind felt like. Wherever TSM went, they owned that real estate, and Fluffy Aimers just had to sit back and gunfight, which only favored them sometimes. TSM will leave the spike behind for a default.
And a default is just trying to hear the rotates out, and it looks like GMD is going to be able to hear at least a raise moving up towards heaven. And it seems to be a gamble, a read that they think they have here for Fluffy Aimers. 3 players moving towards the area, trying to punish 7, and they do.
Wow. And Fluffy Aimers kind of utilizing those, not Sunset strat, but the overall strat of playing numbers, playing the buddy system, and Bones didn't get that memo. Fluffy Aimers will at least trade now that Neptune steps up. And this offense is dwindling for TSM when they're split from each other. Like, GMD is on the B side, TSM are still fighting for heaven, so some wires got crossed and Fluffy Aimers take the bonus.
And I'll take that. I think that's still pretty good. It's, despite the default that looked like GMD was able to make it through, or would be able to make it inside this B site. What I did like here for Fluffy Aimers is that they kept basically the initiators with the raise together, just to be a death ball and be the ones that are rotating across. Yes, leave B open for a bit, but if you're able to maximize and capitalize on that first blood, on that pick, and then just continuously move on or rotate together to guarantee these trades around that double initiator utility, I mean, you're in a good spot. Now they have a 5, 4, 3, 2, 1 Care Bear countdown scoreline for Fluffy Aimers as they converted their bonus in first contact, spotting players. Oh, a wall bang that does some damage, but GMD falls towards B.
That's tough. So TSM will have to abandon ship. At least the B ship. The A ship could still be afloat. Some stars out the front door and some Cypher trips. Jonah has eyes on heaven. Probably why Fluffy Aimers are okay with not even having someone sit in heaven. But TSM, their issue was dealing with Pancakes, who was on the site before. Now no one actually directly on the site this time. TSM don't know that. They will flash in, stagger past the smoke. Benefits TSM in that trade with the showstopper. It barely sails past the body of Fluffy Aimers. And the retake looks good with the 2-on-1 going into heaven. Spike in hand for a Proto who planned it in a safe position.
This is tough. He's trying to figure out where he can throw his net, and he doesn't want to throw it because it kind of just keeps him pinned. And finally, he throws it towards the screens so they know that he's still holding default.
Oh, Decade! Proto back on his feet, blinded, and just one thing to worry about. What's behind you? And the shadow lurks, and Fluffy Aimers on a hot streak.
And that's what I was talking about, right? He's throwing this wall towards the screens, but unfortunately blocks himself out where he can't really escape. So he just left himself pretty much dead to rights, which allows here Fluffy Aimers to get 4 rounds in a row. And remember last map when I said I wanted to criticize on a little bit of utility out from TSM, it was unfortunately on a Proto. There was a couple of these walls when he was trying to throw out towards the defender spawn behind the APC on Bind and still left gaps to come through here for Fluffy Aimers to just still rotate back from pipes to even get U-Haul control. So there is still a little bit of practicing or min-maxing that you need to do here on this deadlock for a Proto. It has to be a new agent that he plays now throughout this stage, because we always know him more as, you know, the Cypher player for the team usually, or as a player overall. When you hear the name of a Proto, you think about a Cypher with a Sheriff. Something that he still has to get used to right now with a deadlock in this comp.
Cage triggered.
Now fighting for ramps. TSM have left the spike behind. GMD lurk at B. You got the Prowler that checks out Heaven and the camera in place from 7. Staring down the other camera, so no, it's no man's land for A Heaven, but mid open as usual for TSM. But then there's also a crossfire from Fluffy Aimers on the left side. And Sim will just lock down the one. A Proto pushed up past to thinking that was all that she wrote. Rolling Thunder down into mid, shakes up TSM. They get back on their feet, and Fluffy Aimers couldn't do much off that Rolling Thunder.
Love this call from GMD. Hold back, re-hit. Thinking fake that we rotated. Now they have weak site B, they could converge a 4 versus 2 there.
Bones, oh, showstopper, that'll take care of Poise, and couldn't lock on to 7 in time. TSM 3 versus 3. Pancakes has been revealed. The one tap headshot, that's pretty nice. 9 seconds left, not so nice for 7. But pressure there, no theft, knowing just how close Jonah is. And wow, what a shot!
Very nice in the end for a 7 after all, because he threw the neural theft to nowhere. His doppelganger was going to be off the rotate, goes for the jiggle, and just pre-fires the shot. And that beautiful entry from Sim to start things off. We talked about like the beauty that they have here for the double initiator to go around the raise on the defense so far for Fluffy Aimers. But yeah, I like this template that you still have on that one Sky, the raise, and also a Proto from behind so they could wall off one sector so that Sim could just focus on what's in front of him to get that first blood. Now another round here that was won off the back of 7, allowing TSM to get the first point on the board. And no trap plays being set up here. This is going to be off the contact of Bones on the top of B Heaven before the fault line, the flash can come out.
Okay, Pancakes just heard Sky Flash. And Bones calls out. TSM are already halfway into mid, causing an aftershock from Pancakes, and TSM have already escaped into sewers. Fluffy Aimers pretty happy with this exchange, I would think. You know, minus the damage. The map control is what really matters here.
Well, the thing is, I'm actually going more on TSM's side because you have to use an aftershock and nades on top of that, and you don't have a C's anymore. So if TSM is able to move within a site here with more bodies, you have less util now for Fame for the retake. And especially now when you've used that first wave of utility for Fluffy Aimers and you have no way to find like late information except for this Fade, she's actually not there to help out. So they're weak side towards A. 4 versus 2 on that site.
Oh, the flash right onto the site. Well, actually goes behind Mame. Annihilation captured someone, but Mame is a pillar that will not be buried. The Annihilation may get Pancakes. Mame said, "This is my ace. Out of my way, boy." 8 seconds, and TSM can't get the spike. So, shout out to Mame for winning that round.
And what util was left here for TSM when they're trying to enter the site? I mean, the Annihilation did catch one, but I guess it didn't accept two. They didn't expect rather for TSM 2 players playing behind that map, right? The first one gets cocooned. It's like, okay, well, nice. There's not going to be anybody else. And then there's no communication coming out on the first kills and the shots from Mame because he's playing a Phantom through the chaos. And then suddenly he picks up 4 kills like that. That's unfortunately unacceptable. And I think the coach realizes that as Fade now calls the timeout to just make sure that these communications are clear when they're doing these executions. I don't think it was chaotic because it was still like, what, 30 seconds left at least?
Yeah. Poise's flash also went pretty deep. More of maybe an info flash, I guess. But like you said, when they had limited options, didn't have, I don't remember if they had Heaven control. I think they were kind of running out of time with the scuffle that happened mid. So TSM just had the flash and it went behind and didn't really secure, didn't really deny that vision. So especially having to cross through the smoke. Thank goodness for this replay, because that star also caused a lot of confusion. You come out, you have to check so many angles. The one in hell, the one in heaven, in screens, and on the right. So a lot on TSM's plate there.
Definitely. And now TSM is going to have to go back into a lower buy. It looks like, I mean, GMD's sticking to a Vandal and Shields. it's a hero vandal, but at the same time, I feel that he's starting to feel that pressure and that anger here that they let these rounds slip. Because his economy is not going to be the best going into the next round. He might still have shield or something like that with the vandal, but he definitely looks like he wants to try to make a play here for TSM to salvage the rounds back in their favor.
Oh, Mummy. Pick somebody over on the ramp side. The Prowler cleared through ramps, so TSM still at their starting positions.
Yeah.
Their Prowler this time through ramp, and it allows Bones to take a more aggro position. He has paint shells and a boom bot. He's got Neptune with the haunt as well. There's the boom bot. Neptune, worthy sacrifice. Bones will satchel the competition away to buy himself some time to fade into ropes. CSM with first blood, stepping up with the advantage. They've already dogged up main. Pancakes playing this corner where the smoke is. TSM could be walking straight into a trap, but they fight for heaven instead. And Fluffy Amers are just pushed off these power positions, and TSM have just manipulated the map in their favor.
Last player standing.
Such good patience by TSM from A to Z after that timeout. Watching each other's backs this time around. Seven, it looked like he was going to get fade-naded in that corner. Poise pulls out the heel, keeps him topped up, and while the two players are tunnel vision to try to take him down and overswing, they swing out to like 3 other players waiting for them, and they get the opening kill for TSM. Then they watch each other's back, scaling slowly into heaven, getting the block off, making sure that they're not going to get killed from behind here from Bones that was stuck inside vents, and then you see all these picks happening through. So I like that. A Thrifty, some basic Valorant, stick to the funnies, stick as a group on your Thrifty, and get these picks and get the round in your favor. Now they're just trying to get rid of the rifle away from Jonah, and they finally do so. And they're able to upgrade actually 3 weapons on top of that in their lower buy, in their Thrifty. That should have been theirs here for TSM. And they put value out of the timeout in that round number 7.
And at least you got the neural theft, so take dubs where you can. Fluffy Amers. It's been good defense. Now you're forced to have some lower buys with just the Judge and the Spectre, but hey, you got a couple of hero rifles, so Fluffy Amers seem balanced, but how do they coordinate where this Judge goes? Mame will be holding B by themselves mostly. TSM won't even get info off that camera.
Yeah, as he gets shot off right away, though, at least they know that it's somebody playing out in the open. Usually that camera to know if anybody's playing close or not, despite if the camera gets broken. So they can readjust on that, right? Knowing now that the Cypher's fall all the way back towards elbow, they could start scaling up and taking control here of A ramp. While the rest are keeping the defenders busy towards middle, they could all slowly group up and maybe even pop towards this A site. Especially with the crouch under. Poise is too tall.
That haircut. Gonna go for the slick back next time, but hey, Fluffy Amers think mid is open and Sim is not holding the flank any longer. And that means Pancakes can upgrade from the Spectre to a Vandal. Fluffy Amers snap to retake. Prowler gets caught by the cage there from the deadlock. And TSM will get denied their ramps as GMD teleports.
Oh, he's screwed.
Oh, yeah. I thought that was going to be his escape. Now there's a neural theft and a 5v3, and Jonah is online. And well, you got the Prowler to get themselves on site. TSM are surrounded and conquered.
It was super important for the players to stay alive here towards the site, but also those 2 players towards the ramp, just because of where that plant was really set up here for TSM in towards the end. You're just trying to make sure that you contain towards the ramp, that you force Fluffy Amers to use their ults and push back towards the A site, and at least you could have those 2 players on the A ramp to take control of heaven and play the pulse spine in that way. But if not, these crouch peeks, I haven't seen this since Counter-Strike 1.6. Coming out here from the crouch walk out of Pancakes to get that kill with a Spectre. I know Sean Garris is gonna like that little shout out. But nonetheless, that was a nice little retake towards the end for Fluffy Amers off the mistakes of the off positioning, the off angles, and being out in the open with their util here and punishing GMD at the A ramp to allow Fluffy Amers to just maintain control here of their lead on split.
And how, because you don't have a Viper, Fluffy Amers have to invest intel, or both of them, util, to get info. Prowler from Neptune and a perfectly timed swing. The C's going out to kind of lock TSM down and allow Neptune to get it back to the high ground. TSM lose a Proto, which, out of all the people, your Sentinel in this case, especially Deadlock, isn't too bad to lose. TSM will still have a flash.
They'll still have good utility to get towards this site, so they don't necessarily need the wall to block off our response, so that's a good shout.
Oh, showstopper, dog. Present thyself. Femurs nowhere to be found. 404, no defense. But they're all in heaven. And look how far GMD is clearing out with Sim. TSM are trying to have the numbers when they take these engagements against Fluffy Amers. With how much TSM have cleared at the backside, they know this can only come from one direction, and it's heaven, and there's no flanks, but this backstab too from Poise coming up. He gets dealt with though, and GMD pinches from the front. The neural theft activated for 7, trying to see when the drop down happens. And 7 and Sim lock on heads, but it's Pancakes that thrives on.
There was no reason here for Poise to already start walking further up towards Mail. Thankfully, on the first time that he peeks his gun out towards Mail, when Pancakes was watching it, he just left that corner. But to continue to push forward, when you already threw a smoke here on the defense, and there was no engagement coming out from the defenders back outside towards heaven, you should have just waited that out. Wait for the contact, wait for the shots to happen for you to flank behind. And because he died early there, well, it just allowed for the rest here of Fluffy Amers to just run down towards this B site and get their fundamentals right and get their trades perfect here so that Pancakes to get the last kill in the defuse. So a big mistake there, costly for TSM. Down now by 5 rounds. And they're on, again, a Guardian Vandal buy and trying to get value out of a 5-player death ball towards this A site.
Pancakes has Rolling Thunder, so best of luck to TSM. How they're going to hold their ground against an ult like that. Now Jonah is denying vision. Insane read on the Sim. And 7 is denied too. TSM in a 2v2. They have the annihilation. They can be brought down to singular duels. A Proto could give them the edge, and there's the Rolling Thunder to try and deny the plant, but it's too late. And GMD teleports away from where that Rolling Thunder could come from. Annihilation is brought out, and it's all up to a Proto in the 1v2, and trying to deny the liberation of his friend. Mame will die nonetheless, and Pancakes at 30 HP. The barrier comes out for a Proto. Oh, wait, and Pancakes too! The simple clutch for TSM!
That was so sick. The Rolling Thunder was actually being used to just try to punish the A ramp once again, but GMD just said not twice. As it gets hit by the Rolling Thunder, TP's out into safety to allow A Proto to get a little bit more space and value out of this annihilation. So you went back and forth towards these ults, you got great value out of it, and that net that he threw, instead of pushing forward, instead of putting a sonic sensor, he plays the rest of the utility to his favor and to T to allow TSM to get that round. And now Fame are back into an eco, and TSM has an opportunity to close that gap now. As we mentioned, a couple of these mistakes happening from TSM on these pulse plant scenarios, at least the ones that have to anchor up towards these pulse plants opportunities, or able to seize that opportunity, but rather.
Oh, the dog is gonna catch Bones early, and he doesn't care. You're trapped in here with me. Call an ambulance, but not for me. And Bones got the spike down too. It's only a Proto that can try and recover this coming from sewers, and Bones is challenging everything. And TSM can't get a leg up to save their life.
Nope. And that's just it. Fluffy Amers do not want to give a chance here for TSM to just fight back, to just get the momentum back in their favor, and they just crunch back. Just simple push out towards the A main and winning just those gunfights. Look at that value that he got off the fault line in the Prowler again. So much value off the double initiator supporting the duelist to push forward and get all of these kills on a Thrifty.
Wow. Bones really sent the house, and it paid dividends. Holy cow, what a push. Especially with the Prowler, that would make you kind of panic. That would make you want to get to a safer position, not for someone like Bones, and that rewards him with the showstopper. And he's leaned over at the A side, TSM. Last round of the half. I've been able to walk up mid because, hey, there's no Viper. There has to be Utila checks. This vents is left open. Dog is going to go check it out, but also in mail. And hearing that at least the aftershock is coming from heaven, TSM know one problem they got to deal with. And this is stacked with almost 3 or 4 members from Fluffy Gamers, although Neptune is using a Prowler at A. TSM have knocked on the door, and it's Bones. That is still a menace to TSM. Proto will lock onto Pancakes with the Sheriff, with the broken buy. TSM will do what they can, but a Nightfall lands on their lap. And TSM, again, up in the corner, their backs against the wall, biting back against Fluffy Gamers.
No way that this is happening. They had such a nice little trap play to delay and deny off the trip getting broken, yet the shots are ringing in favor of TSM.
Cage triggered.
Jonah
30 seconds left.
has to pick what side. Ring. Not ring around the rosy, but what's under door number 1? No, door number 2. The Cosmic Divide almost helps him. Now I only see purple. Thanks. Oh, because we swapped to a Proto who's playing inside the smoke. And as the dust settles, it's a fantastic round for Fluffy Gamers.
It stayed purple like that because you needed to have the Cosmic Divide up so that Jonah could just swing across. And as he has control of that side, then you know here for Mame that there's nobody actually playing on the other side of the wall. You could just hold W and start moving forward. So they could double swing off the wall and then just go for the high-low and then somehow win all the 2 versus 3 on the trades in their favor and manage to come out of it unscathed to win the round for Fluffy Gamers and to put them at 9.
I'm glad you could see through all the colors in the smoke. I'm sure that was just as confusing for them. But 9-3 half, Fluffy Gamers. What a bounce back after probably a demoralizing map too, when you just thought you were that close to going into OT, when you planted and things look smooth, and then 7 just comes and 4Ks you. So Fluffy Gamers definitely making up for that. A heavy lean towards B, but there is a Cypher chip right at the door and a camera from 7 checking them out.
Most important pistol round now for TSM. 4 ghosts. A net available, a wall available for a Proto, so they could try to hold up mid if they do get any contact. Where are you? It might be the case here. The jump spot sees it, and Fame are looking for this 3-2 split.
Fluffy Gamers step into B, smokes in place, and Bones gonna climb up here? Just trying to get the upper hand. Jonah's lurk doesn't work out mid, so TSM can stay focused on shredding down Fluffy Gamers. There's the aftershock to pressure out Heaven. Fluffy Gamers extend to the back of the site. And GMG and a Proto have made this a difficult round for Fluffy Gamers, and at the end, it's TSM with the retake.
Surprising, too, that when the wall came down that you still wanted to play out in the open and to challenge that wall. Anyway, again, I guess it just came down to a 1v1 at that part where a Proto was able to capitalize and take advantage of that, which allowed then for the rest of TSM to just focus on coming out from B Heaven and also towards the spawn to retake the site. And I think it looked questionable why we were going up the rope and trying to get these surprise kills is just because they lost their first player in the first place in that duel against a Proto that they felt they had to make a move, especially when Bones was already at a spot, at a position, whereas wasn't really checked by any players from TSM on the top of B Heaven. And all they had to do was wait the smoke here through the rope to get the second blood and to retake the round here for TSM.
Oh, this judge gonna hurt. Oh, and Fluffy Gamers are walking towards it. Everybody, wave goodbye to Bones. Bye, Bones. Bye, Bones. Or, unless he's gonna frag out with the Sheriff. I don't know if there's anyone, it's him. No, bye, Bones. But anyway, so first blood for TSM.
Bye,
and
Sim.
that's what I get. Bye, Sim. The caster cursed you. My bad.
Well, at least it's walled up here and blocked. Neptune trying to make a play, but he heard the footsteps of Poise rotating across. He's alone here. I mean, it's probably a one and done, which is fine. They are on a thrifty on their side, so after engaging into a Cypher and the Sky, they know now that there's potentially only one player left towards the B site, and they want to punish it here for Fame.
Neptune took that bullet like a champ. He took 20 damage, was able to leave after hearing how many people were jiggle peeking on the other side of that door. But it's also TSM with barely any map control, no heaven.
30 seconds left.
Barely there at screens. A Proto by himself with the Spectre on the site. Best of luck. Poise will try to support him, and the Proto will get the trade, but someone got that judge. Either way, Fluffy Aimers 2 versus 2, but with how split GMD and a Proto are, all they have to do is prevent the plants, and Pancakes is not safe enough to go for it. TSM have brought this down to a death match that only a Proto will win.
Didn't look like they were going to win it in the first place, though, because Proto once again had to come up huge to be able to hold that site. But how did we get through here? How did we sneak around towards vents? Where I wonder if it was just going behind the Prowler off a net, because the trip was still up here towards the middle of the site, the middle of the map, on the top of the staircase of Mail, when Fame was able to get through it on that backstab kill. So something that TSM has to pay attention of. This is something that you know, Mitch did already in the past with OXG, with the dog. Or was it MXS, actually, when Flyer got through, which we're going to see next, by the way, after this series.
Stay tuned.
But they have to be aware now for TSM when they're placing this trip towards middle. Could have been a round that they would have bit themselves for, but it doesn't look like their bonus is going to be the best going into round number 15 here.
With the smokes in place, Fluffy Aimers are just not making contact with anything. You know, someone's on the site. Haunt didn't reveal much either from Neptune. So Fluffy Aimers could check out mid. See how that goes. You still got a Prowler, and then you got another Prowler left after that. So, but how many more scans can Fluffy Aimers do? They haven't really figured out what TSM's setup is yet.
Yeah, just defaulting, working off the map. But right now, they just want to make sure, because they know that TSM has a lower buy, they will definitely have weapon advantage. So just trying to stick to their tried and true, sticking together, and they're going to execute towards this A site.
30 seconds left.
Bones got hit by a trip, I think, as he was satcheling in. Something stopped him. His momentum completely halted. And Seven trying to reload, doesn't know where that smoke is coming from. Fluffy Aimers 3 versus 4 are doing their best, and Poise with the judge. He's ready to just dent in Fluffy Aimers. And this bunker around the spike. GMD teleporting above is insane, and it was trying to distract for Poise. The timing just a bit off, and Jonah converts 4.
And I think he just saw as he TP'd, and then you just had his life flash before his eyes with that meme where the freeze frame goes, and this is where he knew. Because just when he TP'd, he saw, I think that was a sleeve of Jonah swinging out here towards the map. He's like, I won't be able to win this. And then unfortunately here, when they were trying to sell that fake, didn't work out. And Poise couldn't line up the last 2 kills with that bait. And Fluffy Aimers now are able to slowly run away here with this second half, converting their gun round with actually a lot of players still alive left. And they're looking pretty healthy here in round number 16. TSM trying to answer back now. Full shields across the board with the exception of Poise. And early aggression there's, I like that now. They tried to run through again behind that Prowler, and this time Sim and a Proto were ready for that with the crossfire.
The second time that Bones has been caught by Util. Just really well played by TSM, and despite TSM getting first bloods, Fluffy Aimers, they can play at these deficits. 3v4. It's not over, but look at the mini-map. Like, Fluffy Aimers are social distancing. Guys, it's over. You don't have to do that anymore.
Yeah, the thing is, they're just trying to get Mummy across, and he was kind of left alone here, so thankfully a Proto wasn't there to just catch him off the cross. If not, that would have been terrible news for Fame. But now they have a chance to walk into the site and go for a plant because of Pancake's position here towards screens.
There. 30 seconds
Fluffy
left.
Aimers finally go for the plant 2 in screens. No paranoia. Just Sim with vibes and 2 satchels and concussing TSM back.
Oh, so
and
good.
they don't check the corner. I'm surprised GMD didn't kill both. This is still a good setup. Neptune takes back control of Heaven. 2v2.
No.
It's just about clutch power nightfall from Neptune. 7. Oh, you just can't do much against that, not knowing where the danger is coming from. Fluffy Aimers 2 rounds away from taking the series.
Oh, he had the trigger discipline thinking that they're going to push towards the spawn. But I think, if I'm not mistaken, one of his teammates were spotted on the rotate. So they panicked and fell back, and GMD couldn't line up the 2 kills right there. Unfortunate. And because not getting that kill, Neptune is able to get a backstab kill, set the crossfire setup on the top because Pancakes is still alive, and then the Nightfall comes out to confirm where their last player would be. And unfortunately, what could have been such a nice play by GMD ends up being, unfortunately, a round loss for TSM because of that miss on that breach. And you can't fault him for that. And TSM are back here on a scrappy buy. High-low setup. I mean, not really a high-low setup. It's one next to the other here with Guardians. And they're hoping to land some shots. And Poise has already let himself known.
They can just play off the contact from Poise or the camera that's sitting in Heaven. TSM have eyes and ears almost everywhere. Fluffy Aimers delaying too. They're playing the mind games as much as anyone else. With how quiet and unseen they are at A, they can make it look like they're just setting up for a satchel play at B main. You don't know.
A little bit late on the C's nade, but at least they got some sort of map control towards A ramp.
Careful.
Yeah, and TSM's camera is out in Heaven. Knowing Fluffy Aimers have stepped up with ramp, you should expect them to be there, but it's a
30
fake.
seconds
Fluffy
left.
Aimers are heading from mid into male and pivoting to B. They get hit by a paranoia from GMD, who's gonna spray through the smoke. There's 4 people there. Keep shooting, GMD, and he'll get 3. TSM can thank him later. It's Pancakes in a 1v4. And 12 seconds left, it's cooked.
GMD, the IGL once again. Somehow, you have these rounds where he's just gonna pop off in hectic scenarios. A Bulldog close range around his smokes and flicks into 3 kills. When it has such a scrappy buy for TSM on that previous round, and to convert it to their side, to have healthy upgrades, a healthy economy after those upgrades of those weapons. I mean, look at what they had to buy going into this round. It was basically Sim having to buy a Vandal because he's at 34, but the rest, it's just shields and abilities. So you have a chance to salvage some rounds here. Oh, they missed. Tried to Prowler Satchel across here to get a timing. And that's just going to slow the tempo here of Fluffy Aimers.
Bones catching these trips is util like no one's business, but at least this time not dying to it. With the Stinger, with Vibes, with mid control. But look at where Sim is set up at the ramp too. Could help assist TSM to push them back from Heaven if Fluffy Aimers want to take that. But with mid control, they're just... Now they have to deal with the deadlock cage, so that's taken care of. And TSM just playing the perimeter.
And that's totally fine, right? With the trap that you're trying to do with the satchels across the lower buy from Fame. Now they could just turtle off here towards the B site and play A site a little bit more passively, because they kind of have an idea that Fame is pinned here towards middle.
The Annihilation did catch Bones. That's your carry. You gotta help him out. And the Annihilation claims it hungers. And so does TSM for a round win. There's still a lot of work ahead of them to catch up in this map.
And the last 3 or 4 rounds have had so much value on the trap placements that Seven's been putting here around A, around middle, towards the B site at main. So much value that he's doing so far, and that's the reason why they want to kind of put him on this agent on this map, should they not want to play for that typical, you know, single initiator, double controller, Viper Omen composition, so that Seven could play that Sky role usually. But if not, if he has to play the Cypher role, he will do it in spades. and adding and providing so much value for TSM now on the defensive side.
First timeout for Fluffy Aimers. Okay. No choking allowed. Only dubs. Everyone lock in, as Triad would say in the green room right before we go live. And that's what Fluffy Aimers need to do. I don't think they really need to change too much. This has been a pretty back and forth half, but one that Fluffy Aimers just need to get a couple of rounds to close out. I'm not too worried.
Yeah, we've been here before, right? We've been here before.
Quite a few times.
It's been starting to look back and forth, at least here between Fluffy Aimers and TSM in the second half. And now GMD is pulling out an op after the timeout. Something that Fluffy Aimers may not be ready for. Or maybe they are, because they have a Rolling Thunder too. And that might catch GMD on the top of this billboard with this op.
Oh, good night. Oh, Showstopper! Oh, Fluffy Aimers get out in time, and Paint Shells zones them out even more. Sim says, let me get this. I want my one. I didn't get the Showstopper. I got the Prowler, though. That's not gonna get you any money or any orbs, but...
Good map control, at least.
Yeah.
And now Pancakes is hit down to 51, so the idea of trying to roll that Thunder back towards the B side gets fully canceled as Sim continues to push forward.
Wow. Can't believe he re-peaked that, too. Either way.
Confidence.
He's Giga Chad for that, for sure. Now 5v3.
Barrier deployed.
TSM claw back every round that they can. Cosmic Divide, Neural Theft, Jonah. All the corpses are on the other side of the map, so give me a corpse is not going to happen for a little bit. TSM have their own Neural Theft too, keep that in mind. But having control, and look at where...
Spike down.
Why is the spike back there, guys?
Yeah, that's why they won't need a Neural Theft. When they look back here, as you're running down in numbers, it's a 3 versus 5. You're trying to play contact. You're trying to get behind enemy lines. But unfortunately, Mame's gun was sticking out here at the top of the window. And once the Proto saw that, the rest of the players for TSM were just kind of ready that there was some weak spots that they had to start looking towards to. And you saw that looking towards the screen, drops the spike here, Neptune falls. And then Jonah will have no choice but to save his rifle here and try to get value potentially maybe 2 rounds later, because Fame should be now on an eco. Unless they want to half buy around the Vandal and up the tempo around the ults that they have, that could also be another play.
At least you got the Showstopper from Sim out of the way.
Spike down A.
I think they still have the op, right? So
Spike down A.
yeah,
player
it's one of those Fluffy Aimers rounds where you just deal with a better duelist. He's going for the big playmaker move, and he's gonna try it even again. This time with the help of GMD through B main. The Fluffy Aimers are gonna waste no time on the other side of the map, taking ramp, and up on ropes is Poise, who could throw out a bird, but until the smoke clears, there's nothing they could do, even if they blind somebody.
This could definitely happen, that you're going to leverage these ults here if you do have some sort of a trade and the ults are still up here. It comes down to this fight right here, and Poise needs value, and he avoids the Prowler.
Oh, Poise being so patient, and there is the spray down. TSM, they go 2 for 2, and Fluffy Aimers still have ults. Now, not the Showstopper anymore. That's been denied. Mame and Jonah with the stars back in place can safely push up, but the Neural Theft from Jonah activated. GMD is exposed and is dancing around the pings and manages to barely get out. Fluffy Aimers dropping down from heaven. TSM holds screens. Plant will continue.
30 seconds left.
GMD, no paranoia, just a boom bot paint shells. Deadlock cage. TSM with not the best entry tools, except Sim with a Vandal. Can post up in heaven, try to get eyes on Fluffy Aimers, who can obviously just play their lives, can play out of line of sight. Jonah's at the corner and the one and done. Jonah with the 1v2. And it's possible. GMD's at 2. Jonah. Oh, almost clutched. Almost clutched.
The wall bang with the Vandal, almost clutch again. A situation where Fluffy Aimers were going to convert a 2 versus X with the Cosmic Divide. And thankfully, too, on top of that, winning that round, the IGL again. Remember that 3K with the Bulldog, this time at 2 HP, keeping TSM in the game and also keeping the op in the next round. This was dangerously close right now with the util and the economy that you had for Fluffy Aimers. And it becomes now a TSM win on the hashtag and hoping to bring this into a closer game, and they have the opportunity to do so.
This is like 4. I feel like TSM are on some kind of streak right now. They're making the comeback. 11-9. Fluffy Aimers haunting in vents. Male smoked off.
There.
Sim, how does he best utilize this op? I think
There.
definitely wants to respect that space a bit better and play B long. As now Fluffy Aimers have vents control, so where did they go from here? Is it heaven? Is it male? Gotta play off info.
And remember, they still have the assaults, this time with weapons here. Pancakes, Rolling Thunder, Bones, Showstopper, grouped up now on a split, especially with the op down.
Wait, this op push up into B made, but hey, Fluffy Aimers. What a splash with Bones, Showstopper, 2K, Fluffy Aimers on the B site. And waking up a 7 and a Proto, rushing over from A with a neural theft, but not too much hope. They are very rich, so might as well see what she can get.
Oh yeah, you want to. You're buying the next round. They would be on a semi, broken buy, something like that, small shields. They're trying to make it expensive for TSM.
Enemy remaining.
So far, not so good. Hey, got one for the road. And Mame picked up the op that Sim left behind, so that's always nice.
That's the crazy part. For him to win a rifle versus, I'm pretty sure that was Sim pushing out and watching the angle with the op, and Mame was able to win that one. Look at that. You saw it on the kill feed. He gets this kill towards main, where Sim was basically posted up, and you are talking about somebody that's a cracked zoomer, aimer, that's able to land these type of shots and loses it to the guy that's been working Wall Street, Mame, putting money and value in that kill and putting fame at map and series point from that kill to allow for them to flood with those ults into the site. So of course you're going to force out the timeout from TSM to try to bring this into overtime.
When you said Wall Street, I was like, oh, Neptune like that? Well, what stocks he like? What's his favorite stock? But
I don't know where he worked Mame for on Wall Street, but he did in the past.
Mame, whatever. Yeah. Fluffy Aimers, 1 round
Probably
away.
Dogecoin, right? Is that on Wall Street?
I'm sure that's what the kids like these days.
Yeah. Or GameStop stocks, and are we gonna short them again?
Didn't that die?
I don't know. I don't do stocks.
Okay, so you don't like money.
I love money. I just hate losing money. And I feel like I would do that with stocks. I need to talk to Mame after this game, and he can help me out.
Everyone looks very focused. Fluffy Aimers more horizontal. If we're judging on postures, they look very relaxed. TSM, I mean, they kind of wrapped up a couple of rounds in a row and built up their economy again, but all comes down to this round. And if Fluffy Aimers can close it out against all the ults that TSM have.
And it's slow here for Fame. Just 3 players posted up here on this A side when the barrier comes up. Just to see if there's going to be any aggression coming out here from the A site, especially with the camera coming up on towards the ramp and noticing that it's clear. Oh man, there's 4 players here. That 2 might get caught.
Bring them down.
Up comes the goat. What do you mean? Oh, Prowler's gonna. You heard the satchel too, so will just be a stalemate for mid. TSM hoping to deny this too. They have what, almost 4 people looking at it. Well, this time 3 of Protoss giving care to B, although the sonic sensors in the cage are there, so B is fully locked down. TSM can now focus their attention to A and mid, and this op heard at A long, smoked off. TSM do a good job of denying that space as much as they can. With Heaven as a target for Fluffy Aimers.
And Bo's just got the wall bang onto Poised here as he's out in the dog. And they've given up the A space because of that. And they heard the TP from GD inside the site. There's good control here for Fluffy Aimers to get value depending where the kills are going to be coming from if they come in their favor.
Okay, Sim. Oh, he's being watched.
30 seconds left.
Oh, he's climbing up too. And at least I'll get 2. Wait! This guy's a bot in the best of ways. Look at that aim. And now Sim, he's got the Nightfall though to worry about, and that gives a distraction for Fluffy Aimers to get the plant off. 3v3. Poised dangerously low. No flash. Just Satchel Boombot. That's all TSM have to work with on the retake. Sim down from ramps. They already knew he was in heaven. And he's got a friend for the trade. Poised, I mean.
Sleep tight.
Just now walking up.
Last player
The delay
standing.
is nice. Pancake swings out. It's a Proto in the 1v2 to save this. And no, it's Fluffy
Attackers
Aimers
win.
that win the duel at the end to take the series.
My God, was that close here for at least TSM to stay in the game. Those shots
Neptune.
were snappy from both of the teams towards the end. We definitely woke up in that second half, in the third quarter, maybe even the fourth quarter, to give a chance here for another one of these maps that could have potentially gone into overtime, because look at those shots that came through that were so nice. But at least here for Fluffy Aimers, they were able to control, especially on the defensive side here of this map, to be able to have finally enough cushion to close the series here, Dan. Sorry, Dan Dryad.
Yeah, I mean, I was about to not answer, but fine, I will, just because he... just because he said Dan the first time, but not the second time. But anyways, this series, it was another fake comeback. It almost took place. TSM were looking really good on the second half, and they were winning a couple rounds in a row, but it just... I mean, it was a little too late, right? That 9-3 was already saying so much for Fluffy Aimers, was helping them out so much in that matter that they closed it out too for Pancakes, that has been having such a good performance on this map of Split. I think it's just amazing, Lemon.
Yeah, these are both just really feast or famine type of teams. Like we noticed on all 3 maps, whoever kind of started a strong 9-3 or whatever strong start in the first half could usually close it out from here on out. I was just expecting it to be the offense, but it was Fluffy Aimers that started with pistol and just kind of led it from there.
Almost saw some resiliency coming out from TSM as well, right? Remember, a long time ago in a galaxy far, far away on the first map, it was a 13-1 victory for Fluffy Aimers. Yet it was a very long second map that TSM was able to close out, that you saw the comeback coming through from Fluffy Aimers, and an overtime was definitely possible. And then you had such a strong start here coming in from Fluffy Aimers on that third map as well. And then TSM started to fight back. I mean, the tenacity of this team, them having to play the comeback, them having to play a close third map, it's nothing new here for TSM. But we did mention it. This was going to be a battle for both of these teams where, you know, a victory or a loss would not mean too much for them, or at least in my eyes, because there's still 2 teams that are very good, and 2 teams are kind of like the gatekeepers of that mid pack that wouldn't allow those lower than them to move higher in the rankings, so they could still secure a spot here in the playoffs of like that 5th to like 8th seed or something like that, you know?
Right. And honestly, props as well to a Proto 7 as well. These 2 players on the Sentinel role specifically were doing and bringing a lot of different creative ideas. Even with the cables that we got to see from 7, we're catching this side of Fluffy Aimers off guard in a bunch of rounds. That's why they were getting a couple rounds in the second half. That's why it got closer than it was towards the beginning. And a Proto in the same, and some of those clutches that we got to see him, and even in the fragging department, he was absolutely there throughout. Just the Proto that we know and love to see. But for Fluffy Aimers, an absolutely deserved victory for this one. As you mentioned, it bans just when we bring it back all the way to that first map. That 13-1 was a statement, and even though that second and third map got closer, there was a little bit of a fake comeback on both sides happening. Is a better team who's able to close it out, and it really does settle them in the score for what we talked about at the beginning, the 2 teams being so close, but Fluffy Aimers closing it out. And with this new iteration of the roster, I think is amazing.
For sure. And I mean, TSM having the deadlock and having to start on offense isn't ideal, but Fluffy Aimers, they I think this was a big information matchup, and I think the Fade gave him a lot of options of prowling. And of course, you have the Sky on the other side who did the same thing, but the Breach was that extra layer of entry and that extra layer of pushback when it came to map control that Fluffy Aimers got the edge on.
Definitely felt like when you're looking at it from the side of TSM, though, that loss maybe not be too bad because outside of Turtle Troop in that Group B, everybody was kind of like 1-1 at that point, so you
Yeah.
could still fight within that group. But there's definitely maybe some sound of alarm that needs to ring up. But at least here on the other side for Fluffy Aimers with Mame and crew, they've been looking pretty good with the evolution of the weeks that we've been seeing here on stage 2 to potentially see a better impact on that side with the further weeks to come.
Yeah, the evolution has been great for both of the teams, but especially for Fluffy Aimers now as we get to see them take this win against TSM. And to get to know the team once again a little bit more, we have a very special interview this time around. We have Pancakes on the line. And let's jump into the interview. Let's talk about it. Pancakes, congratulations on this win against TSM. The first thing that I want to ask you here is something that we've been talking about on the desk. When it came to the result that Fluffy Aimers and TSM have gotten in the past, you guys look very, very similar. 2-3 on split 1, 1-1 in the mid-season cup, 1-1 in the week 1 and 2 that we see for the second split. So what do you think is the difference maker today for Fluffy Aimers to get the win?
Honestly, I feel like we just played really well individually today, which was really nice. Just to have us all, like, we're very individually, but together at the same time, which is good. So I think it's just that, just really good teamwork, especially playing against these deadlock comps that are, like, pretty annoying to play against. We just played well and adjusted well.
That is one of the things that I wanted to ask you as well, that deadlock that we saw on the other side for a Proto. That's not something that we're really used to seeing as much. I know sometimes teams and challengers, they like to bring something new, but how is the adaptation throughout once you see that it's going to be a deadlock that is being played on the other side?
Yeah, it's not like fun to play against deadlocks. You just have to play like really slow and like adapt like every round. We have to be like reading like where they're putting their trips and stuff and like how we're going to deal with it. So we just like it's kind of just like a lot of calling from everybody, just everyone putting in their few cents to play against a deadlock.
Yeah, and even bringing it back to that map number 1, that was a 13-1, which is crazy. We don't usually see a score that to go that way. And Fluffy Aimers, I mean, you guys did amazing on that map of Sunset. Is this a score that you expected? Is this just a really, really good map for you guys in scrims? Or was it, you think, I mean, you just kind of started winning rounds and you went with it?
I think we expected to do well on it. I don't know if we expected to do that well, but like we just had a really good start, which is just like 13-1 material. Once we win like round 5, we just started feeling good, and I got like in the flow state, I guess, calling, so it's pretty like easy. And then we also played well individually, so.
And it's a team for you guys that is looking really, really good. Is looking better and better every week as we get to see it. I want to ask you about one of the newest additions. Your duelist Bones is the youngest player right now that we have in Challengers. So how has it been to bring this guy and also have the such a good performance by him that was even helping you out in that Sunset map?
I think he just like, he's really good for how young he is. Like his comms are good, everything's good. If we just get him like talking, every time he's like has talks, we just like play really well, and he just plays well individually. But he's like way better than anyone else I've ever played with. It's like 17 years old. He just turned 17, I think, too.
I thought he was, yeah, it was, again, one of the youngest players, the youngest player for sure that we have in Challengers. It's amazing to see him performing so well and being the difference maker for so many rounds for you guys. I have one last question for you, and is the next couple matches for Fluffy Aimers are going to be M80, Dobros, and Turtle Troop. And honestly, with the way that you guys are looking, it seems like you can win all of those matches, but how are you feeling about them?
Yeah, we're just trying to like come back after that first like series loss versus Winthrop, and we're like slowly getting back in our form. So I think we're pretty excited to play against them. Just put on a good run through the group, try to make playoffs. I don't know like what we need to do to make playoffs, but I'm just planning on winning every match.
Whatever it takes, just keep winning. Just keep winning, and
Yep.
It seems like you're in the right path. You did it today, and it seems like we're definitely going to continue to see more of those wins. Pancakes, congratulations once again on this win. This is everything that we have for the interview, and now we have one more match to go. I know this first one was pretty long. It was a little back and forth between the two, but now for the next and after this break, we have more Shopify against Winthrop. So don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. Welcome back, everybody, to Valorant Challengers North America. We are just jumping into the second match of the day, and it's going to be Moist Shopify going against Winthrop. This is the Winthrop that we talked about earlier today before that first match. We talked about collegiate and the collegiate success that we've seen so far in challenges. But for Winthrop today, Vance, it's not going to be easy because Moist Shopify, they look really good.
Not going to be an easy game at all here for Winthrop University, and especially when it comes down to like these ups and downs moments that this collegiate team has been going through from split one until now. So you never really know what type of Winthrop University you're going to see today, and hopefully we're going to see the good one here that's able to get the upsets, that's able to get the revenge matches and victories against teams like Fluffy Aimers that just prove that, you know, they're probably one of the good teams going into their group as well. So if they're able to pull out that type of performances like they did against Fluffy Aimers, I'm looking forward to a much closer game than we expect right now between these two teams.
Yeah, and both these teams are 1-1. Both coming off of losses. So one team is going to be much happier today with an extra win.
One team is going to be feeling positive today, if I may say. So we have these two teams, right? We talked about Moist Shopify, but let's dive into it. This Moist Shopify, they are good. They're the favorites on this matchup for a reason, and it is because of this roster. You look at it, and it's just been incredibly consistent. It might not be that top one in challenges right now, but it seems like they're on their way to be that #1 team Vans.
Yeah, if anything, in terms of consistency you're talking about as well, like there's always good moments for a lot of these players. But I think for me, somebody who's been consistent, who's been kind of like a silent killer that's not talked about a lot, is Vic himself on mostly these controller roles, where he's getting a lot of impact on not only his utility, but mid-round kills that really helps the team and allows players to, like Broctagon, to get into these clutch moments because he's able to get the right information in those moments, right? But overall, Moist X Shopify definitely is a team that could be the heavy favorites right now going into the challengers in stage 2, although the records in itself doesn't really show that so far, as they lost last week against Turtle Troop.
Yeah, this is just a really stacked group that they're going up against. Like Oxygen and Turtle Troop are fighting for who's best, and Moist Shopify have a really tough schedule to start off their season, like against Dobros and Turtle Troop. So I have no doubt that Moist Shopify can make up for that in the standings, because they are just that strong of a team and also flexible. Because if you look at their picks and bans when it comes to maps, they don't really have a weakness. They don't really have a strength. They can really just play any map and any opponent, and in their eyes, win it.
This is something that they're going to continue to do, or hope at least to continue to do. And once again, when you're going into Winthrop, you don't really know where to place them. You don't know how they're going to play on that day. So I feel like that adds extra pressure to Moist Shopify to not only win, but do it in a convincing way. That is one of the issues that I feel like we've had in challengers, where the best teams, they need to secure dominant results. It cannot be close series against teams that are at the bottom or in that mid-table. If you want to be the best, if you want to look towards Ascension, you want to win Ascension, you need to be dominant. You need to prove why you're the best, not only in North America, but in all of America, since we're getting every single time closer and closer to Ascension. But one of the players that is absolutely the difference maker on this team is Mata. Mata has been so good, #1, #2, #3 in stats in general, as we get to see them here. And just to visualize it, because you guys are seeing a lot of numbers, he has the highest ACS in that week #1 and week #2. He's the second best in clutches, and granted, he hasn't had that many. He's 2 out of 4, but it's still, I mean, you're able to clutch and you're also a duelist. It has to feel pretty good. And also third on first kills. So a lot of different versions of Mata that we're seeing, Vans, that is just working out for the team.
Yeah, especially when it comes down to these the stat line where he says that he's 2 out of 4 in clutches, where again he's usually that duelist that has to create that space. It comes to show a little bit in terms of the playbook here that MXS kind of has, that they could value like Mata on fakes wherever, or he's going to be the one lurking in these moments, where the other ones could be the ones that are actually adding the pressure on the other side here of the map. So Mata definitely is a turnkey solution into how MXS can really capitalize on these rounds, but he can't really do it alone, right? There's a lot of utility that goes behind that, a lot of support that comes through to make sure that he gets the best value out of the space that he's trying to create for the team. So as you said here, Dandriad, it's a stacked team that has great synergy overall, and I think could continue to do quite well. I think the thing is, when the sometimes they just let it slip though, because MXS is the loss that they had last week against Turtle Troop were actually losses that were quite surprising, because they had such strong starts right off the gate from pistol round, winning or capitalizing on 6 or 7 rounds in a row, having strong halves on their side too to finish things off, and then unfortunately just let it slip towards the third quarter of that matchup against TTR. So if you want them to prove that they're the best or one of the best here in Challengers, is not only to win against teams like Winthrop, but they have to win decisively today.
Exactly. That's the goal for Moy Shopify. But Winthrop, they're going to try to make it as hard as they can. And let's talk about this other team. Let's talk about this collegiate team once again, because Winthrop, they've managed to get very good results against some of the strongest teams in Challengers. I still remember that win that they got against Turtle Troop towards the beginning of Split 1, where nobody could believe what they just watched. And it was a Winthrop that had a really, really good day. After that, they've gotten a couple wins, a couple losses. Lemon, they're kind of in that mid-table again.
Yeah, if you ignore what happened in week 2, Winthrop looked like a really good team, and I thought they had such a strong start with that 2-1 win over Fluffy Amers, but I don't know what version of Winthrop we saw against YFP, but it was not the one we expected. 13-5 on Sunset, and then 13-6 loss on Ascent. So it was a weird week for sure for Winthrop, but you gotta also recognize that there's a lot on their plate. They're competing in not just this, but other platforms, other tournaments, and they're a collegiate team, so they got college, they got homework, they got stuff to do. They can't sit in the VOD chamber for 40 hours a week like other teams can.
Yeah, as a collegiate player, you have a lot to do, and you get eliminated from the mid-season cup after going 1-1. What do? You start playing those collegiate matches, those third-party tournaments, and then you play the 2 matches that we saw for week number 1 and week number 2 in Challenger. So a lot to play, and that's still, I love to see it because that's practice vans that can help you out.
That's the biggest one. It almost feels like you're the Sentinels having to do a lower bracket run and playing the most VCT matches before you're able to win Masters Madrid. Exactly. It does make a difference because you're able to build a lot more of that synergy and making sure that you're fixing those small little mistakes that you're going to have to carry in those important matches, just like the matches in Challengers right now, right? Just remember for Winthrop, they actually came in with Screwface and with Silence most recently in the roster, and they need those reps, they need those maps, they need those matches to be played outside of Challenger so they could pull it back into where it matters against teams like MXS today and hopefully make them run for the money and hopefully even get the upset against a team like MXS.
And I mean, for them, what would it mean to make it to Ascension, to compete against the best of the whole region? As a collegiate team, it's something that is crazy to think of, but they could be in the path to making it. And one of the differences, as you mentioned, Screwface on the other side, is Silinx, who has been so good. And it's not only this addition that we saw recently for Winthrop, it is since he had to be a sub for Turtle Troop because could not make it for 3 matches. And this is the guy, Silence, that was filling in for the team and allowed them to make it to the grand finals. It's not something that anybody can do, Van.
Yeah, and when I'm thinking about Silence, and I got to go back to the history book again, he had a stint where he had an opportunity, was scouted out here with an opportunity to play with 100 Thieves, and with a period where 100 Thieves were still trying to figure themselves out and what rosters they could use and what players they could bring in to bring back like that first strike championship that they built in 2020. And unfortunately, he was in that moment where it was like a roulette of rosters and players coming through until they found the right pieces here at the helm of DDK and Sean Garris later on. But then Silence now has an opportunity to fight back in Challengers and to prove here that, it wasn't a luck of the draw, that there was a reason behind he was scouted and given a chance to play with 100 Thieves. And now he has an opportunity to do so with Winthrop. And to see now, especially a team like the Guard last year that now ascended as G2 and now got 3rd in Shanghai, it gives a lot of drive to some of these players, some of these young kids, especially in the collegiate scene, to say, yo, if G2 could do it, we could do it as well, and we could drive it to the top. And here's our first obstacle that we could hopefully overcome.
And that is what makes it so cool, that anybody can make it, anybody can be the best, anybody can lift a trophy with that practice and with the right team, right time, right place. But speaking of places, let's go into the map select. Let's see where we're going to be headed for this series between Winthrop and Moy Shopify. And Lemon, we have Vine, Icebox, and Ascent. What do you make of it?
I'm very surprised to see Winthrop pick Bind. They are very much a Sunset Lotus oriented team, and we haven't really seen Bind from them in Challengers. If anything, the last time they played it was the Funhaver Invitational, and only once with this roster, because the other time in Collegiate was with Moobs, and it was a lot centered around the Fade and the Gecko. While as maybe this is a weaker map for Moist Shopify that they scouted because they lost this last week against Turtle Troop 11-13, but that was still very close, and that's more based on the Sky and the Gecko instead of the Gecko and the Fade.
Yeah, and even for Icebox 2 for MXS, they haven't played it too much as well. They played it twice only in Stage 1, but they still look pretty good, right? A nice little victory against Oxygen Esports. They're holding this double initiator play. They definitely have what it takes to activate Mata as his Jet on the map, and if it has to go to a third map, then you know how Mata could really pop off here. And when he feels himself on the map like a set, it basically becomes unstoppable here for MXS. So if you want to give yourself some sort of chance now for Winthrop University, you're hoping here that the map that you barely played, or if not at all in Challengers, is the right gamble here to play against MXS today and to hopefully be able to counter what they brought up here in their last matches against DTR, as Jen mentioned.
And for map number 1, this is a map of Bind that we haven't seen in week number 1 and 2 for Winthrop, but we've seen them play it just outside of it and play it before. So I want to see how it's going to play out when you're going against Moist Shopify, where you know you need to start strong, you need to keep that momentum going, and you need to get any win, grab any win that you can to see if that series can go your way. But for that, let's go into the agent select. Let's see if there's going to be anything different on this map of Bind. That, again, as you guys were saying, we did get the chance to see by Moist Shopify just when they were going against Turtle Troop. They did not win it though. It was an 11-13 that they lost, and it's a Turtle Troop that was really good on this map. But as we get the chance to look at these compositions, there's some slight differences here. Mainly Screwface on the Fade that I find really interesting. But I'm going to leave the match to you guys.
Thanks so much, Triad. Yeah, the Fade Gecko versus Sky Gecko, exactly what they played in their previous matches.
Yeah, and for Winthrop University, pulling out a little bit of that 100T, and I think it's quite good in terms of a composition. 100 Thieves plays this map very well with this comp and getting a lot of value as EU plays this Fade, right? And they've been really good on doing C's nades, C's ultimate, and also just catching everybody trying to plant on his default spot towards the A site. So you now have opportunities to get good reads at the beginning of the round by throwing these haunts, understanding where the default could be, where the hits could be coming from, and get ready for those hits with the right rotates. For MXS though, as you've mentioned, nothing new comes out of the book for them. So for Winthrop, they're just trying to maximize here what seems to be for them a composition that is a winning composition for a map to approach a map like Bind, on the side of Winthrop.
And there's definitely like your pros and cons when it comes to the Sky versus the Fade, where I would think the Nightfall is a lot more useful for takes, for retakes, to just really drown out a whole site, while Seekers, with sometimes how deep a team can play, whether defensively or offensively, sometimes the Seekers, it's hard to get value if you're getting smoked off, or it's hard to chase after, or if the Seekers get shot down. You can't shoot a Nightfall. Well, you could shoot the ghosts that you hear in your ears, but other than that, seems like the Fade has the better ult in that case.
With the Bears about to come up here with Moist Shopify on the attack, they're leading a lot of players to kick things off here on short A. And now, at least here for Winthrop, they are trying to bring some players over, taking control of Showers first with a haunt to get that info. So we see what they're trying to do, right? Get the early information. There's nobody there deep into the A side, and they can control Showers that way.
Yeah, for now, Winthrop being given some map control to even get past this point, get past Showers. The Screwface got a peek, and then it forced Winthrop to take the teleporter. So much stacked at B, leaving a very weakened A site in that case. Only 2 defenders to really delay this. It's Screwface and Silence. They're gonna challenge up close and personal. Screwface will get a double kill, and Silence will be a worthy sacrifice. And with the haunt, Screwface is playing this duel so well to just focus down this Gecko and hope for help to come their way, and it happens for Winthrop.
Yeah, and you saw that what we're taking and talking about here at the beginning of this game, where MXS, sometimes you have Mata placed in a situation where he has to clutch because he's trying to catch players off rotate, so the rest could actually add that pressure up towards the A site. The only thing there, unfortunately, here for MXS is that they couldn't have enough utility to delay that retake over from Winthrop University because they haven't taken control of Showers at that point, which gave so much pressure, so many opportunities for Winthrop to pincer out from ABC, out from Showers, and not allow MXS to gain any map control to allow this lurk to happen from Mata. Now that's going to put him into a hero ghost. Pop into Hookah.
Oh, jeez. Jerk did his best, and Infiltrator supports at a distance in the smoke. Wait, MXS are just gonna jump out. I think there was some wires being crossed between Flyer and Odashima. With Odashima, how injured they are.
I have the spike.
Wasn't the type of play they wanted to go for.
And the Satchel's there trying to catch the player close, but just out in the open. Easy kills coming out from Jerk. Building up a little bit into the Viper ult by getting the first contact and denying, the opportunity of Mata taking control of Hookah. So an easy second round here, converted from the pistol win. MXS not getting a plant on the second round, but at least got on the first round so they could have a pretty healthy buy. Full shields across the board too. Only Flyer missing a dog in this round though, so this might be a little bit more difficult for them to try to run any type of defaults right now for, or even a fake here for MXS. So expecting for them to use bodies more to try to gain a little bit more space and information since they don't have that dog to work with.
Just the smokes are really well placed from Winthrop. They take these small wins and they back out from behind the smoke and force MXS to perfect their coordination on how they jump through that smoke. You saw how that went last round. MXS got eyes on U-Haul thanks to that Viper's Wall from Odashima. But there is a judge from Silence. I'm not going to say the goodbye joke because Vic has a bigger gun, but big dent into Vic's forehead after that judge. And now you don't want to mess with U-Haul. The Molly especially will aid that. MXS are fine with just holding their half of A and getting the plant off. This paint shell is ideally going to zone MXS off, but no, the plant goes down nonetheless.
Paint shell's missed, so now there's a great opportunity for MXS to set up the pulse plan, and even Vic's watching that fight. Remember, talking about him, the silent killer, always doing his job very well here as the controller.
Winthrop taking that one by one, and doesn't matter. Flyer will kill all three if needed, and MXS will take the bonus.
And a flawless at that. And it almost looked here that Winthrop University could have had an opportunity to do some damage from the position so close that Silence was with that judge. And once they realize here, well, it's been a minute. We haven't used util. We couldn't find anything yet. I need a jiggle somewhere because the wall came up a couple of seconds ago. He almost got that pick there into an overpeak from Vic. And then MXS just realized that. We'll just go for fighting the front of that site, delaying with the molly, and convert here on the pulse plant.
Toxins, poison orb.
Showstopper, those available for Infiltrator. Trying to keep Screwface towards the spawn so he can help out with util as soon as he can here with the C's. It seems to be the read here towards the A site.
Oh, big pick. Infiltrator was holding the angle on Showers, and this opens things up with Winthrop's backline in trouble, and Silence stuck out in the open, and the dog is gonna zone out Jerk on the Viper. At least Silence will go 1-for-1 before MXS take full control of the site with the spike planted. Only 2 left for the retake.
So hard to retake now with the op. At this point, I think it's just going to be a GG and save. Unless there's an overpeak and Jerk could get a pick here on the top of heaven. But there was almost an opportunity there for Winthrop to get a little bit more because Screwface, he was getting chased down by the dog and decided not to kill it. And shot above it to actually get a nice kill for whoever is swinging behind the dog, but they had too many bodies here for Moist Shopify to guarantee these trades that Winthrop couldn't really hold out those 3 players within the site, hold out the attack. And there you go, see the last 2 players save their weapons, save the op into the next round, something that I don't think was heard on that previous round for Winthrop, so there's an opportunity to still surprise MXS.
Yeah, no real mind games for MXS, just sending it down A. Playing off of Odashima and their angle as well, especially when Winthrop had one in the open. Of course, your first blooded infiltrator has been playing close to showers, so what's going to be the adjustment out of Winthrop to avoid having these picks happen so early? At least the rest of them try to play safe, but MXS are so good at causing a panic. Meanwhile, you got a Prowler up A short. So good info from Winthrop so far.
Yeah, and with them, it's just going to be a little bit of a... Ooh!
Oh.
Okay. Jumping on the top of the fountain to break the crosshair placement is quite nice to stay alive against the op. But there is that push right after to answer back towards shower. There is that variation. They added a third body from Winthrop University. And because you've lost one player on one side, you want to push and pressure the other end. You take down the lurker, you pick up an orb, and you still give chances to yourselves for Winthrop in this eco.
MXS, they saw 3 defenders in showers and not exactly beating the rotation. They took their sweet time clearing everything and grabbing the orb. Now the showstopper infiltrator stuffs them right back into B long. Some MXS have no one in hookah for an alternate angle, so since they couldn't beat the rotate, decide to ditch it. Go back to A with the showstopper in case anyone was left behind. Will be MXS with free A control.
Thanks to the TP out of that, and there's no op that could get salvaged on the other end. At least they still have the rifle from Jerk to try to retake together from Winthrop. Maybe leverage a Nightfall if they could get another pick, especially now that Vic got dicked.
1 HP in a dream. MXS will take shelter in the shower and the thrash from Brock. At least gets info. No detain. And this box, it's pretty sturdy to protect Mata. The spike has been tapped. MXS are paying attention. Up in heaven, though. Winthrop have a threat. And MXS have dealt with one. Now it's a 2v2. Orbital strike on the post plant will buy MXS some time. Brock in the 1v1. And no defuse available for Jerk. It's MXS take the round.
Throw your flowers and your roses over to Vic to be able to save that round there for Moisex Shopify. Hit by the Nightfall, and then they tried to pressure him at low HP, yet he could still get a kill and get 2 on top of that, just to make sure that Winthrop cannot move forward and get any more value off the Nightfall to try to get the defuse, because all of the other shots were coming in and hitting actually for Winthrop on the other side of that A site. And yeah, they made it expensive, but these are rounds that are being stringed over by Moisex Shopify. Their economy is still really good going into this round. Still an op available, salvage from that previous one, in the hands of Nasi looking down towards Long B. Remember what happened last time, so you're gonna have to play that with a lot of caution. While for MXS, pop flash to clear showers.
An orbital strike in showers. This is gonna get loud. MXS respecting that. Holy cow, I was wondering what the Winthrop adjustment was going to be to watch showers, and now it's not just infiltrator but the whole squad. And MXS just get mowed down, and Winthrop hold their corner as Mata in a 1v4. At least there's no one behind him. He only has the 2 to worry about, but he doesn't want to play out in the open. He's got a decent amount of money, and he could grab the spike and TP, but
that's the thing. There's an over-rotate right now, and if he does that, he could still get a plant and potentially win. This is Mata we're talking about here. His 50% might go up a little bit more. Now he's just going to wait it out, trying to force the paranoia onto Winthrop, especially when the Haunt gets no information. They might over-rotate some players away, and as he boom bots and he's walking back towards his spawn, this might be just a save into the next. His Vic is still pretty healthy, or pretty low, sorry, in terms of economy. And this could be a weapon that Mata could drop for his teammate.
Maybe find who threw that Haunt, and it was Screwface, and Mata got the right read. 8 seconds left, and it's just about farming up orbs. Might as well grab this one if it's unattended. Nobody want it. That'll end the round for Winthrop to tie things off, tie things up 3-3.
Yeah, and remember what we were talking about here, the amount of C's, orbital strike, nades that can happen right now with the composition that Winthrop is pulling out this time, not using it to try to catch some players on a plant, but trying to do a trap play off a tap of an orb. And unfortunately, well, at least fortunately for MXS, they actually did it off a pop flash out of a Viper orb. So they actually minimized the amount of pressure that was coming out of that trap play, only trapping one player, only losing one player in that process towards showers, so they could pivot back to backstab from short A. But unfortunately, the shots did not land in their favor, and Winthrop University got the upper hand out of that one, and they're able to tie up the game 3-3, and that's call it an early timeout out of Mac. Probably discussing here this consistent extremity pressure and hold that's coming out from Winthrop to start within these rounds. A Nop on the B side, 2 or 3 players towards showers, and they're always looking to fight back towards the showers control, depending on what information that they get.
Yeah, that's been the big battle between these two teams is showers control and how far forward Winthrop like to play. And now they're adding just more fire to these angles. It's not just Infiltrator solo. He's got friends. And MXS in these kind of 3v2 brawls that sometimes happen, it's not always going their way. And of course, MXS could focus on the long-term plan. They're one off of Seekers. And you see that Fly is already aiming towards showers to maybe get that orb. Has to deal with the haunt, though.
What a nerdy haunt. Just never pops up the eyes just at the bottom of the floor to try to get some pings, and I think he got it onto Flya, so Screwface and Fly are going to go toe-to-toe right here, and also has help from Infiltrator with the op. So the op has been juggled to a different spot. And there's that swing, the miss, though.
Oh, but Winthrop pushed B long, and that was the scramble. Rock converts too, and still has the spike, but no one left to really celebrate this with, except little old Wingman. So yeah, the fake was sold, but at what cost? A lot of bodies lay behind Brock. If anyone could do it, it's him, but there is a
Not sure.
there is an op on the field. You hear him walking up. Jiggle, wow! That's Infiltrator down. Hunt will detect that Brock is out of hookah. Screwface trying to time the pinch with silence and hookah.
No way.
And Brock could do it. The ace, the thrash, the detain. Brock is dead.
No way that he did that! I thought it was dead to rights when the rotate came out from Sands and it didn't do the double TP from Winthrop University to catch him off the rotate, but they did way too many steps. He heard both the players come up the Sands, set that up. There was no coordination to come through. Look, Silence has his smoke out still in his iPad, while the other one's just jumping in, bunny hopping within hookah, and then Broctagon takes advantage of all that and wins all of these fights by isolating them all and separating every single player. That's gotta hurt the morale here for Winthrop to lose that situation and for MXS to start running away here with this map.
Yo, Brock had to do all that though. Post
That is
timeout.
also true.
That is a lot.
Yeah,
That's a lot.
but he could do it. He could do it.
Gotta hype him up. Post timeout, not too bad from Moist Shopify picking up the round. Now heading down B long. Skybird used to clear hookah, and with that Gecko Dizzy being shot down, Nasty is gonna play from elbow. Now Seekers help MXS figure out where is the threat. Mata up and above, following where the Seekers were leading him, which was somebody at the backside, which has been dispatched. And MXS, it's clinical. It's an execution. And Winthrop are just now rotating from A.
Potentially even a retreat. You can see them moving up, upgrading weapons here from a Judge to a Vandal, and you're already falling back. A 5 versus 3. Nothing you can do there. And look at what you're going to have to buy in the next round for a Moistic Shopify. Absolutely nothing except for utility. None of them got even touched lightly into shields. When Fly was able to get 1 kill through spamming Seekers, following inside the smoke, and a second one. Just none of the spray in the smoke to get the second pick there into elbow. And that just sealed the deal for the round. Maybe you're going to have to buy weapons now for MXS because they're definitely going for the hunt. As they're pinching here into showers.
Oh, wow. Flyer with 4. Fake ace. But also denying all those weapons from Winthrop. Back to square one.
Dude, And that's 4 kills in a round after pulling out Seekers. So he's already halfway at more Seekers. And what a come up here from Flya. Last week, he was just being very vocal about, not feeling really in the right spot here to be able to bring out a great performance. And boy, did he do that, in that previous round. And he's looking to continue to do so. I mean, you're looking at the frag distribution across MXS. Every single one of them are just basically activating where they need to activate around that map. Well, yeah, it looks like maybe Odoshima's not doing that much, but that's his responsibility, right? He's just staying behind. He's pulling up the walls. He's trying to hear the rotates. He's trying to hear on what the other ones are currently doing here so that Flya can make the right call for these hits and for MXS to capitalize in these rounds.
I see Mata laughing. The whole team smiles. Moist
Vibes
Shopify are chilling. I mean, mine is stumbling a bit on the pistols. The gun rounds have favored MXS. And with the 4K after the Brock ace, this team is feeling good even when odds are against them. They know how to play through it.
Not sure if Winthrop will be able to play through this so far, right? They got picked off by a clutch ace by Brock. None of their weapons saved in that previous round. And now in an eco. Crossfire set up inside Hookah with Stinger and a Sheriff. Nasi trying to play the bait and switch, which is a good play because MXS haven't really been using Boombot to clear or Doc to clear. They've been walking in contact, so they could potentially set up a good trap. But for Moistex Shopify, it's just a 5-player walk up here. Contact play down, or should I say up towards Long B. And they might catch here 1 player off guard because Screwface just got pinged out. They're expecting here the lineup to flush him out. And he already rotated away.
Away from Showstopper. Flya. Ooh, got a target. So MXS pushed through the smoke. Vic takes some damage from the decay and the Nightfall invested. And that's how MXS are going to do their best to fight through this after Screwface threw that out. Or still has it. Either way, MXS, they have the better guns, so I'm not expecting this to go any other way.
The discipline's there. Otoshima spotted 2, falls back. Mana decides to push 4 because they should be weak side for Winthrop University here, up towards spawn. And you mentioned it. Better weapons coming out from MXS, better shots coming through, good trades coming out. And once you see Brock, you're falling back. So Jerk is just trying to pick up the Vandal at the last second, do some damage on the exits. And here's 2 of them towards Hookah. But this round definitely will finish in favor of Moistex Shopify with little to no damage done against here Moistex Shopify. Yeah, I mean, you kill 2 players, but look at the credits that you currently have post round. A lot of them will be close to the 8,000-9,000 mark. And that it goes back to that ace once again, the clutch from Brock. It really hurts here, the momentum that Winthrop currently had at the very beginning with all these trap plays that they were doing. The game plan was sound. It was working out. But you're calling out these early timeouts now because, unfortunately, MXS, they're starting to find value out of these hits. I mean, you already see 4 spikes going off in the past 7 rounds.
It's an important gun round for Winthrop to win. Only 1 person with light shields, but pop the pit. Covering Belong and Hookah. Dogging through, though, and catching Jerk right at the tail end of it. MXS are hoping to just mow them down and to cancel the pit. There's even a snake bite that's going to prevent MXS from stepping in at the moment. And that is where Nasi has a really important job to protect Jerk in these moments and keep the Dizzy for the engage. If MXS were to step in, Jerk will spot them when they enter. He's looking right down the barrel of Belong. MXS figuring out, did they want to teleport or not?
Right now, they don't have a dog to work with to go inside that pit with the Showstopper. This might just be flash util and hopefully get a spray off the wingman. Oh my god, it hit.
Oh, jeez. Wait, Jerk just sprays through the pit, and MXS threw everything to deter this Viper. Yeah, you got the pit down. And once that smoke clears, Winthrop don't see MXS. They've taken the teleporter, and MXS.
Spike down A.
Silence at the end with 2 kills this round for MXS.
It was a nice attempt. Go back behind the wingman when you don't have the dog here from the sky to go through inside that pit. And you heard it wobble, wobble, wobble towards the opponents. And then unfortunately, though, Farmada just followed behind the wingman. And that's usually a straight line when it books towards you. So just spraying towards the wingman, you spray 2 players within the pit and you anchor out the site and you cancel out the plan that was actually built up here for Moist Shopify. And you'll take that round for sure. And now you're trailing only behind by 2 because of that. It was still a healthy buy. You have a flawless win out of that one. And you have holds to work with too, against only the pit of Otoshima.
Cute spot for Infiltrator from top of the box. Extending through the smoke, though. I guess someone is home. The orbital strike and showers from Silence. I'm not 100% sure what intel they were playing off of besides just a feeling, but MXS, now that they're smoked off, they could grab the orb. That's probably what Flya just did. MXS are back to square one on how they want to guide their way into U-Haul, and Winthrop are still there in mid. Silence with 3, gets flashed by Brock and still wins it. What?
Dude, Songs for Silence back up. Saving the round there for Winthrop. Because, by God, was I scratching my head on the first 15 seconds of that round. I love that they took map control towards that spot. They had double ults and even Screwface on top of that with the Nightfall to add insurance if they were going to get pressured. But somehow Infiltrator just walks inside the smoke, gun in first to give his position away, and it felt like Silence had to make a play and throw an orbital strike randomly towards Showers, sorry. But then again, playing out in the open like that, and the trades weren't perfect for MXS to swing for that trade, and Silence able to get a 4K, keeping the game close here between these 2 teams.
Orbital strike, this time from Vic. And MXS will be dogging up and gotta be careful. The orbital strike, the flush off U-Haul, and Nasi just gets obliterated. Showstopper, Infiltrator, nice play. MXS slowed down and can't seem to vanquish U-Haul. And MXS, they just can't clear these angles. They'll try again with Seekers to guide them. And just popping out of heaven, Winthrop still catch MXS, who only catch strays. Because they're barely in the sight. Flya will sneak behind them. 2v1, spike planted, pit up. Screwface still with the Nightfall.
Huge pick.
Don't even, wow, I'm surprised Flya could see above that. Pretty tall, but hey, 7-5 for Moist.
Yeah, just jumping off of the bench here to get the nice view inside pipes. And that was actually a great play to do here for MXS. Instead of playing 2 inside that pit, they would have both been hit by the Nightfall. And you just try to get the early information of where that last player could be rotating from. And if you lose that fight for Flya, at least the one inside that pit, being Otoshima, could understand where he could reposition against the Nightfall that could be used and how you play the pulse plan and delay with the snake bite as well. So in the end, very nicely done for Moist Shopify. They managed to close it out to take the lead by 2, but Winthrop University are definitely doing a great job to keep this close. I said the momentum was going to be broken by the time that the ace happened, that clutch happened, and it did. They lost 6 rounds out of 7, but they were able to salvage the last because the momentum was regained off that 4K from Silence.
Now the second half with an all-out war for H-Short, but the double swing from Winthrop is well-timed, but U-Haul well kept by Vic. He's gonna abandon it and through all the smokes. Winthrop above the protection of getting the spike down. 3-2 with a flash and a snake bite for MXS. And only a prowler for Screwface. He has to maneuver through the smoke. And do you really want to push through that being out in the open? And Flya, yeah, at least you heard his flash through U-Haul. Winthrop are trying to play off of each other. The spike will be tapped. and gotten to halfway. Screwface gets the haunt thrown in and forces Vic out. That Odashima gets the trade. 2v1. Turk just has to prevent the defuse and he can't.
That is so annoying for Winthrop University that the post plant that they had to play is against 2 players that could still smoke out of the 3 players, which does not give you any chance at all to really set up on your crossfire in the end for the last 2. But man, do we have so many good confidence swings coming out from Moist-X Shopify at the beginning of that pistol. The timing for Mata to say, screw it, I'm not there to break the dizzy. I'm going to swing on the opposite side of the Viper wall and catch one and get the info for the other ones to get ready. And allowing the last 3 to get a nice retake towards the end. So snake bite now towards Showers. Trying to keep the opponents at bay in that spot. Boombot almost caught Infiltrator there. But at least they know here for MXS that we're trying to close the gap with satchels on them. Bunky! Oh my god, he got the kill.
Wow. And Vic is playing at the corner, hearing that Prowler, but he gets checked. And Winthrop have read this defense. But it's still gonna take blood, sweat, and tears to get through Moist Shopify. Especially after Moist Shopify won the pistol off the defuse. But Flya does a good job of clearing out U-Haul, but gets flashed by Nasi, who rounds the corner. There's a lot more smoke around the corner as MXS play together and get another defuse.
Great util by both of the initiators too for the engagement in the fight on that 2 versus 2 inside hookah that ended up in the favor of Moist-X Shopify. And you saw that Vic, he definitely thought that it was going to be, he was waiting for the right moment. Instead of giving away his position here with the Bulldog on the top of the boxes, was just hoping that other players would swing out and gain map control behind the wingman planting so that you'd catch at least 1 or 2 before he falls. And then a Dizzy goops him and they got the swing out of Showers to get the pick. So it was a nice attempt for that. They had stronger weapons no matter what anyways. The gun was going to be hard to pick up if it gets picked off. So it's fine here that, you know, he let that slip and let the wingman plant. And if you're looking at it too for Winthrop University, despite that plant, and this should have been their gun round, they're still only with this Bucky and Stingers because they forced on that previous one.
So that could be MXS extending their lead with Brock at the top of heaven. And with the range of the Bulldog, this is not something Winthrop can easily challenge. At least unless they're up close and personal.
I'm out of stuff.
Great read from Mata, holding down Showers, playing that close, but Winthrop extend to the back line, and Odashima puts a halt to that.
They're still vibing right now in the chat, in the voice comms for Moist-X Shopify. Guaranteeing, making sure that there's no Sage that's going to be coming up, no Clove reviving off those kills inside pipes. And they managed now to secure another round on the defensive side, so a big gamble that came out from Winthrop University to purchase in that second round. And now that results into 3 defuses, but 3 continuous plant with the max bonus. You're still going to have finally a good gun round this time around, but you're trailing behind by 5 now. This is a great start for Moist-X Shopify on the defense, where the post plant positioning for Winthrop hasn't been the best right now, especially when they're trying to engage and lose players in the process too. So less numbers now.
Oh,
no way. No way.
Mata, you better get out of his way. But wasn't expecting the crossfire. Got a little too hungry for that kill. It's still 4v4, but Brock, once he holds an angle, you cannot get him off of it. And Thrash will detain 1. Nasi gets some help from Infiltrator, who gets 2 and actually evens up those numbers, 2v2. So it's not over for Winthrop.
That's just unfortunate. You saw the ADS in the burst. Is like, he should be dead by now, so he stopped looking at it, realizing that Nasi was still up. They had to focus on trying to take him down, which allowed Infiltrator to just line up the 2 kills as they're both vulnerable by their own snake bite. But yeah, you talked about a 2 versus 2. Still an opportunity for Winthrop University to win this one because they have stronger weapons, although less health. And Fly still has a dog to work with. And for both of them, they're just trying to keep them pinned, wait for the audible of where the spike's going to get planted. And at this rate, looks like it's going to be a pincer maneuver.
A lot of time for Winthrop, but no one that we could see standing in their way. They're going to play as safe as they can. Paint shells, boom bot, snake bite. All good. So, MXS, what's gonna be the move? It's Fly and Vic not gonna take the teleporter. And Vic is already trying to take an engagement. Can't really move past this hallway safely. His Infiltrator wants to get timing. And the Molly as well almost bites Infiltrator in the butt. 2v2, Winthrop bought so much time. Infiltrator shuts down Vic. It's all up to Flya. And this is tough. Not much he can do. And Winthrop gather around.
Yeah, nicely done by Infiltrator towards the end on a 2 versus 2. Yeah, he was down at 18 HP, and he had to do a hero play somehow, right? So still have that poison orb up for Jerk, hides inside of it, and catches Vic off guard. That was trying to put the smoke down to try to at least get the spike defuse at halfway. But I thought there was going to be some sort of pincer maneuver because Fly was already towards Cave, and there was an opportunity there for him to walk forward and get the timing as the spike gets planted here on the attack side. But as they group up together, you saw that it wastes a lot of time, so they had to make a lot of noise on a retake, which allowed the last 2 players for Winthrop from closing out the round. This round, early pit coming out, not as deep though, but it does fully cover here. The teleporter all the way down towards the midway of Long B. That's set up here by Odashima. Yet, Winthrop University still wants to fight across this because they have Thrash and Nightfall to counter it all. So you're going to try to run forward, at least inside Hookah for the fight. Till the Prowler pushes you away.
MXS will still delay, get information, and play as passive as they can. It's really Winthrop's hand that's being forced, and with the ultimates that they have, this is scary. Infiltrator was trying to get in position for the showstopper, the Nightfall. Caused paranoia, of course, on the MXS site, but now that Winthrop are smoked off, they kind of have to perfect their timing. And Flya gonna throw out this flash off the contact of his teammates. Wingman will be heard planting, and Silence is gonna try and smoke himself off and still wins that against Flya. I can't believe that.
30 seconds left.
But MXS are approaching from behind, so Winthrop can't play out in the open, and it's too late for them to escape. MXS up to 11.
That one kill from Flya onto Infiltrator just stopped everything on the execution of Winthrop University. The Thrash already came through, the Nightfall also came out, and you're hoping the Showstopper to find the tethers, to follow behind the Thrash to get an opener, and he gets popped off as soon as it goes inside the Hookah, and then once you're smoked off, you can't really do anything. You can't run behind the Viper Orb, the Viper Wall rather, or the Brimstone Smoke to try to swing out and try to get these kills. And all those ults were gone, diffused, and allowed MXS to waste enough of that clock so that he could get the backstab and the flanks to come through. It looked like it was breachable at some point, but there was just too many bodies to fight against after when they were still trying to set up here for Winthrop University through the chaos. And now the last timeout being used by Winthrop. MXS 2 rounds away of closing out here this map, and it looked like it was a great start, at least on the first half here for Winthrop, but we talked about it. MXS have to win this series, have to win this game decisively. They're doing so far here in the second half.
Winthrop are definitely making them sweat for it. I mean, if you look at the kills, it's MXS are not out fragging them by a large margin. It's really come down to the last couple of duels, and obviously it's going to be one-sided when Moist Shopify's economy gets out of control, and Winthrop are still trying to get a good gun round. Speaking of that, we'll see kind of a mixed buy setup with Winthrop. You got, of course, the pit and the showstopper to work with. Maybe this gives a chance for someone like Mata to slowly creep up a short. But I don't think Moist are gonna go too far and give themselves up, especially giving a gun potentially to the other team.
Welcome to my
Look how already pushed down though. So they're trying so far here for Winthrop just to get a plant for showers. But Fly's already on a big flank, and he could get this backstep off the Screwface.
Man, they can't even go plant. It's an obstacle course in that pit. And playing close though is Mata, who has the boom bot and just spraying through it. Oh, pit is gone, I guess. So Winthrop have the spike behind when Wingman did not accomplish his mission. So MXS are not going to let him have time to think of plan B. They're going to rush into them. And the Winthrop their plans have been completely wrecked, and Flyer's on the flank, so things could just not go any worse for Winthrop.
Exactly, and look how patient Flyer was. Remember when we were talking about the first series here with TSM, when Poise had such a good flank going on, but he still kept moving. Flyer this time just waited towards the caves, hurt the rotate coming out from Silence, doesn't try to engage into a backstab, just calls the audible for Mata to get ready, play towards that box, expect that to come soon. I'm still questioning why the pit went down though from Jerk as the wingman was trying to plant. I don't know if there was more util that was trying to push him back, or he just didn't get the timing to refresh the fuel of the pit. But all of that just allowed for MXS just to get great information, get the backstab, and just guarantee the round with better weapons. Just off the information that Flyer has. Now they're at map point. Nodoshiva's feeling confident.
And this is Winthrop's map pick, so this could really boom them. 3-2. Boy, Shopify. They're ready to go to next map. Saw the Screwface Prowler, and it'll all be up to him. It's another Prowler just gets wrecked by the mosh pit. You got Wingman Brock versus Screwface, and it ends the way of Boy Shopify 13-6 on Winthrop's choice.
And they wanted to finish that quickly there with that pop flash outside of the poison orb. And yeah, it definitely looked like it was MXS in the driver's seat the whole time here on the defender side. Yes, as we mentioned before, it was an opportunity there for Winthrop to get more rounds on what they've been learning, the game plan that we're trying to do here on the defensive side with that composition. But as soon as the economy's low and you're trying to come back here, it was just a little bit too late, unfortunately.
And the next one is Icebox, and like I said, Moy Shopify don't really have a map they hate going to. They really can just play it all, while as Winthrop, they've banned Icebox quite a few times, and we haven't seen them play it since I think week 1. But we'll find out what the result of that will be, and we'll analyze how map 1 went after this break.
Bye.
Bye.
They say in life, there are no guarantees. They say a lot of stuff like that. Slow it down. Play it safe. Hedge your bets. So what? You gonna listen to that? You gonna stop because they can't guarantee you'll pull this off? No guarantee you'll win? No guarantee everything's gonna be fine? In life, you make your own guarantees. Nobody else will light your way. Start your own fire and keep it burning. And we guarantee you'll have one hell of a lifetime.
Welcome back, everybody, to VALORANT Challengers North America, where we just saw Moist Shopify take that first map 13-6 against the other side of Winthrop University. I'm Dryad, once again joined by Lemon, Kiwi, and Vans. And let's talk about this one a little bit, because I feel like it went the way that we were expecting. Winthrop started strong, they got the pistol, they got a couple rounds, but it was a Moist Shopify that even with an ace in the first half, they were looking unstoppable, Lemon.
Yeah, like the ace, and then there was a 4K from them after, which was at the end of the round, but still cool. Like, mechanically, Moist Shopify... Okay, they're also... I guess Winthrop are also a cult. But Moist Shopify, they're trying to channel the win. They're manifesting a win for the next map. But Moist Shopify, mechanically, they're a team that can turn around any odds, it feels like. And they had a game plan, and there wasn't really much stopping them. I mean, Winthrop would take a round here and there, but never really gather much momentum.
Yeah, and it hurts them, right? Once you get into that second half and you tried to gamble the second round by with the first plant that you had, and then you lose that one and you lose the next two. And it just not only in terms of, yes, into the fourth round, your economies kind of finally get built up where it's the fourth round that's your gun round. You've given up a lot of opportunities and given up a lot of orbs against you. And MXS were just able to snowball into ult economy, into just regular credit economy, and just have better aim as well on the defense, unfortunately. I mean, look at those opportunities that you had. Elevated from spawn, elevated from boxes, just landing all of their shots and winning first blood duels. And it looks like it's 12-7, but it definitely does feel like most of those on Winthrop's side was when they were playing the defensive side.
It was the confidence that we saw for this team, and as you were saying, Vance, the rounds that we got to see on the defensive side, and also just in a simple way that I'm thinking of, because Moy Shopify, they knew how to close out the advantages that they had. And that was something that we saw constantly throughout this map. Even when we were seeing that ace from a Proto, it feels like it was very methodical, the way that he was getting each one of those. But especially when it comes to the firepower, and when it comes to the team of Moy Shopify, I feel like they have everything to take this series down in 2, because that map of Icebox is all about that firepower. We once again have to keep it simple for that one, and I feel like it's gonna be Lemon.
Yeah, Icebox is something that Winthrop have liked to avoid for quite some time, and they played it recently, I think, in the Funhaver Invitational, and they were quirky with it. They got the Clove, they got some Sova, so I'm wondering if that's the type of composition you would bring out for a more serious match like Challenger, as well as Moy Shopify. They're kind of running this, so they can play whatever they want, honestly.
They can do whatever they want, Vance.
100%. And when you're looking at how they were playing in things that were a little bit more serious, such as CVAL, I think we mentioned it right before we got into the series, that it was Moobs that was playing with the group. And if I remember Moobs playing Icebox, I think they were pulling out like Arena from time to time with a double duelist and trying to get a little bit more value of running through and finding across the Viper Orb. So right now, when you're looking at what composition, or thinking of what composition Winthrop University could bring here on the second map of Icebox, it could be anything so far. I mean, they could go back into what could be simple of just getting like a Sage, KJ, and a Jet into that. But if you're trying to counter specifically or just play against a playstyle that MXS will bring out, it should be this double initiator Jet, right? So how do you play that against them? Do you want to run your double initiator as well, or do you want to play the double controller to not give any opportunities for players to really set up on at least aggressively inside the sites when you're going to play the retakes on your end? So that's going to be probably the main compositions that you currently see these days on a map like Icebox.
Yeah.
So we're just going to have to wait here at the agent select.
And on the other side is a Winthrop University that would like to get this map of Icebox, and hopefully as well take us all the way to Ascend, where they would like to try to get the win as well. But it seems like Lemon, Moy Shopify should be good for this one. We might be seeing, and we have that question, right, of what Vance was saying, what those compositions are going to look like. But in general, it's a map that you depend a lot on your duel list, if you're going to have a duel list at all. And you're going to depend on those long-range duels to be the ones that let you get the opening frag, and with that capitalize into the round win.
Yeah, Mata is the GOAT when it comes to this map. Dropped 22 kills against Oxygen. They beat them down 13-6, but Oxygen were also running Arena, and there's ways to counter this when you have a Jet and they don't. There's a mobility advantage there, and that's what I noticed when I watched MXS play against Oxygen, so it's hard to really feel how dominant Moy Shopify are going to be on this map, and it all depends on how boomed Winthrop are going to be, or what's being talked about between the two maps.
What's been talked about and what the changes are as we are almost there for the agent select of this map of Icebox. And yeah, we mentioned the Reyna because we've gotten the chance to see it a few times. Obviously the Jet that usually plays a part into these type of maps, and especially in Icebox specifically. But I do want to pay a little bit more attention to what Mata is going to be doing, because as you were saying, Lemon, this is a player that we mentioned has the highest stats compared to week number 1, week number 2. He's looking insane in the first kill department, looking insane in the clutches, looking insane on the ACS, and on a map that allows you to just frag out Vans, you have everything in your favor to close it.
Yeah, definitely. And it's going to be scary right now for Winthrop University to go into that second map against MXS with what seemed to not work too well for them when they were playing the attack side too. So now that they're going to have to play that on Icebox, and they can't really get that one-to-one battle in their favor for any of these duels, or for most of those duels, you're going to have to potentially bank on, doubling up in that buddy system. And I don't think you're going to be able to play a composition that's going to trap too much on a map like Icebox, right? Unless you're able to do something with Sova in your composition if you want to be a little bit more aggressive with those. But I mean, if you're trying to do these type of like fade combinations, it's not going to be the play here on Icebox. So it's not looking too swell if you're going to have to just go for just brute forcing duels against MXS. I think it's pretty much in the bag here for Moist Shopify.
It should be. It should be, honestly, with the way that they've been playing, with the way that they've been performing against other teams, and the way that they've just been playing individually with that ace that we saw from Brock, and just the consistency that the team has. But let's actually jump into the agent select. Let's see if there's going to be anything different, anything that might enable the team a little bit more, and to find an answer for Winthrop as how they're going to fight back. And Lemon, you were right about the Clove is going to be played for this map, is going to be in the hands of Nasty. I love seeing Clove. I love seeing this agent being played more and more in challengers, game changers, hopefully a little bit more into VCT. But I'm going to leave this map up to you guys.
Yeah, the Clove. I'm surprised Winthrop pulled it out, because you lose a lot of util having a Clove. You know, the smokes are cute and all, but I feel like you pull this out against Ion's Daycare because you feel like it's a team gap, but you're trying to pull out a Clove against Moist Shopify.
Yeah, if anything, on trying to take the attack for Winthrop University is a great start, though. I think that a Clove on pistol rounds with a Frenzy and shields, if somebody could maybe hero rifle them or hero pistol them, would be kind of great for Nasi to have. And to have the availability of Infiltrator as the duelist as well. You're able to just basically run a double dive composition, because Nasi and Clove as that agent could do so much in terms of gathering space. And also their metal that you have for Clove with a combination of shock darts could really allow for you to get some good executions and pops here within the sites. So I still am agreeing into the composition that will pull out and what they're trying to cook up here. There's other teams, for example, that have been playing like even double or triple controller on this map with the Clove and utilize the Clove just to gain that space and use the Omen to get verticality. But at least this time, Winthrop's going to have to jet for that verticality on the attack to start. And looking at the kit that Nasi has, it's going to be a Ghost with the overheal, or a Metal, sorry.
Must be stressful, though, starting off on offense after how the last map went and kind of how you're going to execute that game plan. Winthrop, one pistol last map, like the very first one, they just couldn't really generate momentum like you mentioned earlier off of that. So off the drone, not getting much info. Getting all the way back to screens, though, so there's some space that Winthrop can push up into. And now hearing some shots, they're going to disengage through the ropes off the Clove smoke. They hope to get a plant down, and Nasti's not going to stick it until they get first blood. Now MXS are alive and well to try and prevent this Tegan with the recon bolt from Winthrop. That's really helped them take a more confident engagement and also take a more confident plant as the wingman stunned up Nasi and allowed MXS to get at least one kill, but MXS have not had any advantages go their way in terms of util.
And Mato's going to be alone in a 1 versus 3. Spike's already planted, and Jerk and Screwface, Ghost, Pistol. Well, I mean, it's still Mato, though. Give it back to you.
Okay, let's see. If I'm the problem, I'm the problem. You gotta keep talking for MXS to kill. But hey, it's a pistol for Winthrop, and I thought that was really good. Sorry. And Winthrop off the util was really well done.
Yeah, and at least what I'm seeing from Nasi to start things off on this Clove is it's giving me some like very early Icebox vibes of when you know, the guard was pulling a Viper or an Omen and using these one-ways right here to not allow players to really swing out from the bottom, because feet will be spotted, forcing wide swings outside of that smoke that can be watched from pipes and 410. So it's actually quite nice that, you know, it's refreshing to see that again, and something that maybe these teams haven't seen in quite a while, that they're going to have to adapt on the fly and very quickly on the side of Moistix Shopify. And they're adapting with a Bucky close range from Flya. And Screwface is droning early, so greatly done, but it's being avoided.
Oh, but they may not know that Flya is there with the Bucky. And Nasi's gonna be the first victim. Is there a second, though? Winthrop gonna respect it at range. Bucky, not so fun. And a great reaction with the shock bolt from Screwface. And Winthrop have evened up the numbers, but Silence is low, and Screwface holds the angle against Vic. who just dances around the corner and may just be able to escape, but doesn't have any assistance. So all Vic can do is call out the push from Winthrop. Nodoshima's on the flank and did good damage. Winthrop brought down to 3 members.
Did some damage, but it should have been more than that on that flank. And Nodoshima just unfortunately did not have the RNG of the GE Classic, hello India, to try to get those kills. And unfortunately here for MXS, they're spread across the map with only 2 classics available, but it's a smart play for them on this defensive round. Infiltrated, they probably have a re here that he likes to play the Outlaw. So they want to make sure that they keep the Econ right for the next round. Although Guardian got picked up.
Yeah, good mosh pit from Brock and Mata. He always makes it look possible. Dashes, mind games against Screwface, Mata. It's a one-man army, and it's just Infiltrator with the Outlaw. Saw the jiggle peek. Position revealed, up and above, pulls out the pistol, and Mata gets 3.
That guy's insane, but all of MXS are insane in that round. The damage that you're able to do with Flya on that Bucky. First kill, 1 buckshot onto Nasi. Second one brought Silence down all the way to 14, which then allowed the Classic to get even more pop shots, weaken him up, and not securing, not making sure that we're covering the Guardian. Remember, there was probably a couple of players here that probably had a lower buy than the Guardian, and they didn't want to switch that out and left it behind for Mata to get a 3K on the retake. And once again, very early in the map, they get the win knocked out of the sails here for Winthrop University, and they already have to go into a smaller buy. It's a hero Marshall. And already
Hero
one
Outlaw.
has fallen.
Winthrop will still look to trade, and Mata dashes out, will play his life and go to ropes, but with the Viper's wall up, Winthrop can gain some space, but Mata heard the drop down. Winthrop can double swing. When Mata doesn't land those, Infiltrator will be safe for now, and Winthrop decide not to walk into MXS's hands.
And with that, Elise gets the information that they have Poland back already with the position from Flya. Heard the footsteps coming through. So he's going to watch a tight angle with the Outlaw. You know, and that Jerk's still alive here with the Marshal too. And now they're just pinned. So you're just going to wait it out. Have the Vandals still do the work towards the A side and have the Outlaw keep them pinned within the A site. And that's why Vic is already rotating across. They're going to have 2 players with Vandals within the site against Infiltrator solo Vandal. We'll see if they're able to convert that.
With Fly in mid, you know they didn't cross over, and Mata just picks a different high ground, and Winthrop, it's too much for them to clear with the numbers that they had, so Jerk, I hope to just keep this rifle if he can.
Yeah. It looks like he might. He's going to book it towards his B side, maybe for a plant. Nice shot onto Flya. Wait, this is actually doable here. If he's going to plant safely, not out in the open. Can play delays now with 2 nanoswarms. Maybe the second one's going to be a lineup from main. They're going to hear the rotate across, though. That's why they're activating here for MXS, already walking towards the site.
You might have already heard where Jerk is as well. Spike tap Jerk. Being patient, counting his time. Saw him on the high ground. But 5 HP for Jerk. Vic has dropped down. Got it to half. And awaits the duel against Jerk, who still has the turret too to peek around this corner, but Vic stands tall.
So hard to do at 5 HP, but it almost looked like it was doable there for Jerk. A clean shot that he landed onto Flya on the top of Boiler. He kind of wished that, as you mentioned, he had that turret he could have put down, but already thinking that the spike was diffused at least at halfway, he couldn't risk it to wait for the deploy of the turret to come out, so he had to swing on that one, and unfortunately got picked off. Vic, with the tap, has all the time in the world to fake that defuse, win that fight. But boy, it looked pretty close. Almost an opportunity to get the momentum back, to get the confidence back for a Winthrop, as it just got ecoed on that second round.
At least Jerk got the lockdown from it, but yeah, I thought that round was going to be over way before that, so Jerk definitely gave him some cope as the drone. Can Winthrop find where Mata is this time? Because Mata It's just so difficult to dislodge. Brock is gonna take himself out, and I guess it's all an illusion. You wouldn't expect a Gecko to push into his own molly, right? And Winthrop, who's Nasi and Jerk. Nasi used the ult and is looking for kills and gets more than what he bargained for. And Winthrop even have control of rafters. And with the smoke in its place, Otoshima has to swing in blind, and his vision will go dark. 3 for Infiltrator.
Nasi getting a second life, a second chance too. To come through with the ult, gain space towards screens, and somehow capitalize on the high-low off the ramp in Boiler to get those 2 kills. And yeah, it looked like the Mosh missed at first, but Brock just jumped out to get that pick. A clean shot coming out from Vic, had them all pinned towards the A site. And somehow just Infiltrator and Nasi fighting back towards the A main and getting so much value just off duels. Just getting good aim, clean shots, and now Fly looking a pop flash, sorry, for them to potentially peek out towards middle. We'll see nothing.
Took hero plays out of Infiltrator and Nasi, and still Mata blade storming down mid is not gonna push his luck too much. Winthrop have already taken over A. Bladestorm versus Bladestorm, and Flya has already peaked, and Infiltrator bests Mata. The numbers favor Winthrop, and Infiltrator is on a rampage, and MXS have to push through smoke, and that darn close smoke in rafters has ruined MXS's retake chance now back-to-back rounds.
That's crazy. You're just looking at the POV of Infiltrator. It's like, he's going to get another one at some point, right? And everyone's just dying through smokes, dying through utility off different areas of the map around the A site. And when you try to activate around the Bladestorm here for Moisex Shopify, that gamble, the play they were trying to make was trying to get value off, getting a ping off the Dizzy, off the double flash here with the KO, and couldn't land anything. And once again, Winthrop University, hearing that pressure coming out from the back end of the A site, brute force their way towards the front of the A site. And just won once again. Taking the lead back on Icebox. Rifle round for both of the teams. Mata already has control of Belt.
Okay, Thrash comes out, but yeah, Jerk is far enough away, but that's a 2-3 person swing? Like, at least Winthrop had the number advantage to cut through mid, get control of Kitchen, so Nasi could come from behind, has done such great work to get power positions for Winthrop, and as they re-clear mid, there's MXS who have pushed through A. But Winthrop are still in a great position and have already been planted at B. Thrash will detain Infiltrator, and Flya will get cleaned up by Nasi, who I feel like has been making this heroic plays for Winthrop in terms of the space clear and the ult usage, where the smokes are placed. It's all up to Brock to defuse and draw out Screwface, but couldn't get a line of sight on him. Heard someone from behind. Brock is insane to even just win that first one. Either way, Winthrop, good momentum here.
Nasi's been doing a great job for Winthrop to gain so much space on this agent, and is playing them well. Not afraid here to move forward, and even if they have to give their life away, there's still going to be somebody to trade behind. And as they're pushing forward, it's always Nasi and Infiltrator together, pretty much at this point. Both of them working out towards the kitchen, while the rest of them are splitting towards the B site, and they're getting so much value once again for how aggressive and how quick they're moving around. And for Moisex Shopify, I mean, it's not necessarily bad plays. They're just trying to fight back against Winthrop at the very beginning of these rounds. You've seen that pressure towards middle 2 rounds ago. This time towards the A side. They're just trying to get the read of to where they could hit and actually catch these players off guard. And it worked out. Like, they got the pick onto Jerk. But Winthrop University continues to do very well to continue to pivot and tempo up towards where they have an opportunity to take control in the matter of their own hands, and that's pushing towards the spawn and pushing against MXS's weaker side. So you're asking a little bit more here from those anchored players from Otoshima and Vic to do better here on delaying as much as they could so that those aggressive pushes could get much better value on these flanks.
That's a great point. Of Winthrop's tempo was stopped well by Mata in the first couple of rounds when he was updrafting and finding different high ground angles to shoot from. But now that Winthrop have been able to just ace up into A for free, that's been really successful. They switch it up once to B, and they get Nasi and Kitchen. So Winthrop been really creative on their approaches. It's not been the same run every round. MXS have 3 stacked in B, including 2 flashes. And this drone didn't really see much. They are going to ping to check yellow box, and Vic gets the assistance of this Dizzy from Brock.
Wow.
Forcing the dash out from Infiltrator. And it's an exchange that still favors Winthrop, especially playing off the Outlaw from Jerk. Clove, Nasi activates the ult, and now could be the one who frontlines for the team. Can't convert though. But getting info that Brock is at mid-cut with an SMG. Infiltrator will play the distance battle, and with the smoke, this is a safe plan for Screwface.
Planted.
Don't know how Infiltrator survived that whole time.
Enemy remaining.
When he had a nice timing off the pop flash that could have punished him. Now Mata's alone with the Guardian against 4. He's done it against 3, but he had the flank. This time, they're ready for the angle.
Oh, I can farm up some orbs. Need 3 orbs. There's 3 targets. The math is simple. Shots, not so much. So Winthrop really gathering a bunch of rounds on offense, which that was what I was worried about. Of how do you unboom yourself from map 1 and crack Icebox, which is not their best map.
Yeah, and how do you bring the mental back too after getting ecoed on that second round? And they're definitely doing good here to make sure that they stay calm, to know that they still have a fighting chance, and that it was very early in that map when they got ecoed here, right? It was literally round number 2. So they still have a chance to bring the economy back, to still get map control, still get good space control too. At that time, it was against an eco that we had a trap play of just, oh wait, let's hold that thought. We're trying to be very aggressive on a pop towards the A side, and there's nobody there.
Onto his Fury. No pesky Jet on the high ground. Spraying through the smoke just in case, because that's where Mata hung out on one of the rounds. And Winthrop, they're all the smoke. Be able to get into a planning position, but where's the smoke on the top of Raptors? It's allowing MXS to flood in. Thankfully, Winthrop were ready to take that engagement. Silence gets 2, but it's brought this down to a 2v2, where Winthrop not so confident on the plan unless Silence pops the pit. So Nasi will be good for now.
An A tower is not going to be covered here, so hurt or might hear the drop coming through. The clap spotting Silence, and they were trying to get the spray. Now it gets reset. There's still an opportunity for Winthrop to win this.
Oh,
Wow.
Silence down. Still a snake bite 2 for Vic, and big W for Brock, despite... I mean, MXS were allowed to flood in, where usually that Raptors is smoked off, and Winthrop have been in a more prepared position. But it was shaky control from the start for Winthrop.
If anything, though, it started off well because it was an open A site. And once they got in, somehow Brock got maximum value off the kit of the Gecko inside a Viper's pit. The first wingman got the clap, spotting the Viper towards Dice. He sprayed towards it, did a little bit of damage towards Silence, then throws a Dizzy in there to allow Vic to go inside the pit to get the kill. And then unfortunately there, Nasi, I mean, he's had some great moments so far, but Nasi can't clutch every single round right now for Winthrop. He needs a little bit more from his team to help out. At least they still have the lead by 2.
Yeah, they're gonna fight for mid, just maybe wait out the KO knife from Flya. Also kind of allowed to drop down either way. Winthrop have sent Nasi up in kitchen before, so MXS have stacked both their flashers at this point. Pop flash out in mid, Silence caught out. Infiltrator around the corner, and he's dealt with 2. Winthrop can't even hold their own base for MXS start to invade. The last resort being Nasi here at the back will hold their side for now. Then you have Screwface and Yellow Box by himself with literally someone next to him. So this has been a messy round for Winthrop.
Especially when you lost both your... Well, not both, sorry. Just Infiltrator, your duelist towards middle. It's very difficult to now try to activate any type of map control. So I understand here. You're spread across the map. You're trying to do at least some sort of pivot, trying to get control of something, win a duel
30 seconds left.
to maybe allow your teammates to group in together, but the last two at least are grouped before they hit towards the A site. Plant will come down potentially, which will allow Nasi to get the res available on this Clove. And is trying to bait out shots with the first pings.
Placing swarm grenade.
Get the plant off in time. Nasi has the old thrash coming out. Nasi barely dodges it. I think his friend got detained, and Nasi almost got two. And the ult being used to escape, and gets into his human form just to be cut short. Now Wingman will defuse. Jerk will have eyes on it, but these distance duels are tough for him to win, especially with the numbers MXS had. So MXS will be within one.
The game plan was there, trying to delay here with the ult that you have for Nasi, so you could maybe pop the nano swarms. But the protocol's out for MXS, swinging together, getting that trade, and then the decision for Mata to dash onto the site just to break the cage of utility, because there's no way Nasi's going to insta pop out of his res so that the Clove could try to fight back right away. So the Clove has to fall back behind the Viper wall, so there's no post-point utility being used. So now you're forcing players to swing back out to fight, and it comes back in their favor here for MXS to capitalize on the round. And that's a rare here underhand flash that was not expected from Winthrop University that started snowballing this victory for MXS in this round.
It's been a very, very close map. I'm excited to see how the post-timeout adjustments come out, and the Battle of the Jets, Mata versus Infiltrator, where I thought it was starting to turn into the Mata show when this half first started, and Winthrop have brought out the strat book and have changed it up every time. A is definitely their most preferred spot. Just being able to smoke off rafters is pretty important. Not the dinosaur, but they got the lockdown at least. So this would be good for them to lean towards the A side again.
Yeah, if anything, Infiltrator Nasi's been doing a pretty decent job to make sure that Mata doesn't have these pop-off moments. Because right now they're doing pretty good as a dynamic duo to work together and clear up some space, and you already see it again. A smoke on top of Boiler. Timid turret can't see anything, and you already see the updraft on the top, and they're both going to double up here to try to work towards Kitchen. A passive hold and a play from Vic. Remember, we need these two players, the anchor plays from Vic and from Otoshima, to get good value on these positions when they have to anchor up. There's a lot of responsibility within their hands.
Ooh. Nasi and Kitchen, what are they cooking? You could get eyes on Vic, and just an Overwatch position for Winthrop to get a plant going, and that catches Vic. So it's the start of something good. Can get smokes in place, but Winthrop's walk-up isn't going as smooth as they thought. They still have to dislodge Yellow Box, and Nasi is continuing to live into enemy lines, whereas the help from Winthrop, the eagerness to push up and run. Okay, Flya. Let's see if you're right. The lockdown will be in place. Flya has to at least deal with that. And that is perfect for MXS. Flya can't convert more than one, but taking care of the lockdown is such a big win condition. Now gone for Winthrop.
Just doesn't know what Infiltrator is at. Oh, thankfully the Dizzy was there. If not, he had to kill on Tamata. Now they have information on both, and MXS can work together now against this pulse plant.
Mata is ready to tango, looking for a partner. He's got the flash up his Gecko, and Infiltrator drops behind the wall, but Mata bests his teammate. 1v1. Mata, with the health disadvantage, takes the L, and Winthrop go up to 6.
A nice little win by Infiltrator on that 1v1, staying calm. Look at the amount of util and what they were trying to do to disrupt Infiltrator within that site to try to force him to make a mistake. Yeah, he just holds there and wins that duel against Mata. And this, unfortunately, is just trying to peek out to get information when, I understand it, they shot the turret for Winthrop University on top of that boiler, and you're past that minute mark, and you don't have information on mid, so you have to try to start scouting. And Nasi's been doing such a good job just to infiltrate, no pun intended, into these moments and get great value off these lurks. Continuing the lead here for Winthrop University. The lead now with a player advantage as Vic falls early in the round again.
And then Jerk's turret got killed at A, and the fake as Winthrop head into B and get the plant. Viper's wall up. Everything going well. Some excess around the corner. They got Guardians. They got Hope. They got a lockdown. Nope, Odashima's dead. And Nasi is just so aggressive. And the mechanics transfer so well. It's a flawless for Winthrop.
Last round in the half.
And you want this coming out of Winthrop as well. 7 rounds finally on the attack, hoping to get 8. And that's the power of this Asian composition too, right? We talked about this Jet and this Clove could be a double duelist type of beat. And they're actually getting it done that way in that type of play style. Maybe not as divey and poppy as we expect it to be, which is fine because it's not a composition that allows them for them to set up like a whole flood into a site with util. It's just using the kit to the advantage here. What value they bring.
Mada's doing it again, but gets punished. Wanted that kill so bad on the jerk. Last round of the half. And Winthrop is downloading the Mada strat when it comes to A defense. Blade Storm, Cloval. Where's that Nasi aggression? Oh, forehead of Odashima spotted. That beanie will be gone very soon. And Winthrop just gonna not play into those hands. Gonna change it up, but pushed up his fly. Was gonna catch this rotate. Not gonna really challenge it unless he's gonna come from behind. Just gonna leave that be.
It's just another round where he's going to hear everything too. And it's okay for him not to challenge it because Odashima has a lockdown as well. So once they start committing, he might preemptively place the lockdown so they could funnel them back towards the A side and cross them over. Especially now that Vic just died.
Down B.
Winthrop still need the plan. It's only up to Brock 1v3 and just not going to happen. Winthrop and the half in their favor, 8-4. But this is not like an insurmountable lead, but it is one that impresses me.
Definitely a great start versus what we saw from Winthrop University on that previous map. But we talked about the aim duels, right? The possibility of doing these fights on a map like Icebox, having less util, needing less util to capitalize on these rounds. And again, Winthrop University is doing that perfectly. But we have a chance to do it now for Moistex Shopify. I don't think there's an opportunity to do too much delay now that you have a Clove on the defense. Maybe the metal could be something that's good into the shock darts that we mentioned before we got into this map. But if not, I mean, at the base of it, when it comes down to these aim duels that I've mentioned that they were missing for Winthrop University on that first map, they definitely got it this time around. Infiltrator and Nasi look very warmed up in the second map and are definitely able to fight toe-to-toe here against the MXS roster.
Yeah, Infiltrator was definitely caught up in the kills and having basically a double duelist set up with Nasi. I love the way they play for Winthrop. Just the smokes playing more passive with the Clove until they get the ult. And then you see Nasi really become online. And it's not like consistently getting that second life back, but it's the eagerness, the aggression you can play off of when you have the ult. And the information you can still collect afterward. And the chance to get another life. So MXS now on offense. This is their map pick. This is one of their best maps. Winthrop, we already said not so much, but with the start that they had, it's not too bad. They just got to keep it up.
And now the piss round will resume. Thank you for your patience, chat. Looks like we had a small mic issue, but fixed now. As we talk about the aim battles between these two teams or what Icebox could provide, we're having a 5 ghost setup on the defense all the way down towards middle, potentially aggressively moving down here for Winthrop University. For MXS, 1 sheriff, 4 ghosts. No raid boss for any of the players.
Rolling down from Tube, though, having to deal with the KJ util. That's been enough of a distraction. It's not exactly an exchange that favors Winthrop, despite being the one who put the cards down on the table first. MXS, with still Spike in hand, have Mada sitting pretty deep into A, so that'll be the call.
It favors a bit because you don't have the Viper wall to plant towards B, so you have to commit towards A. But thankfully, because Fly was making so much noise towards this B site, kind of kept Winthrop for a bit. But MXS still moves in, wingman plant, Mata trying to fight towards screens, trying to find the timing because he can isolate this fight, not letting the shots.
Mata's so good at dashing away, though. If they can't win the dual load, Oshima will step up and put the cape on his back and help MXS get pistol.
On the first half, I don't think I said Otoshima once.
Yeah.
I think he was like 1 in 12 at that point, finishing the half, but it's understandable when you're trying to play anchor towards a site and you're trying to be aggressive for the other players and not getting any value out of it. You're forced to kind of just play rotate simulator and just not get too much value on anchoring towards that site. But at least now he's pushing with the team, gets a 3K in a round when Mata couldn't land his shots with the Sheriff, and allows here Moisix Shopify to get pistol.
Good start, Moist. Buying up one Vandal, but Infiltrator stepping up, but the Sheriff gets first blood. It's quickly traded. As MXS, this was a bigger fight than they expected for A. And around Screwface has the shock bolt too, and that could flush out these corners, and with the support of Infiltrator on the high ground, Winthrop are just waiting.
So is MXS. Just trying to see if anybody's going to push and try to flank aggressively and punish one of these players on a rotate, which could have been silenced, but he falls back towards the kitchen. They're trying to leverage the turret to catch the cross, but already you see Vic pulling up his smoke. So that's going to add the layer of uncertainty if we've rotated back towards the site. For MXS, it's just going to be a re-hit towards the A side, and nobody from Winthrop moved.
Infiltrator dodging the flash, knowing MXS still thinking about A.
Not until
all
that
the
jiggle.
Smokes and yeah, that's done and over with.
Jiggle saw 3, fast pivot towards the B site, and Vic this time is around, so I don't know if they're going to pop off the wall instantly because they already saw 3 players on the other side, wanted to make sure yellow was clear, and now they could plant.
Spike planted.
And Winthrop sent 2 through mid and 2 deep on the flank into A. And you caught the one from Winthrop going mid-cut. And then Signlings can go through kitchen and try to wrap behind where you would get an alternate angle, but no, it's going to be joined by Screwface. Got to unite the forces when you got pistols like this.
Yeah, when they thought they could have had a rifle, because Screwface ran up towards Belt, towards the X where Brock died, and then realized, oh, they probably juggled that outside of the map. I was a little bit ticked off about that one, because that wastes the clock, and now they're trying to make sure that they're not giving ult orbs away to their opponents, especially when MXS has bought around Bulldogs and Vandals. That's Otoshima with 5 kills now in 2 rounds.
And Moist making that comeback after the 8-4 half for Winthrop. So far, so good. Going into the bonus. A lot of Vandals, or 2 Vandals, I should say, on Moist's side. And only 1 Guardian on Winthrop's side, so light shields, though. Moist, Shopify looking a bit more sturdy. They're kind of looking at mid, though. Wonder if they're going to push up kitchen.
Yeah, it might be the similar case here of dashing up here on pipes. Actually, it's under tube instead. And tempoing in their bonus.
Yeah, and eventually getting into kitchen a different way around, but getting behind Winthrop is the plan. Dodging the flashes, exposes them, and Moist get caught. Winthrop reacted well, and
oh my god!
Oh, Silence is watching them all walk by and was too patient with it at the end.
Yikes!
Now MXS plant Mata controlling the middle of the map as Winthrop used the drone to try to check out that mid cut, and Flya trying to re-clear through kitchen. Screwface coming up from mid, wins that from Mata. And MXS got to be careful how far they extend out. Now that Winthrop have evened up the numbers. Screwface is running around and Flya's now in kitchen, so Winthrop just don't know where to retake from. They've lost every duel they've tried, and that leaves Jerk to save.
And that's just thanks to the lurk that you had inside the kitchen. I think that was Flyer, right? With the Bulldog. So if he saw Infiltrator coming out towards Snowpile and dropping down, and he already took down a Screwface, they already had information of where one of the last two players were. And until he communicated that for Vic to get the easy kill into Infiltrator, then Jerk had no choice but to save his weapon at 26 HP left. And MXS now 1 round away of tying up the game. And this is what we mentioned before, like, how can you get good value with a Clove in your composition? And maybe it's just trying to throw here these one-ways towards this A site so you could fight in a spot. They're going to be grouped up at least.
Try to get the orb. Maybe that's why they're 4 stacking. Well, they're stacking because of the sheriffs, sure, but I think the Nasi ult has gotten them some miracles before. Infiltrator heavy pushed up. They're all detected by this KO knife, but Infiltrator at the lineup. Great crosshair placement. They're going to leave up that space. They still haven't grabbed the orb, though. Worried about MXS being on the high ground there.
Yeah.
Might have heard the drop.
Values to get the pick to activate here, infiltrate towards the front with his hero rifle. That's the goal of it, and he gets a second.
Wow,
No
hit the
way,
third,
it's a
but couldn't
third.
dash out. He's crazy. Winthrop converting a thrifty, it seems. Brock, unless you've entered the Broctagon, but there's the Nasi ult. Goes in for round 2, takes another L. Brock, 1 away from the Thrash 2. If he could just win 1 more kill, he'll kind of repeat the ace from last time. But just traveled across. Nonetheless, still an exciting round for a thrifty for Winthrop.
Infiltrator once again. We talked about those one-ways, so they threw that smoke towards the A nest just so that there's no vision and value off the players coming up on belt, which is something that MXS has been doing a lot at the beginning of these rounds. So Infiltrator is able to move forward, get the dash kill away, and then you saw the rest. I mean, somehow got 3 kills, man. That shouldn't have happened. But we'll take it for sure. If you're a fan here over at Winthrop University that you want your star duelists to activate now. And he's done a great job in this map, trying to maintain the lead. As they're trying to get a fast push now towards middle, and Nasi was already there to greet Vic.
Yeah, I like that Winthrop have adjusted to have better vision on kitchen when MXS have pushed up there before. And having the alarm bot near tube is great. Poor Jerk. MXS are losing numbers and losing gas in the tank too, and it was 3 rounds in a row for them before Winthrop thriftied. Just gotta stay composed and alive, ideally, but MXS looking down a 2v4. Nasi isolating this duel. The smoke, Brock, Nasi takes the conservative shelter. And it's Winthrop that obviously get the round.
And you can already see here from the kit or the what we're trying to do playing as a Clove that there's just reflexes on how you're using the util, especially when you don't have to click an eye off a kill to get an overheal or to look for an orb to hit the overheal. It's just an instant kill, and then you pop the C, at least so you see on the UI to have the pick me up. Although Nasi did it when he received 0 damage, so that was a waste of a piece of an ability. But nonetheless, still managed to get 3 kills in the round and to hold and anchor the B site here for Winthrop University. Off now for Infiltrator. Op shot missed. It was close. Haircut given to Brock. But this might be an opportunity now for MXS to take control here of this A site around this Thrash available now for Brock.
Can Mata get a good swing? It all depends on Infiltrator versus Mata. He's gonna get the upper hand. They're like circling around each other. Infiltrator almost caught the elbow. And what is the reaction out of Mata? Now that the smoke clears, will in a second. At least he'll be safe for now. Thrash on the attack for MXS, and this forces the disengage out of Winthrop. They're playing at screens and rafters. MXS will recollect the Thrash too, so this is something to worry about if you're Winthrop, and especially losing Screwface.
Exactly. I was gonna say he probably needs to start falling back here outside of the spawns that could use a Hunter's Fury to delay the spike plant. Now this is an opportunity for MXS to get in.
All the op and screens. MXS, how do you push against this? Only snake bite, an up trap, and just Winthrop taking full control of this map, going up to 11. A deciding map on the horizon.
Right now on the defensive side for Winthrop University, they're doing what MXS wanted to do on the defensive half. Push forward, get control here of Belt, getting control of Pipes as well, just locking down towards the A side, and then even committing into a further push against MXS and getting great value at the beginning, because not only do they, even if they missed a shot, they get great information of that there's 2 or 3 players trying to hit towards either A side, either towards middle. Every type of position that they have, they're one step ahead of where MXS are trying to work the sites. Remember 2 rounds ago, it was a fast mid to B split, and already Vic got picked off inside Pipes. These are good reads coming out from Winthrop University just on the tendencies that MXS have been doing here on the attack side.
This Infiltrator is so good too. This is the guy you gotta go after if you're MXS. And the last timeout for MXS, and clutch or kick, and they were able to come back slightly when it was an 8-4 half for Winthrop, and MXS got within 1 or 2 rounds, and now that gap has extended for Winthrop, 2 rounds away from sending us to a third. Lockdown, Pit versus Hunter's Fury, 1 away from Null Command and Bladestorm on the side of MXS. See where this goes.
Force buying this time too for MXS. Losing this round, they'll have Bladestorm and maybe another rifle on a half buy.
Oh, Nasi got completely smoked there by the flash, and Mata
No way.
leads them to a round victory, it seems, with both kills, and the established wingman planting. Winthrop couldn't get vision to prevent that.
He got those 2 kills and even dashed forward to avoid the 3rd pulse from Screwface to not get hit by the Hunter's Fury to give a 2-player advantage for MXS. That was a huge play by Mata. And now, unfortunately, you're trying to make plays for the rest, and it's understandable. Infiltrator's been feeling themselves throughout the second map.
You always gotta shoot a body if you kill your doppelganger on the other side. That's a barrel. Mata sees it. Oh, heard someone behind too. He sees and hears. Did you guys know that? 3v2 though.
Player standing.
MXS desperately need to collect some more rounds here. That'll put them within 3. And this is after the timeout, so whatever they talked about, it worked.
Yeah, and okay to give up the let Jerk save his rifle, because remember, they 4-spot in this round. Credit was going to be very low should they lose more players, sorry. And now it gives them an opportunity to get more rifles. Now they have ults. Nasi has theirs. And that timeout, I mean, they just booked it. They just went for a B hit and just tried to push through and try to find utility to support Mata to get these entries. And he did great to start. Now look at Winthrop University, though. Because Mata did what he did on that first round, that previous round, there are 4 players there.
Let's get it, I guess. Just the hailstorm of bullets from the Odin. Just a noise distraction. Infiltrator checking the corner. The peek from Flya, but he's got friends in Winthrop. Weren't expecting it, but they're gonna send some backup, and Flya kills almost all of them. Winthrop had a pretty big disadvantage, but cool play. The Odin's still in hand, though.
And you saw from that pick, though, Nasi didn't go with the res. Just because they lost Infiltrator early in the round and then he died, they just thought that, okay, well, maybe Silence is not going to win theirs, so it's going to be impossible for me to try to res and help out. So this gives a great opportunity here for MXS to play the player advantage inside the pit on the A site.
Huge round for Moist to turn around. Smata watching over rafters. The main area Winthrop are going to try and retake from. Screens is going to have a tough enough time. The recon right into the pit. Screwface with the Odin. At least this is the guy you can call for the job to pressure out the person in pit, but not getting much luck. They're going to decide to save their... Not save, but... going to just leave Vic on the post plant. And Winthrop are the ones trying to save.
Player standing.
Not working out so far. At least they'll save the Odin towards the end, definitely here for MXS, getting great value off the timeout to string in 2 rounds in a row. And also not too many ults behind it, right? The last round was only a pit that was invested. Now they still have the lockdown to use, or available rather, with the KO ult. There's a lot right now in the hands here of MXS to try to tie up this game, and they don't want to let that happen for Winthrop University as they're calling a timeout right now.
Good timing, because with Shopify 2-0 after their timeout, just they're really good at identifying their own problems. You've even pointed out that Moist Shopify are very, well, I was going to say humble. They are shooting bodies sometimes, but at least humble in terms of what they have to improve and recognizing within themselves what needs to change and not being afraid to communicate that. So Winthrop trying to ice them out and figure out what's wrong with their game plan after they felt like they had really control. Felt like Winthrop had control of that second half.
Yeah. For MXS, I mean, at least to try to get early information has been on this B side to start, get into Dizzy and the KO flash if needed to see how many players will be moving through. And with that, they could decide, okay, should we hold back and fight against them? Can we pivot towards the A site? So there is better value of MXS currently with their defaults at the beginning of the round, but off the timeout, though, Mata has an op on the attack against Infiltrator. This is going to be a great round to start. But unfortunately, both ops in opposite directions.
Got op and baby op on Winthrop's side. Odin too. Interesting. Just an interesting buy for Winthrop.
Yeah, lots to do. I mean, you're 2 rounds in the lead. You're trying to get value around the Odin, and you still have pretty decent economy moving into the next round, especially with how Infiltrator's been popping off. I mean, he could buy the next round even if it loses the op. And the Dizzy not spawning the op at the very beginning, and it's good here, at least for MXS, that they're not committing towards B, because that's where the op was here for Infiltrator, and they want to try to pivot back towards the A site.
Yeah, the action will really go down off the first blood, and both these teams are at a stalemate. So it's time that's going to force Moist Shopify's hand here in a sec for A. But have they figured out where Infiltrator is? Sometimes he likes to play A on this high ground, but with the op, he's actually on the other side. Moist Shopify have to look at everything, and they're going to early lockdown to stop Winthrop from being on the site.
Missed the top of the pipes too, though, so there's a gap on the right side. It's already being pinged. Will they be util there? Dizzy's being thrown, close in the corner.
Nasi has the ulto. Not gonna decide to, okay, just now using it. Either way, Winthrop has the numbers. Moist Shopify did not get the plant. 13 seconds left, and they're fighting for space. It's Winthrop after the timeout that get back in the driver's seat and set sail towards a potential map victory.
That was so close, at least, to get that kill and maybe get a plat down, but now they're realizing how annoying this is to play against the Odin. The sprays from Screwface outside from the ramp into screens all the way towards the ones that are trying to cross towards that site. And on top of that, to add insult to injury, Winthrop now pick up the op left behind by Mata, and they're playing double up on defense as they have the lead by 3. So another one of these timeouts coming in from the opposite end when they get great value off the half buys that they have through. And Jerk off site right now, trying to find a timing at least on where MXS are moving towards to. He's trying to watch the control on Boiler, and Vic is feeling here a push coming out from Infiltrator with the op on pipes.
All pitted up in A.
Spike retrieved.
Silence holding it down. MXS have been playing this slow early game of just hoping to play for picks and waiting until the around 40-second mark to start making progress. It's Nasi going down 2, and that means null command 2 from Flya as MXS approach B. That's an interesting chickle peek. Either way, Winthrop have the angles around MXS, and it's a double swing from MXS to get back to an advantage. But Silence on the high ground is still a problem, and MXS Could be denied a plant. Just now
Last
pulling it
player
off.
standing.
Silence getting shut down is so huge. Vic with 3. Now it's only up to Jerk. They don't know where they are. We'll have a turret. Oh, the wingman spotted him. At least you won't have that to use. The turret pinging Brock close left. All depends on how and when Vic swings, which is perfectly timed for MXS.
Yeah, too many bodies for Jerk to handle. And with the timing on Vic coming through, and he's been quite, I mean, he's still 17 and 15, but what I was calling out with him getting picked off here on when they were working the defensive side, he's still doing a great job to get a 4K in and around and putting great impact frags for Moistek Shopify to stay in this game. The double off setup that could have been so oppressive against Winthrop University, and to get value out of that, they were able to convert that around against Winthrop. And now back into such a broken buy. Orb now picked up. Jerk 1 away from the lockdown.
Wow. 14 HP. Mata, best infiltrator. This has been the jet mash that just really popped off for this show. And MXS, they continue to claim bodies and to, with hopes of trying to force overtime against Winthrop. And Screwface, Jerk 1 away from ult themselves. That could be what Winthrop can work towards to close out the map in their favor. Screwface could be catching a lot of people here.
Oh, you could cut the tension with a knife. All of them just seeing that because we're playing so aggressively for Infiltrator, there's got to be more. And the Dizzy finally gets him.
The Dizzy caught him! Oh, the line of sight! That hurts! Screwface could have saved that for Winthrop. Can't imagine the multi-kill if MXS didn't check that. They take their time and it pays off. MXS in E5 versus 2. Just really a Vandal to worry about on Jerk's side. Don't need to claim the space, and winning that against Jerk is pretty GG for this round. A flawless one, too, at that for MXS.
Imagine if Screwface was able to get so much value on that nest, and thankfully that Dizzy caught him. And that overcook, I mean, it's still a leg shot, and it's so hard for both of those players on as a Jet to try to get value off one, a Phantom spraying through the jail, and then the other one trying to get an off shot through the jail. And at least here on the side of MXS, they were the one that came up on top of that, which then allowed here on having more bodies together to work on those protocols to hit towards the A site in the later round. And they already want to bring this into overtime. Tempoing back towards the B main, and Nasi just got spotted inside kitchen.
Oh, Nasi gets traded. Hunter's Fury for Screwface to help delay the B push from MXS. And they've taken some really fun routes from mid, dealing with kitchen.
Ooh.
But not wanting to go deep enough, and that's an early lockdown before the plant was even in place, and MXS can just play out of this.
Jerk off site just holding down the lockdown to try to funnel them back, at least to give the space here for the triple push to come forward for Infiltrator, Screwface, and Jerk. And by then, the recon dart should be up, and there you go. They have it. Aldrone's trying to clear. It might give an opportunity here for the flood retake to happen for Winthrop. All down to this plant.
Are we getting OT? Map 3. What's it gonna be? Infiltrator to the right. 1 and 2. And almost 2 to lose for MXS. It's up to Flya. 1 versus 2. Just needs to protect the spike. It is smoked off. It's been pinged. And it's Winthrop with the win.
And with that, we'll be pushing this to the limit on the third map. And Screwface is definitely going to be loud with the rest of the team, pumping them up, because now they're starting to feel like it's doable, that they could do it, and that they could take down MXS on Ascent.
I can't believe it. I can't believe it. Moist Shopify were undefeated on this map, by the way. Through all the 3 times they've been in it. I can't. It's insane. I'm at a loss for words. Winthrop fought long and hard for this one. timeouts at the end that swung momentum and just vibes back in their favor to lock in when it mattered the most. 13-11 to deny that OT. We got one final map for the day. This show has gone the distance. Tension is here, and we'll see you after this.
Winthrop fights back on that map of Icebox, and it takes us to a map number 3 yet again. It's a day that is going the distance in every way possible. Welcome back, everybody, to VALORANT Challengers North America. Once again, on the desk, I'm Dryad, joined by Lemon, Kiwi, and Vansili. And guys, it was an 8-4 half. It seems like everything was going according to plan for the side of Winthrop to take this map. It got a little close. Once again, we had the fake comeback take place, Lemon, but it's okay. It's a Winthrop that closed it out and guarantees us that we're going to ascend.
Yeah, I just like the wealth of strategy that we saw out of Winthrop. First, knowing how to shut down Mata on the other side, and also activating Infiltrator. Here's another cult display, this time from MXS, I guess, of rallying the troops. Otoshima says, let's go! 1, 2, 3, MXS. Or I don't know what their cheer would be, but fun map for Winthrop, especially after MXS were undefeated on this one.
They look so good. They look so good. Sorry, I forgot to do the dot system. It's a long day. But yeah, they look so good for Winthrop. And especially on how Nasi's moving forward right now, and the value that he brought playing on this Clove. Like, look how he doesn't care. Yes. Solo plays, solo pushes, and makes it work. And it's so intriguing that it worked that way, because you don't have too much utility behind the Clove to get that forward space, right? Sometimes it's just like, okay, I got an ult, pop flash for me, I'll come through. But they're also playing a composition that doesn't have any of those flashes. So it comes down to also good game sense, good knowledge of the map, good understanding of the tendencies that Moistek Shopify currently plays on this map, so you could find these timings. And Nasi looked very good on this agent.
And I love that you talk about Nancy, because this is the player that I wanted to talk about as well, because it seems like the whole of B site was controlled by Nancy every single round that the side of Moist Shopify wanted to go there on the attacking side, and he was stopping them and shutting them down, catching them off guard, catching an off timing and catching them off guard, and that was what made this second half possible for the side of Winthrop, and what is guaranteeing us this map number 3. To be fair though, it was very close. It started being back and forth towards the end, but a Moist Shopify they cannot recover in time limit, and so it puts us in a situation where we were all saying, yeah, it was going to be a 2-0 for Moist Shopify, and now it's not really that way, and things can get interesting on that map of Ascent.
Yeah, Ascent will be up next, where it didn't go so hot last time Winthrop went to this in terms of challengers. You know, they're successful on this map in other tournaments, but we're focusing on challengers competition, where Winthrop lost 13-6 on Ascent to YFP. And a very standard composition, you know, Sova KO, whilst on the other side, Moist Shopify ended up winning the Ascent as a deciding map against Dope Bros 13-11. And, you know, the same, I would say standard-ish, because they actually started employing the deadlock.
It's a little bit of the same, and something that we're going to continue to see on the map of Ascent most likely is going to be that Infiltrator Mata head-to-head, where Infiltrator on Icebox did so good. I know we just talked about Nasi, we just talked about what Nasi was doing on the B side, but for Infiltrator not only to get the opening pick, but also to close it out in a couple of those scenarios, he was there and ready to make it happen. Mata, a player that we've been hyping up today, was trying as well, was trying to, and actually getting a couple of those kills, got 24 towards the end, so looking pretty good for the duelist, but Infiltrator definitely took the rails and took the control of that map. So on this map of Ascent, Vans, has your prediction changed? Do you think it's going to be anything different, or is it going to be still Moist Shopify getting the win?
It's Mata on Ascent. It's Moist Shopify. But although Infiltrator is starting to look pretty good though on this Jet 2, and it's one of those moments where Winthrop University was like, for me, almost like a do or die off the performances of Infiltrator, because the first time that I saw this player was them playing arrays on Lotus and just popping off, going into the open qualifiers, leading to this. And then since we got into the stage 1 to stage 2, it's like hot and cold, you know, but today it's a hot day. And when Infiltrators playing on a hot day, I mean, it's summertime, shirts off, long hair, don't care, and he's just going to pop off for and I'm looking forward to see that against Mata. Although, I do love that from MXS, they pulled out that deadlock composition here that Lemon Key was talking about, so something that Turtle Troop really coined in on that side. And I wouldn't be surprised here if Winthrop University wants to do something very similar at this point where they could also pull out the deadlock to fight, or maybe even bring out the Clove, because Nasi's finding great value instead of just anchoring towards the site and playing a Killjoy. If he's able to play something good with that adds value into his aggression, I wouldn't mind if Winthrop pulls that like last second out of the bag, just off the whimsy, to try to play this against MXS today.
Well, I just gotta say the double sentinel is something difficult that a lot of teams have faced, and at least for Winthrop, they are the most practiced team in challengers. Like, they are just on the grind. So if anyone's gonna have something prepared for the double sentinel, it's gonna be them.
But it's also something that can play against them on a map like Ascend that we've seen actually for Winthrop, not only in those kind of third-party tournaments, but also in the week 1 and week 2 we saw this map of Ascent, and this is a lot of info that Moy Shopify had the time to study, learn, and counter for what is going to be this last map. So let's jump into the Asia Select. Let's see if there's going to be anything new for Winthrop, or maybe even for the side of Moy Shopify, or is it going to be about the same? I don't see any Clove, but I do see a deadlock on the side of Moy Shopify. They're running this deadlock that I think is really, really cool. We've seen different teams try to implement it on this map and find a lot of value. So double sentinel composition the Moy Shopify is gonna be running, and on the other side of Winthrop playing that standard comp for one last time. Lemon and Vance, take it away.
One last ride. It ends here and now. But we talked about how awesome Deadlock is with the double sentinel, but how much do you think Moy Shopify are losing not having a KO in the lineup?
Yeah, I think it's still fine though, especially when they're playing towards the attack. We've seen some great values and some great ideas into having a deadlock on this map, and the reason why you have a deadlock and you could sacrifice not having a KO just because of, once again, these walls are able to block off so much here for Moist Shopify. So their goal is actually to avoid denies being thrown by Nasi when they're looking to execute, so that they could have those type of utilities to flood the way that they want to. And I want to make a small correction though. I was mentioning Nasi playing the Killjoy, but Nasi usually plays the Sova onto this one, and now you're seeing this change coming through from Winthrop University, where this week it's not going to be Nasi playing Sova, it's Screwface. So they're actually doing a back and forth and switching the roles between Screwface and Nasi on which initiator they could play. And I think this is quite nice too, because I just mentioned something that can allow Nasi to activate a little bit more and not to be far behind and run recon darts or whatnot, or could just be aggressive just like the Clove. I could see this in the KO. This is going to be a fun fight here for the third map.
And Nasi can play anti-Cypher as well, and without that KO, you can't disable Jerk's util on that side, so it's going to be MXS taking trickle damage from that turret, but now that that's dealt with, Lada can freely dash in. A lot of pressure on Jerk, who holds his own in the closet. Vic caught off by this, but of course, MXS are going to flood in and deal with the problem and get the plant going ASAP. As Winthrop have already thrown a knife in, frenzy in hand from Nasi, but gets still out-dueled by Mata. So the retake will only have 3, and they're all coming from the market side. MXS
Paranoia is the biggest thing.
Are going to be, held up in here.
Silence's paranoia is going to have to be catching a lot of players to try to get some kills out of this.
Oh, the one way. It's Brock and Friend forced to look out one doorway, and Winthrop with the 3v4 retake is possible for sure. The recon out and off the one way. Infiltrator's feet are spotted, and it's a 1v1, and the spike won't be held. It's a knife from Brock. Oh, be so for real.
Oh, sorry, I didn't mean to laugh, but that was sick. I laughed because it was so sick. Is he holding like a broadsword, because that knife looked like it shouldn't have hit because it was so far away. But dude, if anything, Silence did everything that he could. The paranoia hit so many players, a perfect one way to allow the flood retake to happen, smoking off the diffuser and then leaving it on a 1v1, trying to delay that clock. And unfortunately here for Winthrop University, it's a nice little clutch once again by the Brockinator. To get a strong second round.
Well, Jerk wins that, even though he had to deal with the trip and the cage and the camera. Like, you had, Fly had all the information in the world except how to take the W, I guess. But it's still the 4v4, so.
lesser weapons for Winthrop University. There is the upgrade on the Bulldog, and Infiltrator on stronger rifles, on stronger weapons, has done some great impact for Winthrop in that previous round. So there is an opportunity here. But we're so far behind here for Winthrop University that they want to stick together as a group, thinking that a re-hit was going to happen towards the B site. Unfortunately, it's not going to be the case, and this gives so ample time for MXS to really set up.
Depends, are they going to want to split off into tree? There's a deadlock barrier holding them back, and at the angle too is Vic with the paranoia and the sonic sensor in place from Otoshima. So Winthrop get hit by the paranoia and manage to escape, but it's still a great delay from MXS. His time is running out, and Mata has the outlaw. And there's only one sheriff left in this town, and Winthrop gonna try and take an angle around, knowing how dire heaven was, but this round is over, and MXS will take the anti-eco.
Yeah, and even Brock just ran to his death. And it doesn't really matter, he only had a ghost. Trying to build up the ults on his side too with the Hunter's Fury. Should be at, I mean, he's more than 3. I thought he was only at 3, but he's already past the halfway mark. Odin 2 on the attack. Infiltrator, though, forcing out the op in round 3 with a glass cannon. You're going to have to be on point here, and this is what you're asking before here, Lemon Kiwi, where you're losing the KO. It's still good for the pop shots, the pop hits for MXS, but you're definitely losing util on the early round information that you get by double using Initiator utility on middle.
Oh. Now there's no deadlock at all, so no util, no fun. But an Odin is on the field, so it's always going to be fun, and with Infiltrator having an op, I'm thoroughly entertained. Full mid control, and look how much KJ util is there to delay B as the alarm bot will catch Flya. Nasi will just cage themselves off as MXS not feeling super safe just walking into B.
Yeah, and they were hoping this whole time that Vic could hopefully catch somebody rotating out. But too much time wasted. They commit to the plant, and Vic is so far away to help out.
MXS. It's all up to Vic to get a huge backstab and unleashes onto Screwface, but could have taken his time a bit better, especially with the bow out. Flya, who cares? Who's Vic? All I see is Flya with the ace. Oh my god!
I'm speechless.
My jaw's dropped.
They just went 1 by 1 against Flya too. But I mean, those, how can you react on that when Flya has just a perfect crosshair placement? They're running 1 by 1, tap, 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 all headshots. Look at this. The first 2, understandable. The other 2, I mean, it's against an Odin who's got 1 HP remaining. But that last kill, that's great positioning in the end from Flya. And man, is this man back this week now of challengers.
I need a band-aid for that. Fight fire with fire.
Right here.
MX is also bar caged up, trying to grab war, but neural theft is already acquired from Flya, so don't really need it. So kind of unnecessary damage, but hey, selling the fact that B is being looked at for MXS, and the drone helps them get around mid and even top of mid. Smata with the op, okay.
He actually has Silence hit up in Wine. It's being pinged out on the defensive side that there is some sort of pressure towards the orb. But really at this point for Brock, it's just trying to get this recon dart into tree. Just to see if there's going to be any type of commitment. And with that, everybody's pivoting back towards main. So with the tree recon dart, there's still a wall that should be thrown here by Otoshima. But this crossfire setup from both the Jet, both Infiltrator and Vic, or sorry, Infiltrator and Silence could do some heavy damage.
30 seconds
When's
left.
this paranoia gonna come out from... Infiltrator doesn't need no help, no mans, no nothing. It's just straight fire. MXS cut into Winthrop. They've gotten a Thrifty before, and Infiltrator is online. 13 seconds. And MXS will not be able to carry out another round against Winthrop.
He collided 2 with a sheriff on the tightest angle possible.
Thrifty.
On the tightest angle possible and got 2. I don't know if we're going to get that on a replay, but at least we saw before that shot happened that he was holding that from A main, and the goal was to be that contact so that Silence could swing out. And Silence did not even need to swing out. That was a crazy shot that throws a Thrifty right there. And I mean, at least we get that third shot onto Vic. This man is on something today.
Yeah, just got lucky that as soon as MXS pushed up, Infiltrator kind of had to deal with that on his own as the paranoia came out a second later. But Winthrop, they get these Thrifties, and that's how they can make these maps so close against Moist Shopify. Neural Theft, Hunter's Fury against Blade Storm, but Infiltrator will just keep the op, obviously.
Flya just inserted himself into B main just to hopefully get something swinging off, breaking a trip if Winthrop University want to push aggressively out towards the B main. But if anything, at this point, he might be a late lurk now outside the B main. Aldron does not get too much information. Mata's in a good spot.
Oh!
Nice shot.
Wow, it's just the inch that Mata saw on that sideline. It's kind of nice. Now one flash down. Winthrop are gonna get hounded on. Infiltrator has to try and defend this, and now is smoked off. It's just gonna take the blind shot, hope for the best. Shock bolt's coming his way from Brock, and Jerk needs help. Will do his best to at least collect a one, and Mata made him look so silly just now. Good damage into Mata at 30 HP, but MXS have shut the door metaphorically and physically, it seems. In a 5v3, it's going to be a save from Winthrop.
I almost feel that dash was intentional, because if he went left, there was still a smoke that was there that he could maybe get sprayed from market or something, and he went forward and updrafted, landed on the boxes to still get that hit. That was definitely intentional, right? That had to be intentional. That's
Totally.
some anime stuff.
It really does feel like an anime battle. I'm just watching Mata and Infiltrator, who's peaking the highest.
And I mean, as it was mentioned at the beginning of this map, this is going to be a map where both Infiltrator and Mata could just play around like it's the park. They'll jump on the jungle gym, do whatever they can, and then just land shots like they do right now on shares and ops.
MXS. Ooh, able to turn things around after they got thriftied, but it's off of just a beautiful shot from Mata, and this one that made me giggle. But Mata is the absolute go. He dropped 33 kills, by the way, last time he was on this map, so I'm glad that he's still pulling through on these deciding maps.
And that's a very early timeout this time around. And I mean, I can't blame him towards it, right? The only round that they've gotten was really Infiltrator popping off with that Sheriff and on that A side. But there's not too much aggression coming from map control, with the exception of the round where they lost to Ace, actually. I just remembered that now. Sorry, There's a lot of Valorant we've watched today. But they did a great job controlling middle before with the Odin, and give a chance here for Infiltrator to, once again, do what he needs to do here to carry Winthrop University towards these potential rounds that he could get for them. With walking down towards mid, getting the Odin spray, gets that first pick, because MXS have been really controlling a little bit more of the extremity because of the lack of the second initiator, and also because of that deadlock that can be very important on those pop hits on the A site. And if you're looking at this round here, the Ops looking to be set up towards B main. So again, another extremity control. They're trying to do something similar here. Screwface with the Odin looking to break the tiles again, potentially. As you hear it in the background. And it's Jerk with the op.
Infiltrator? Okay, he already used the updraft. I thought he was going to go up in the window and do something crazy. It would be very Infiltrator-like, but...
I have the spike.
MXS, what is this drone going to see? Oh, Winthrop changing their positioning. They were holding close before. They stay hidden. MXS don't know the number stacking this. It's usually just Jerk or someone at the top side, and Hunter's Fury from MXS. They're really caused some chaos on the site. Jerk already down. Infiltrator down to 17 and dead. MXS kick the door down with the neural theft. It's hunting season for someone like Mata. And MXS don't even need to play.
Nope. At least they'll still get the plant for the money, at least to guarantee that. But Infiltrator looked like he was doing a square dance at the top of the staircase, dodging everything, dodging a hat, dodging players running towards him, and trying to survive long enough, hopefully, that he's going to get some backup by the time he falls in. Unfortunately, it wasn't the case. By the time everybody moved forward, MXS is already ready, controlled towards the switch, and not allow Winthrop University to even cross those entries here for the retake towards that B site. Now off the timeout, we see the up coming out from Infiltrator, and it's up towards tiles again. So a different way to hold mid control, but the idea is still there. Lock that area and play a 2-2 on either end.
MXS have no smokes in mid, so this op could easily get first blood for Infiltrator if MXS don't draw. They actually don't even have a drone, so... Or they're just droning now. That's why Brock didn't have it. He's actually actively using it. Now it's gone, and Mata, anything but gone. There's a KJ util. They spotted that. Just gonna clear this corner from the shadows, from Silence into the closet. To try and help reinvigorate this defense from Winthrop on B. MXS annihilation. Odashima didn't get much, but Winthrop down to one member.
I'm just getting caught off guard. Nothing you could really do there. Op shots missing when you needed them to land. And they just were able to gain space every single time. Maybe you did.
30 seconds left.
You're right. It could be a skill issue, not a caster's fault.
And now Silence is just hoping to save the Guardian, but just got spotted here. And you definitely see them closing the gap. Spike now planted. Silence trying to wait inside the smoke, and Mata lands the shot. And MXS are looking good here on the attack side of Ascent.
Honestly, MXS can just keep hitting B all day, and we'll have a quick Ascent. Well, at least a quick first half, I should say. MXS haven't been stopped. I think they've noticed after the Flya Ace how weak Winthrop's retakes look on B, or at least how difficult it really is for just any team to get in there. Now it'll be a Sheriff round for Winthrop. The lead gets even bigger for MXS. In an ideal world, anyway.
That's a nice little just change coming out from Flya. These pop flashes are usually pretty good to get some early control, if not when you're playing against a KJ, maximizing breaking the KJ turret. But he throws a cage instantly. It doesn't give any value at all after the flash gets thrown for the Jet to even see anything, and it just gets 3 players ready to just fight. There's a gap in the smoke too. A missed throw.
It's the Mata show. We're all here just watching. Shockbolt did damage. Oh my god! Bring out the op. Get the ace. Go get him.
How does this song continue?
It's the Mata show. We're all just here watching. Okay, give me like 200 million pounds of caffeine and I'll make that way better. Vic is like, come on, come get your ace, mans. But didn't want to die. I respect that.
They'll take the score. They'll take the lead. Especially when they lost on their second map on Icebox against Winthrop on their map pick. They definitely want to close it with a bang here, and
13 to 3.
Go back.
Oh,
Yeah.
Sorry, he's the GOAT. Sorry, go on.
Yeah, all good. All good. Yeah, but just as we were mentioning too, when we presented this game, right? They had to be one-sided. It had to be a dominant victory here for MXS to really kind of show that they're a team to look out for in the Ascension bracket. That them and Moist6 Shopify and Turtle Troop right now are the big three. That they knocked down M80 out of the conversation. And that one of these three will now ascend here potentially ascend into VCTs. Remember, they probably still have to play against all the other regions of Americas to try to get the ascension here into 2025. But definitely suffering that second map loss, they are coming back with a vengeance on a third.
Yo, Screwface got friends? Also, Silence was just having a yapathon, so this is 2 timeouts now gone for Winthrop after those 8 rounds, so knowing just how dire this situation is, it's gonna be no more chat, no more timeouts after this. See that Silence is trying to rally the troops, really get everyone to calm down and not look at the 7-1 scoreline, but look at what's ahead of them.
And hopefully what's ahead of them are rounds in their favor. They do have another strong buy this time around, and the Yop is just holding it more passively towards the A heaven in the hands of Infiltrator. So the jump spots are happening towards mid. Fly continues to be a nuisance right now towards the setup of the Killjoy on this B site. And breaking this alarm bot is kind of keeping all of Winthrop at bay. Like a jerk, no choice but to rotate and hold the back of the site. Just have them play it around his utility and play it passively to delay. While the rest of MXS, they're just staying cool. But with the forward position of Otoshima, feels like it might be a mid to B split here with the wall being thrown towards the spawn. And they're choosing correctly because they are definitely on weak side B of Winthrop University.
Hoping that Winthrop, if they see any signs of a B hit, which has been MXS's favorite spot, that the lockdown comes out quick. Blade Storm activated. From Mata, I believe. Is MXS drone in? Yes, that's Mata ready to go. Leading that is Otoshima, who's also barriered the back. And Mata and Otoshima stomp their way in. 12 seconds left, and they got the cutoffs from Fly at the back. It won't be a lockdown from Jerk to prevent the inevitable, which is an MXSW.
And the Infiltrator's down to 26, and they are hunting him down. Maybe we'll have a highlight reel of an op series of shots that he's able to save. Flawless. Or potentially save. Nope.
Gun here.
Way to go.
Just a pretty hard shot through the wall from Vic. That's a cast of curse.
Okay, now there's a lockdown. Well, now it's a bad buy. So how do you play this lockdown? Can you just lock down from the closet? Would you want to play the top of site to be in a safer position where the lockdown won't be as easily hit? How does Jerk approach this?
He's definitely looking to set up for an A retake this time
He's on
around.
A now. Okay.
Yeah.
Well,
So he'll use his util to just delay here towards switch, and then just try to play a little bit more passively towards tree so he can use the lockdown for the retake on the site. But I mean, doing that allows for you to be way more heavy on the B side, where Fly's been doing an excellent job with these cages, with the lurks, and finally gets punished.
Wow. Great start for Winthrop. They need this round so bad. Now, if only they could win gun rounds. The thrifties are nice, the half buys, and Mata quickly trades it and escapes. Look at the movement. And not too bad, too, from Screwface, who jumped out in time. Droning up through B main, though, not seeing much through Boathouse, so MXS have already pivoted to A. Brock really sold the B fake, though, so he's still there with the Odin, so MXS can keep committing through right into A. They've gotten flushed out, and Brock is getting 2 kills. He's killed both defenders at B, and now the call is to hit this.
He sold a fake on B and made it to mid to get those kills while it was a double pump pretty much for MXS. Jerk falls and Mata gets a kill, and that's... I mean, Jerk doesn't fall yet, but he can't do anything. Because the lockdown was basically... I mean, it worked out in the beginning. The first blood that they picked up here from Winthrop University, you would think that MXS will be pivoting here towards this A site, which they did. And I think it would have continued in that pathing if Brock didn't get 2 kills with the Nodin somehow inside the B site. And as that opens up, I mean, you see the end.
Mata is like on track for 30 kills, like he did last time. If there's going to be enough rounds to afford it. Where is he at now? 17 and 3? He's so insane.
Yeah.
Now the economy, like, bro can buy 5 ops if he wants. Probably. I mean, I'm probably exaggerating, but that's just how rich boy Shopify are, probably.
Yeah. Especially on the attack side, too, and doesn't even eat the op. Sometimes with just the Sheriff holding like he does, and you're even seeing on the attack, they're giving the op this time around the fly. So you are trying to up the tempo, trying to use a jet dash, trying to close the door, trying to do something on your end. And same thing for Winthrop University. You're trying to set up a trap play towards the A-side crunch. They also get denied, and yeah, this is where, unfortunately, the strat book, the pages are getting torn here. Where nothing is working. Even that one. Fundamentals 101. Land your shot. Not reached there, not attained by silence as a flick came through. Right off the response. And now MXS well on their way here to get 10.
That's what's difficult when Otoshima is still alive, to where he places these barriers. It's sometimes in the defender's spawn. This time it's right at the top of the site. Planned for MXS, and Hunter's Fury lockdown, but only a Guardian from Jerk. Could be worse. Hey, they're even gonna get an upgrade, so might as well save. And MXS have, what, 3 ults? Including Neural Theft and Annihilation going to the last round of the half after this.
Here.
And poor Jerk hasn't really had a chance to use the lockdown ever in this half.
Yeah.
Where is
Screwface, I mean, he could still be playing in an area where he could get the best value out of this Hunter's Fury, especially when they don't have the economy to play the Odin spams anymore. Oh no, and they can't even save the weapons.
Oh my god.
Last round.
They're already dead. This Winthrop running out of steam at the end, and it's really disappointing considering the valiant effort they put out on Icebox to give MXS their first Icebox map loss all season. But we're just really excited that Winthrop got this far. You know, it's 10-1. The game's not over, blah, blah, blah. But we were wondering what kind of look we were going to see out of Winthrop, considering how rough their last match was. This is a way better Winthrop than last week.
Definitely, at least on the looks of that second map. This time around, though, it's back
just
to...
not their map. Not their map.
Yeah, and not necessarily just on Winthrop, but it's just on MXS too, that this is also their playground. And if you let this float against Voice Shopify, Mata is going to do these things to you. Right? Nice little pick off towards the end. Or at least you're able to answer back a couple of kills coming through. And that value of the Hunter's Fury, though, could be really big.
Wait.
Got Brock.
No hard feelings.
Oh, Mata's dead too. Wait, actually winnable now that Mata's dead. 2v2 and a lockdown. The lockdown's on the other side of the map. So Vic has from the shadows, but doesn't really know where everybody is. Could use it to get info, but does MXS feel like they need to invest? Vic does spot Screwface in that closet, so MXS have that to deal with. But where is this Killjoy? Where is Jerk? That's what they're worried about. But they can at least take the 2-on-1. Now that they've cleared every little hiding spot, and that is an important win. And shooting through the box too, MXS will plant.
I love how Vic was just crouching and showing his butt, like teasing. Oh no, not like that.
No. That's fine. Lose it or use it or lose it, you know?
Yeah, finally used it. Finally used it, but yeah, it's 11-1 for Moistic Shopify now, and I mean, what more can you say than a dominant first half for this team when this player is not missing a single shot off the op, off the Sheriff, off the tech of updrafting all over the place, and still getting value, still getting picks, and at 18-4. And it was supposed to be a back and forth, but Infiltrator could only do so much.
Yeah, like how do you punish an op that doesn't miss? Well, you try to throw in an op that also doesn't miss, but Infiltrator hasn't had those engagements. Mata is just unstoppable. And I'm sad that Jerk was originally holding down B and then pivoted to A, and then A never got hit, so this lockdown never got used.
You just
usefully, anyway.
Yeah, you just have to do the 2021 100th E strat against CNET when he played on Ascent. Just avoid him.
One suppressed.
How do you memorize these things?
I might be wrong. Probably chat's got to correct me, but
I believe you.
I think it's right.
Well, Winthrop on pistols. Got a lot of work ahead of them, and it's first blood for Infiltrator. Bro said yes, I'm dead. And then MX says just show up mid and shoot him in the back, so that advantage is gone.
One enemy remaining.
And there it is. Match point,
I thought that was
series
a chance.
point.
I thought there was a chance.
You thought. But that's what's so cool about MXS is that they don't play any differently in 4v5s, 3v5s. They don't hesitate. See, you think that you're getting you're getting so much from that first blood, and then look at MXS take all this map control as soon as they lost that person.
But that was so annoying with the net that was thrown by Odashima on top of Catwalk to net 2. Catch him off the trap. And the paranoia close range judge. Oh my gosh. It's over. It's Jover.
Is it Jover? Let's see. You got Baby Odin looking. Ooh, this camera. Oh, this camera sees so much. Winthrop. Or between a rock and a hard place. Or between Escape and MXS winning. This Odin is so painful, and Winthrop don't have guns to really fight back. This is so unfair, and there's a deadlock barrier at the door. Rock says, let me at him. Put this wall down.
Not ready.
Obviously, Odashima can't.
Yeah. It's got to reload the Ares, though, and everybody's just going to swing by one. Oh, missed the dart.
One enemy remaining.
And it all comes down to Jerk. Stinger. Oh, it stings one. 1v2. How far will this map go?
I got the spike.
Against Bulldogs. At least Jerk got the spike. That's why Odashima kind of watching from that platform in markets. But Vic read him like a book. 13-1 for MXS to shut Winthrop up for good.
Did we just start the broadcast with a 13-1 and finish the broadcast with a 13-1 today? That's pretty sick.
I thought it was 13-3. I don't know, but yeah, it was pretty one-sided.
Yeah, but still, MXS. I mean, yeah, very one-sided towards the end. They don't even seem happy with that win. I think they feel bad off that win, if anything.
No way. Wait, what's on Flya's board? Flya already pre-calculated how this match is gonna go down. MXS already pre-celebrated.
Look at that.
They're bagging. They're shooting bodies. MXS knew they were the better team. Look at this Flya ace. Triad, it was a deciding map, but this was an MXS show, I think.
In a very strange way, we finished the day the same way that we started. A 13-1 is crazy. We talked about it when we got it at the beginning of the day. We were like, oh my god, this never happens. This is rare to see. Sometimes there's stomps, but not a 13-1 stomp. And we see it towards the end where, at least, you know, for Moist Shopify, it has to feel great. You guarantee the win. And I know Vancy said that they looked like they were not celebrating, but Vic was going, woo, because I saw that on the camera before he said it.
We'll take
He
the
was
small
celebrating. He was having a good time. And I mean, when you have a map like this one where just everything goes your way, your duelist is playing so well and getting so many frags, Lemon, you feel good.
This is a great day. MXS seemed to really turn up. It's a great day for MXS. 13-1. All right, go have dinner early or whatever time it is.
You said it was an MXS show, but I thought it was that Mata show. How do you sing that song again?
No, we don't need to. I need more energy. Let me. I'll drop some bars. We'll drop the mixtape for Mata another time. But 6 first bloods, like I had to highlight. This was a Jet matchup when it looked closer on Icebox, but Infiltrator just went out and look, Mata doubling his kills.
I mean, all of Winthrop University unfortunately couldn't find their footing here on how they played around that map. Everybody was getting picked off here left and right, and no opportunities to really get good value out of the defensive side. And it's not one of those rounds for MXS or one of those maps for MXS, or even the composition that MXS pulled out. They're like, oh yeah, it's really good to like use the util towards A main control, then you pop this wall and XYZ. It was just simple, like putting a wrench pretty much in the wheel of anything that they were trying to do as a setup on the B site. They continuously added a lot of paranoia and uncertainty and scariness, I guess, if I could put it that way, for lack of a better word, towards this B site, that you always had a weak site somewhere else that they could work around and then always pivot back to B when they wanted to, just because you're able to continuously keep lurks on the side and catch players on a rotate. And if it's not Fly, it's Brock. So yeah, it's not a game plan that was too deep. It was just kind of like all those players feeling each other, that feeling like grooving in that map where they're on a flow state, like Pinkies was saying before. A flow state, I think is how he said it.
Yeah, it's just the vibes were good for the team, and it seems like for the other side of Winthrop, they had to overcome so many different layers on that map, and it was so difficult to do as well, with the compositional difference being a part of it, but also just the way that Moist Shopify were playing. This is the Moist Shopify that when we hype them up, when we talk about them a lot about how good they are, how they could be top 1, top 2, top 3, this is the Moist Shopify that we're talking about. We definitely got to see it on Ascent, and obviously when Mata is having such a good performance, it absolutely helps you sell that point, Lemon.
Yeah, and Winthrop knew they were in murky waters when they took 2 timeouts in the first 8 rounds. And then it was either you stop the avalanche or you just let it happen. And how were you going to shut down Mata? How you were going to deny the op? They just need to try and deny it once or twice, but then the economy was so rich you could buy like 5 ops, as we said. So it was a great effort out of Winthrop, but just not being able to overcome them. Eventually probably getting boomed at the end, not knowing how and hesitating when to use ultimates was really the problem.
It's hard because as a team that's still coming together, they're constantly having to make changes just because they're a collegiate team, and that forces some things to stay the same, some things to stay different in terms of strategy, in terms of the ideas that they have. So there's a couple things that they just have to work around to eventually get those wins. I think today, no matter what, for Winthrop, it was a really good showcase that they had.
Yes.
And it's just taking a map out of Moist Shopify, that's not something that anybody can do. So Vans, I think it's good for them, and I think a couple other matches they should be able to get those wins.
And that's something that you both highlighted before we started this game too for Winthrop University. The amount of maps and games that they played outside of challengers, and then looking at a Mr. Fun Hammerland, and you think it's going to be a troll composition that they're pulling out on Icebox, yet they're going to pull it into challengers, and then still made it work to upset MXS on Icebox. So the practice that they're putting through is actually quite good. I'm back. The practice that they're putting through here outside of these maps, outside of challengers, it's actually being implemented back for them within challengers. And you know, you got one map out of them. Yes, you ran out of gas on the 3rd map, but at least overall this is great positive things, great positive outcomes on the direction that Winthrop's heading towards too.
Yeah, it's looking pretty good for Winthrop, even if they take that loss today, but it's looking great for sure for Moist Shopify as they take the win. So it's time to go to the interview, talk a little bit to this player that has been popping off throughout today.
Mata.
It is Mata that we have on the other side of the line. Sure. Mata, congratulations on this win. It was a long series, we know, but the last map has to feel pretty good. Did you think it was going to go that way, that 13-1 to close it out?
I didn't think so, but once they started just running into B main every single round, I thought for sure it was over. Like, I don't know what that was about. I think they were just having fun.
I mean, I feel like you were having a little bit more fun when you're getting those rounds, you're getting those kills. You were popping off today, as you usually do, to be fair. I want to ask you a little bit about something that we talked about today, and it was how Winthrop, they've played a couple of extra matches, not in week 1 and 2, but they play in those third-party tournaments, they play in collegiate. So that's a lot of info, a lot of VODs that you guys can study. Was that the case? Was there some counter-strategy involved in the match today?
To be completely honest, I think this is the least we've prepared for any of our games, like out of anyone. Okay. And if they have the most footage, like, I don't know what to say, but yeah, I think it's actually the least. Like, no offense to them.
Yeah, I mean, it's the individual and your own gameplay that gets the win. So I feel like
Yeah,
that's what we
exactly.
got the chance to see today. Now, something that we've also talked about is how any team right now in Challengers can make it to the top, can make it to Ascension. We saw towards the beginning of the year, it was an M80 that was getting those wins. But then right now is seeming to be Oxygen, seeming to be Turtle Troop, seeming to be you guys. Where do you see yourself? Do you think you're at that level where you can already be the best? Or do you think it's kind of a work towards it in the second split?
I think right now it's like Oxygen's like the first one, and then it's like M80, and then QOR, and then Together We Are Terrific, and then I think it's us like 5th or 6th, you know? So maybe if we get lucky enough, we can win, you know? We'll see.
I feel like I feel like you have really good matches individually. So
No, I'm just kidding. I think we're gonna win. I think we're gonna win. I'm sorry. I was kidding. I think we're gonna win.
That's what you said the whole time. That's what he said the whole time, that you were gonna win. It's all good. No, but
Exactly.
you've had so many good matches individually that I can see you guys actually making it really far, whether it's gonna be the playoffs or it's gonna be Ascension. You individually as well have the potential, and I want to ask you, when you are playing, whether it's officials or whether it's scrims, you as a duelist, is there another duelist that you like facing against the most?
To be completely honest, in scrims, not to sound like I have a huge ego or anything, but there hasn't really been anyone that's like stood out to me across like every team. And I want to just play against all of them, you know, and see if there really is, like, see where I stand in that ranking. 'Cause there hasn't really been anyone that's like too much better than me.
And we see that with the results. We were hyping you up today. Even before the match, we were talking about how individually the stats look always so good for you. You're opening up the rounds for your team. You're closing out the rounds, even in some cases. So it's looking really good for the team, especially after the win today. But I have one last question for you, and is their next couple matches are going to be SAD, are going to be TSM, and are going to be M80. How do you feel about those teams? Where do you place yourself compared to them?
I think SAD will be interesting. I don't really know what to expect. What's the other one you said? M80 and someone else?
TSM.
I don't know what to expect for SAD or TSM, but I'm excited to play M80. Like that's about it.
Okay, excited to play M80. The other ones we'll see. Honestly, anybody coming to play SAD, they don't really know what to expect. That's fair. They play a lot of very unique things.
They do random stuff.
Exactly. Yeah, they play very different things. TSM, they also try to bring some new things. But you guys, I feel like, are the favorite for at least a couple of those matches. We're going to see if you get those wins. But no matter what, congratulations, Mata, on this win. Very well deserved after those 3 maps. And with that, we bring it back to the analyst desk to close out this day that has been pretty long, to be honest. And why are you guys waving? We're not done. We're not done. You're stuck here.
I'm saying hello
Do we have another
and
BO3?
goodbye.
No. We have 3 more BO3s. You didn't hear? You
Oh
didn't get the
my god.
I'm ready. Let's go. I'm ready to cast more jerk.
Okay, Vance. I feel like I like what I heard from Mata, where it was like an honest power ranking, and then it was like, wait, no, we're the best.
No. He was joking the whole time. He could not hold a straight face when he was pulling the ranking. So it was pretty funny. They're definitely feeling confident, and we saw it on that third map. And at least when you know you're dropping your map picks and you're still able to bounce back on a 13-1 score, when according to him they haven't really practiced that much to play against Winthrop University. It just shows that they have the tenacity and the grit, and then they could just, when they need to lean in and lock in, they will.
Oh wow. Posture up for sure. And for Mata to say that they didn't prepare is hilarious. But that speaks to their confidence. I called them humbled. Maybe I'll take that back slightly. But I think the biggest worry is, like you pointed out, Triad M80 at the very tail end of their schedule. That's probably going to be the duelist that they have to worry about, Koala Noob, or at least the matchup, because M80 are number 1, number 2.
I mean, they're struggling a little right now,
Yeah.
so we're gonna see how they end up looking.
I guess, at the
for
top.
that last week. I feel like things will change a little bit, but I mean, M80 they do need to work a little bit more, as other teams do need to as well. But let's look at the schedule of the matches that we've had already, the matches that we're gonna be seeing tomorrow, because today was a really long day where we didn't really expect these matches to be so close for Fluffy Aimers and TSM. Maybe this this is the one that I put that I was gonna be close, but Shopify against Winthrop, this really caught me off guard. We talked about kind of the inconsistency of it, Lemon, but no matter what, we're having good matches, and that's the level of challenges that we're having.
Yeah, it's not just a top-heavy type of standings. Like, the middle, the bottom, everyone is catching up, and there's new metas, there's more Clove being used, more Deadlock, and you can even take notes of what people are doing in Game Changers with Clove and Deadlock on all types of different maps. So it's cool to see everyone catch up, and the top even being shaken up. I thought, I woke up from my coma realizing M80, yeah, we're a good team, and then with the roster changes, they're still building back up. So the top is not as definitive anymore.
Yeah, you don't know what's gonna happen, Vans. And for today, did you get both of the predictions right? Yeah, you did, right?
Of course I did.
Brother.
Okay. This guy's not talking anymore for the rest of the desk.
Close it out, bro. Close it out.
Well, I'm just being honest, man. I'm just Mata. I'm just the analyst. I'm just Mata the analyst.
Mad at the end. Yeah, just being honest, that's true. But okay, we get the chance to look at what the matches are gonna look like tomorrow, because the week is not done. We're on week 3 of stage 2. We have tomorrow and a couple more weeks to go. And tomorrow we're gonna have Core, M80, and Oxygen Dobros. These matches mean a lot, Lemon. And as you were talking about M80, I feel like this is the match that's gonna tell us, are we back or it's so over? This is really the match is gonna mean that.
And they've had some time to start incorporating that new member net and hopefully get as much practice as they can, because they're 0-3, you know, losing to Turtle Troop, Oxygen, Blinn. It was understandable against Oxygen, not so much against Blinn, but like I said, everyone has improved so much, and when I think of improved teams, I think of Core, so that's going to be an exciting match.
Core is also a team that comes with full confidence when we get to hear. If you think that Meta had a little bit of ego, you haven't heard of all the Core guys. I mean, when they're getting those wins, they feel it, which I love, by the way. We've seen it for a couple teams, and they come full confident. If they know they're better, they're going to say that they're better, and they're going to show with their results, fans.
Definitely. And Core, hopefully, will be able to have something to maybe put a challenge against M80. I still think that on paper, on how this team is formed together for M80, I feel that now we finally had enough time for M80 to find true value into Xander's calling and to Net playing the Sentinel role. But if not, I think I want to focus more on the other game that's going to be tomorrow. That's going to be the Dobros and Oxygen Esports. I think Oxygen Esports is that other top dog outside of MXS, and they're the unstoppable force right now. And Dobros, they're actually starting to look a little bit better. I think for me, when we had the conversation of both Fluffy Aimers and TSM being that mid-pack that we're not too sure how they're going to be, I think Dobros is currently up there, and they might be able to put a challenge against Oxygen tomorrow.
And you know what? I see that, because after they almost got relegated and they started getting those wins, they made sure that they didn't get relegated. They've been looking so much better, and it feels like it was a matter of time for them to click. But we're gonna find out if that's the case, if that's what's actually gonna go down tomorrow, if they can keep up and have a close match of what we're gonna be seeing for last day of week 3, or if it's gonna be those teams that we have been favoring still in the favorite spot. This is everything that we had today. We had some amazing Valorant to watch, but make sure that you tune in tomorrow, sometime same place, for some amazing matches.
One enemy remaining. One enemy remaining.
Down and out.
Spike down B. One enemy remaining. One enemy remaining. Spike planted. remaining.
Where is everyone hiding?
Last player standing.
Reeling them in.
One enemy remaining.
No charges. Three. Ow. Pull cap. Blinded.
One enemy remaining.
I'm good.
One enemy remaining. Hey,
Satchel out. Dropped.
School cuate.
one enemy remaining.
Try me.
One enemy remaining.
My wingman's down.
One enemy remaining.
Headshot.
One enemy remaining.
Three.
One enemy remaining.
My way.
See ya. That's a kill.
One enemy remaining.
Bye. I got the spike.
One enemy remaining. Flawless. One enemy remaining. They are standing. One enemy remaining.
Not ready.
One enemy remaining.
My ultimate.
One enemy remaining.
Target down.